ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ tí ṣìgìdì máa gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́bù.
Ayandaba 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 obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo ayandaba 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 ayandaba
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
We mo. Yeah, we mo. Oboda sanye we mo. Nuba sanye kapanto mo. Iye de bugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba 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 baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Asekwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna toga book.
Oh yeah, arrangement for orin àyájọ́ ni. Orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo ní ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am, there you are. Here we go again. Another day, another session. So here we go again. Excellent session by Dupsy earlier on, by the way. If you missed it, you missed out. So make sure at some point you go and watch our Dupsy session. It was quite illuminating. Yes, that's the term. It was quite illuminating. Another day, another session. So we're still looking over the debris, the carcass of that obedient space. So we have a little pop in here to have a look at this. Before we even have a look at anything, I forgot the routine. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. That hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. If you want to come join in the conversation, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll invite you onto the screen and invite your thoughts. So that's how it works. So click on like, that's compulsory. So we want to see that like button hitting 100 today. And we want to set that as the baseline. So there's no reason why we shouldn't be hitting 100 likes, both in the course of the live stream and subsequent watch back. So if you're watching it back even, you can still click on the like button. So if it entertains you or takes you on whatever road journey you are embarked upon, whatever it is purpose that it serves, the purpose that you can serve is to click on the like button. So click on that like button, make it go up. So click on like, click on subscribe. And then the hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to the studio. You know the routine already. That's your ticket to ride on the One Man Went to More train. So click on that. And then, yes, buy your host cups of coffee. That's there. Nobody pays attention to that anymore, but it is there. If you want to nod towards the platform, in terms of if you want to donate towards the platform, click on that buy your host cups of coffee thing. It's 3 easy steps and away you go. So just empty the content of your whatever it is in there. So there it is. So what are we contending with today? So we're reminiscing over the carcass of elections now just gone. So as we await, of course, our public broadcast by Tuku Abubakar tomorrow, 11, he said he was going to. So we see what he has to say. We might well live stream that. I don't know. Almost certainly we will. So we'll look at that. So I think over the course of this week, we are seeing the last vestiges of the 2023 cycle. But we'll see it all out in order to usher in a new conversation. Pardon me. So we see the last vestiges of 2023 out in the course of this week in order to usher in a new conversation. So now the direction that the new conversation is going to take on this platform is entirely dependent on you. I am just the doorman. I'm just here to open the doors, i.e., bring the thing up live, and then the rest is down to you guys. So however you want the trajectory to go is entirely your decision. And the direction that you want the platform to go, you can point it to me via Instagram. So if there are any storylines, anything in particular that you would like us to discuss, my Instagram handle is right there in the comment section now. So click on it, send in stories, and then of course we have a look at it, and most instances we will present it for the panel to give their thoughts. So that's what we're doing. So click on like, all that. I think you're tired of all that. You know what to do. If you are intending to click on like, you will click on it. You know, no matter how many times I repeat it. And if you are intent on not clicking on it, almost certainly you would not. But do click on it if you could. So this is what we're contending with. Peter Obi did not go into hiding after Supreme Court loss. So this is Tanko, one of the functionaries of that Obi space, making this comment. But very quickly, he's always on Twitter, tweeting this and tweeting that. But suddenly radio silence since Friday, or however long that Supreme Court judgment came in. So what suddenly happened to Peter Obi's voice that you could never get to be silent? Now suddenly you can't get a tweet out of it. So a tweet out of Peter Obi, Obi did not go into hiding after Supreme Court loss. So this is Tanko. The Labour Party campaign organization has debunked the insinuation that its presidential candidate Peter Obi went into hiding following his loss at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court on Thursday ended the 171-day legal tussle to nullify the election of President Bola Tinubu with the rejection of the election appeals filed by Obi and the People's Democratic Party flag bearer, standard bearer, Atiku Abubakar. In the lead judgment delivered by the chairman of the 7-man panel, Justice Iyago Okoro, the Apex Court refused to consider the academic records of the president obtained from the Chicago State University, which Atiku sought to tender as fresh evidence to prove his allegation of certificate forgery against the former Lagos State governor. The other justices on the panel are Uwani Aji, Mohammed Garba, Ibrahim Swalawa, Adamu Juaro, Abubakar Tijani, and Emmanuel Agim agreed with the late judgment, which dismissed Atiku and Obi's appeal. Amidst the hue and cries in response to the verdict from both the leadership and supporters of the Labour Party, many Nigerians had expected Obi to speak up on the judgment. His deafening silence 24 hours after the judgment prompted speculations among social media users that the former Anambra governor must have gone into hiding or was still hurting from the loss. So, I can understand Peter Obi going into hiding because he has very little else to offer in terms of what is he going to say, that he rejects the Supreme Court judgment and then what? So there is very little that he can say. He can either double down on the usual now regurgitations that he has been regurgitating for endless of months, that we cannot continue like this. You can do all of that. How can you have a fact? You can do all of that. But then, of course, he has done that all the way through to the build-up to the Supreme Court. So he can double down on that pathway, but he cannot say that he rejects the Supreme Court judgment, because if he rejects it, then where does he go? So he's run out of steam. The whole thing has come to its natural crescendo. And really, Peter, there's really very little that you can say that will have any meaning. The most extreme he can go to is to roll out his supporters on the street so that they can get ensarsed. You know, that's the most he can do. But is his ambition that fervent? Is his ambition that dark that he will roll his supporters out on the streets to get ensarsed? So that's the thing. So what else can he say? There is no more scope for Peter Obi. So really, there's absolutely no point in him saying anything. He might well just make some, whatever it is, who is even going to pay attention? Whatever he has to say has no meaning. Because he will say a certificate forger, and then they went to Chicago, and then they did not admit the DVD, and then they went to a drug dealer, and it's done that for months on end. So it doesn't add any new dynamism to anything. So what else can he say that will be fresh and directional? That's the thing. That's the conflation. So he's waiting for Atiku to make his speech, and then off the back of Atiku's speech, he would then pick off that how to proceed. But Peter Obi is a busted flush. It's a done deal. It's exhausted all he has to offer. His deafening silence 24 hours after the judgment prompted speculations among social media users that the former Anambra governor must have gone into hiding or was still hurting from the loss. Obi cannot hurt from the loss because Obi had no expectations of a win. Not even he is that dumb. You cannot hurt from the law. You can only hurt from an expectation gone unfulfilled. That's the only space that anybody can hurt. You can only hurt from something that you were expecting, but did not go the way you had expected. So Peter Obi had no anticipation that anything that would go in his favor would ever happen, not because of the corruption or whatever it is that is claiming, but because he categorically lost and was roundly beaten in the elections. And rightly so, by the way. He came in 6 months into an election, put up a stellar performance, but then good effort. That's just really the reward of the totality of everything that he has done. So he has nothing else to offer. His deafening silence 24 hours after the judgment prompted speculations among social media users that the former Anambra governor must have gone into hiding or was still hurting from the loss. Efforts made by correspondents to reach Obi's media aide, Tai Emeka Obasi, after the Apex got efforts made by correspondents to reach Obi's media aide, Tai Emeka Obasi, after the Apex Court judgment was also unsuccessful. As of the time of filing this report, his line has been switched off. Meanwhile, the spokesman of the Obidati Presidential Campaign Council, Yanusa Tanko, debunked the speculation, adding that unknown to many people, the Labour Party candidates traveled out of the country long before the Supreme Court notice arrived. So there is no Twitter or capacity to broadcast in wherever he's traveled to. So that is it right there, the end of the Obi narrative. So that's it right there. I think that's pretty much all that space has to offer. So you can pack it and put it in storage for the next 4 years. And then in 3.5 years' time, the drumbeat of Nzobo starts again. So there it is right there. So we go on to this. Sowore lambast ex-minister Amechi, Justice Datijo, says they suddenly turned to storytellers, telling tales by moonlight after messing up in office. So this is Sowore. I think there's actually a clip, but I'll just give you the readout because I cannot find the clip immediately. Human rights advocate and presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC, in the 2023 election, Omoyele Sowore has lambasted former Transportation Minister Rotimi Amechi over his recent remark about bad governance in Nigeria. Mr. Amechi was speaking as a guest at the 2023 The Niche Annual Lecture held in Lagos State on Friday, criticized Nigerians for tolerating corrupt politicians and shying away from fighting bad governance, which has hindered the growth and progress of the country. Amechi condemned his fellow countrymen for being docile and tolerant of the malfeasance of politicians. Reacting to this, at the Joint Action Front symposium held at the University of Ibadan, Oyo State, on Saturday, Mr. Sowore questioned Amechi's sincerity, asking why he failed to realize there was bad governance in the country whilst he was enjoying the perks of office. Amechi was the transportation minister under President Muhammadu Buhari from 2015 to 2022. Before his appointment in 2015, Amechi was the governor of Rivers State and he was in office for 8 years. Amechi was previously the speaker of the Rivers State, so they essentially tell you his history. Just the rank hypocrisy of that guy is just ludicrous nonsense. So good news for the Americans, courtesy of Festus Keyamo. Good news for the Americans, courtesy of Festus Keyamo. Keyamo, direct flights to Houston coming soon. So Nigerian consulates to follow. So this is the narrative of expanding consular services in major cities in major countries around the world. Because here in the UK, for instance, if you live in Scotland, Wales, wherever, it doesn't matter. You have to come to London to do your documentations at whatever. I can't remember the name of the street now. So I think they're looking to address that now. Festus Keyamo, Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, says Nigeria and the United States are close to resuming direct flights from Houston. Tunde Moshood, Keyamo's special assistant, media and communications, disclosed this in a statement on Sunday. According to the statement, Keyamo said efforts are in top gear to attract foreign investment into the aviation industry. During my visit to Houston, I also took time to visit the fast developing aerospace of the city of Ellington, he said. I met Mr. XYZ. So it goes on to, okay, let me give you the fullness of it. I met Mr. Oturo Machuka, Director, Ellington Airport and Houston Spaceport, and his team, who did a detailed presentation to us and conducted us around the aerospace. We were well guided on the development of our own aerospace. I spoke with the mayor of Houston, Texas, and his team to advance talks regarding the resumption of direct flights from Houston to Nigeria. Another interesting diplomatic consideration the two envoys looked at is the opening of a Nigerian consulate in Houston. In 2016, the United Airlines stopped flying to Nigeria from Houston due to issues in the energy sector and on repatriated funds. In July 2023, the Ministry of Aviation said it will collaborate with the United States to commence direct flight operations from Houston, Texas. So that's certainly good news for the Americans. So you can come home now without having to travel a distance to board a plane. So without having to travel a distance to board a plane. But Gbadabe Amila chides critics, says president's team not driven by money politics. So this is the clapback against the allegations that he was selling posts. The chief of staff to President Bola Tinubu, Femi Gbadabe Amila, on Sunday, October the 23rd, chided critics, peddling rumors that he would be sacked by the commander-in-chief. He said the rumors were a figment of imagination of the peddlers, adding that President Tinubu's team is not driven by money politics. In his verified Twitter handle. So what actually strikes me is that he's very quick to respond to this. So I think the strategy of this particular administration is not to let any sort of rumor or what they consider to be fake news, is not to let it fester, to respond to it instantaneously at the highest level that they can project that response. In his verified Twitter handle, Gbadabe Amila said his focused chief of staff whose attention cannot be distracted by rumor mongers. The statement reads, the government's commitment to its objectives remains resolute, and it is clear that they intend to persevere through challenges and all distractions that may arise. There have been rumblings in political circles, with some labeling the chief of staff as an obstruction to progress and speculating about the potential removal. In a recent tweet, His Honorable Femi Gbadabe Amila reaffirmed the government's commitment to renewed hope agenda and its promise to deliver good governance to the Nigerian people. He emphasized that this agenda is not driven by personal gain or politics motivated by financial interest. The focus is unwavering, and no amount of propaganda will sway it. The chief of staff stated that the government has a critical, so it goes on to do all that, but essentially clapping back at that space. So essentially clapping back at that space. So there are speculations now that there's somewhat of internal strife within River State with Yemsen Wike and Fudara, whatever his name is, at Daggers Drawn. So let's touch base there to find out exactly what's going on. It says this is in the realms of speculation. This is yet unsubstantiated, but still it's an emerging space. There is an ongoing plot to impeach the serving governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Sir whatever Fubara. Already signatures are being collected from State House Assembly members clandestinely to meet the mandatory number required for the impeachment of a governor in Nigeria. Undisclosed sources said it is the handiwork of his predecessor who is desirous to whip the shape into his perpetual control. The said plot is thickening by the day as plans have been concluded to impeach the deputy speaker and incumbent leader of the House, Honorable Edosin. However, political pundits have dismissed the said speculation that it is the myopic thinking of the opposition intended to cause disaffection and derail the purpose-driven governance already been enjoyed by River State people under Wike's protege. So there it is right there. So we watch that space. I suspect that is a space that will evolve very, very quickly. But the Germans are coming, this time they're not dropping bombs. Germany eyes imports of Nigeria's natural gas Schulz visit. So this is, I hope this is not behind the paywall. It is behind the paywall. So there it is right there. That headline suffices then. So that tells you all you need to know. I'm certainly not playing for anything just to all right, let me bring you this one. This one actually still speaks to the same space. We are here to change weak economy narrative. This is Tinubu with the German Chancellor. President Bola Tinubu on Sunday assured that his administration is determined to change the narrative about a weak and crawling economy by bringing about transformation to governance. President Tinubu gave the assurance during bilateral political talks with the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, Olaf Scholz, and his entourage at the presidential villa Abuja. The president at the occasion called for improved cooperation in security, natural resources, education, and democracy, amongst others, with the government of Germany. The president, who said the affirmation of his election by the Supreme Court last week, Thursday, had removed distractions from his focus on moving the country forward, however, welcomed the German government for more cooperation in multiple areas. According to him, Nigeria is still crawling, but we are determined to change the narrative and bring about a transformative government in the country. In his response, the German Chancellor Scholz highlighted the need for further collaboration on infrastructure, particularly in electricity and energy. So it is quite important because, of course, a lot of that energy sector, the Germans have already had somewhat of an involvement with the Nigerian space. So they're looking out to expand, I think. He also thanked President Tinubu for his role in ECOWAS and called for collaboration in ensuring peace and stability in Africa and the world at large. So the Germans are coming. And the Germans are already here. So the Germans are coming. The Germans already here. Let me see. Let me see. all right. Let's leave it. I want. All right. So there are a couple of clips that I'm going to play you as well. So let me play you those clips, and then we play the Kegite music. Actually, let's play the Kegite music now. Bring the panelist on, play the clip, and then see how the conversation evolves. But first, of course, to the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé ṣọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
There it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Bishop joins us. Good to see you, Bishop. Dewale in the house, one of the favorite voices on the space. Father of the bride, Adan Lekoko, he's in the house. And Thomas are here to keep things 100. So Thomas here to keep things 100. So gentlemen, good to see you. Before we get into the conversation, let me play you this clip. So the 2023 elections over, but the protestations is still ongoing. So the IPOBian obedient space are not giving this up quite easily. And here are a bunch of IPOBians, I suspect, are having now this world protest. What this is what they promised, and that was what they promised, but this is what they delivered.
The Supreme Court of Nigeria has captured the Nigerian state. We want him to know that Nigeria's president, all the state officials are doing his bidding. He's got 5 years the State Department on account of his drug trafficking. He is an identity thief who has taken on the profile of a female. We want the world to know that the imposed Nigerian president is a fraudster, a drug baron, and an identity thief. And a certificate forger. He is currently using the profile of a female. He forged his certificate.
We reject the person of this man. He is a criminal. I have never been this influenced in my life. He doesn't speak for us. He doesn't represent us. Yeah. You can find out more about him. All you need to do is just go on Google.
So that was what they promised, and this is what they delivered. So that is the worldwide protest that they did promise. It was Uchenna and his girlfriend in front of the Nigerian embassy in London, and that is the totality of everything. Uchenna and his girlfriend in front of the Nigerian.
Uchena's girlfriend.
Yeah, there's more. There's Uchenna, his girlfriend, and his cousin now. So watch this.
Nigeria does not accept forgery. It is not standard practice for us. Although we see that international institutions are supporting him, we're here to make a stance that Tinubu is not our president. It is against our constitution to have a forger in office, but we have a problem that we need to resolve. Nigeria is a country of 200 million people that are suffering needlessly because we have a forger in office. The election was stolen, and we need to do something about that. We need to make the world aware that this is not right and it's not acceptable. It's not accepted by 200 million Nigerians, and we want the world to know. Tinubu is a forger and an identity thief. The whole world knows that. It is something that has been confirmed under oath in a deposition. So please, help us speak out. Tinubu is a forger. Tinubu is an illegitimate president. Tinubu is not our president. Tinubu is not our president.
Tinubu is not our president. Tinubu is not our president.
I especially enjoyed the guy that came in at the tail end there. So that sort of voice is this. Was it mimicking Peter Obi's voice? I wonder. So this
one man.
But then no one worries about that because they've all been paid. The Supreme Court has no shame. The Supreme Court is corrupt. Nigeria is now a narco state. Certificate forger.
So there it is. That was Amaka or whatever it is, or Chiamaka or whatever. You know, Nigeria is now a narco state. Nigeria is now a narco state. So there it is. That's
One man
now in the trajectory.
Is good evening, everyone. One man, please let me just a little to a few speak before you kick it up. Is this the world
That's the world protest.
One man,
this girlfriend and his cousin.
No, these people are just ridiculous human beings. Even look at that lady he's speaking now. He hasn't even stepped his foot in Nigeria in 30 years. That one speaking.
He couldn't point to Nigeria on a map. That last one. If you saw a map of the world, she can't point to where Nigeria is. It's not the narco state. What the way are we with these people?
Oh my God. One man, this is their last bet. And they are still waiting for I listened to some platform today. I just shook my head. They are waiting for the FBI to release the.
So they're still on that journey.
Yes, that is where they are now. And now what they are doing is now to speak to the youth to go out there and cause trouble.
So they want to emphasize the youth, Abi. They want to
yes, this is their new strategy now. They are failed. One man, these people are bloody failures. So their go-to is they are waiting for the FBI to release their Tinubu's details, and they want to instigate the youth by force. One man, go out there.
You know, they've tried that instigation twice. They tried it with when the NLC wanted to have a nationwide rally. They tried to infiltrate that to turn it into somewhat of a riot. They failed. And then during that bad thing, they also tried to infiltrate that, and they failed. That was where that clip came from. You know that clip by
yes, the one that smoking Igbo. Yeah,
I don't get it. I do not get it. I mean, is it that Nigerian you don't understand English, or there's a problem with the English and I don't get it. Because first and foremost, they say go home. I'm seeing the video, I'm like, because yesterday when we were all seeing him, like, what's going on?
They tried to infiltrate the Mohbad something, they failed also. So I mean, now
one man, even one of them is even protesting now. They said, drove your car to the Third Milan Bridge, off the car there, just cause chaos. That is Woman, this is what they are instigating now. And these people, woman, do you know what baffles me? These nonsense people talking, they don't live in Nigeria. All of them are in diaspora.
Thomas, do you know that some of the people arrested during that NSAS phase, do you know they're still in prison?
Really?
Yes. They're still, some of their cases came up even last week or 2 weeks ago. So when they tell these people to go and do that on Third Mainland Bridge, and they go and do it, and the police round them up and throw them in, and they're there for 3 years, they will still be online making noise. Forget it.
Anyway. Some people say don't protest your husband, don't satisfy them in the other room. They are just suggesting
your husband will go to Allen Avenue now. You always get satisfaction on Allen Avenue.
Woman, are these people living in another planet? It's just woman, I couldn't even listen. Sometimes I just switch my TV over. These people are just ridiculous. Woman, I hope Tinubu, God will help him to work, because if it doesn't work, this will be rejoicing. Some people are praying that they are praying for him to even to fail.
No, they
are
want
praying for him to fail.
Is that news to you that they want him to? Of course, they want him to fail.
Woman, Nigerians, we are the problem of ourselves. Woman, don't let me take our time. Let's
all right. I think that
you
wanted to chime in before Bishop kicks it off. But BT,
I just want to say that that is somebody's mother right there, just embarrassing herself. I mean, they have family members, friends, watching them. Imagine somebody saying, "Man, isn't that your mom? I saw your mom on tape online, making a fool out of herself in front of the Nigerian embassy." I mean, but on a more serious note, I think Ajuri needs to be replaced. The yellow purple guy. I think that his accent is too foreign. You need somebody that has that Nigerian accent, like that. This is the way that thick Nigerian accent that people can actually understand. I think when he speaks, he's like an American, talking about Nigerian issues. It's not really connecting with the people, because we don't want to repeat the same.
And it doesn't help that he looks foreign already as well.
Yellow. It's not connecting at all. So I mean, Buhari tried in infrastructure. When it comes to infrastructure, he did a good job, but we didn't even know many of these things until after he left office. So you don't want a repeat of that. And you need somebody to always counter the narrative, because I'm not even talking about people that regardless of what you say, will still lean towards the Ipobian space. I'm talking about people that are in the middle, that are the majority, that need that information. Because if you don't provide that information, they will just drift towards the propaganda. So you need effective information. What was the name of that guy during the elections moment that worked with Tinubu? I think he went to, is it mining sector now?
Oh, Dele Alake.
Yeah, they need to bring him back. I know he wants to do something in, please, they need you. They need Alake back in that. Ajuri needs to go. It's not cutting it. You cannot keep, because you cannot allow half of the problem of this when it comes to this propaganda. Half of the problem that you don't have an effective information.
The best person would have been
maybe
Bayo Onanuga, but it's too much of a Yoruba fundamentalist.
Right. That comment was a mistake that he made. The Lagos stuff. So you need those two to come back, and those two your dog back in the ring. FFK should be reactivated.
He came out today congratulating Tinubu.
Yeah, no, but make him very visible on the screen. You can even throw him on a ice so he can go back and forth with people. It's not about him looking good. Forget dignity. It's about somebody need to ruffle the feathers of people. Like, listen, we're here before you. So you need that to be there. You can't have all these fights, and because they are the ones. One man, be honest, they're the one controlling the narrative right now. That should not be.
You are right. Actually, Arise TV is setting the pace of the narrative.
So, and now because ordinarily I'm supposed to set the pace, you're supposed to react. But they are not the ones reacting to the propaganda. Like, you are the one in government. You should be the one setting the pace. You should be the one setting the narrative, not the other way around. So don't have Arise set the pace, then you are you become a regional government. We don't want that. So and congrats to Diwali. It cannot fly from Houston. Diwali, by the way, I told you that news a few weeks ago. So you know that they're going to put a consulate in your city. So you cannot fly.
I think there used to be flights from there before, and they just
no flight, but that was just flight. But now it's going to be flight and consulate together.
Yes, it's the consulate that really excites me. Yeah,
they need it in that Houston because that is over the whole state and that's close to 1 million people. One man. It's a huge Nigerian population.
Is that the hub of Nigerians? Is that where the bulk of Nigerians are in Houston?
It's Houston, Atlanta, Washington, but I think Houston is the main. That is like the London of the way Nigerians are in London in the UK. That's the way Houston is to Nigerians. That's Nigeria's second home here in America. So yeah, let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant, Babati. So brilliant. Before you kick it off, Bishop, and so it's Bishop Diwali, and then we move it around. Before you kick it off, Bishop, hopefully Ekene is watching because Ekene came here the other day and told us narratives of what was going on in Alaba Market, which we all sympathized with. But the insistence then by the Lagos State was that place was too dirty and they needed to clean it up. So that was why they shut it down. And these are the images then that led to the shutting down of Alaba Market. So this was why the Lagos State government shut Alaba Market down. So you can see that this is unacceptable, and the market has to take responsibility. They have to police the cleanliness of that space. So this was what led to the shutting it down, and this is what led to the reopening of it. So look at that. So this is the same space. But they found a way to clean it up after they shut down the market. So this is the narrative.
What my kudos to the government. And by the way, when you're shut down, your argument cannot be that, well, look at the other market. No, that's not the way the law works. You focus on yours. If you dare clean it up. So kudos to the state government. Wow. This is the same.
Babati,
hold on. If the state doesn't shut it down, given this is the situation, and if this was the situation, if they don't shut it down with this sort of goings on, then they're being derelict. They're derelict in their duties. Sorry, Thomas.
Woman, thank you for bringing this. May God really bless you and your family. When we deliberate on this, maybe you've left. It's still on my channel, my space that time. Somebody came here. I don't want to mention name. That person know his or her name. He or she said he doesn't care what happened in Alaba Market. With the situation of Nigeria, Lagos State doesn't have any right. He or she reiterated it several times that he doesn't care. Lagos State doesn't have any right to shut down Alaba Market.
No, is that person a Lagosian? The person you're talking
about? It's not a Lagosian. He's living in diaspora. Yeah.
You should go back to where it's from. If you cannot abide by that.
No, he or she said he doesn't care what's happened in Alaba. Even if it is dangerous to the health of Lagosian, he doesn't care. But what Nigeria is going through, they don't have any right to shut down Alaba. Thank you, Wama.
Yeah, this image on the screen here is dated October the 28th. So this was just a couple of days ago.
Hello, Wama.
Yeah.
If I can interrupt real quick, and then
you can't interrupt, but you can interject. Yeah, carry on.
Okay. Oh, sorry, interjection. It's the wrong way.
Do the terrorist himself? Always interject.
Babati, the man with the unique voice. One man. See, what you
hold on. Babati used to have a unique voice, but really, Prince Daddy now somewhat mirrors his voice. They have the same voice, Prince Daddy and Babati.
Prince Daddy is not original. Prince Daddy is Folocom.
Okay.
It's the remix. Go ahead,
Yeah, Prince Daddy is the remix of Babati's voice, so it's not the real one. Babati is full com. Prince Daddy is well, anyway, one man. This is an unfortunate situation. And I want to let you know, guys, that only if you've been there, you will understand the plight of the even the traders. If you have been in Lagos State, you will know that we have a serious case of disposing refuse dumps. Now, you cannot knock on Ekene because of this. Because Ekene, when Ekene was talking about them paying dues, they do pay dues. They pay sanitation dues to the government. Usually what happens is that after paying those dues, the truck or whatever, they will tell them where to drop those refuse dumps or those refuse. And the government refused to pick it up. Why are we according the rights or the duty of government to the people? Why are we transferring the responsibility of government to the people? The people, your responsibility as a business person in that space is to pay your sanitation taxes. There is no place in Lagos where you can go on where you on your own can provide your own refuse dump. No, it is usually the government that will tell you where to dump it. Even in my street in Lagos State, my former street though, that is how it was done. You put at the time they even told us to now start buying bags, but when you get those bags, you keep it in front of your house. 1 month, sometimes 1 week, 2 weeks. Those bags have not been taken away. Are you going to close down the street?
Joy. 1 month. Can I have a quick interjection?
Sorry, can I interject first?
All right. Did they have make the interjection brief, and then Bishop takes the floor after that? Yeah.
Okay, woman, thank you very much. I remember very well the day Kekene brought this thing. You know, I said something because I visit Alaba. I go there to buy electronics. Alaba is not a clean market, no matter how you want to say it. From your access route into that place to the exits, all the gates, they're all dirty, messed up. So what Joel is saying now, the government is doing their job, and I'm telling you, you cannot go to Ikeja, you can't go to other areas of Lagos and you see refuse dumped on the road the way it was dumped there.
These people, brother.
Sorry, please. Okay, I'm in Lagos now. And I tell you, even down from Lagos, from Ikeja axis, even Agege axis, go down to if you are going to Lekki, there's no place on the highway where you just see this kind of heaps of refuse. The trucks, Loma trucks will go every morning, people clean every morning. These are things they do. But you see, these markets, the guys are the people in the market are not doing their thorough job. They are not doing their cleaning. So whatever the narrative is, I said it that day that when Ekene said Alaba is the best cleanest market, I said that is to their standard comparing to other markets. But is it the standard of the government? What you've just seen there that they've cleared, if it is the responsibility of the government will have been the one to take care of it. But that is actually the responsibility of the market people. They just dump refuse indiscriminately when you go to those areas. I know what I'm saying. From when you go from Yanopaja and you are going to Yanoba, when you get to that place where the Hausas stay, you will see the kind of mess even down to the market itself. So let's not come and put it back on the government.
All right, Bishop, over to you.
Okay. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, fellow Nigerians. It's nice to be with you guys once again. Please click on the like button so that we can just pop up the Let me start by saying it's really very painful listening to
Bishop, please
Yes,
always
sir.
put the patriotic Nigeria. Always put patriotic Nigeria.
No, no.
Yeah, thank you.
That's my language. Of course, I always say fellow patriots or patriot. Yeah, I'm going to say that.
Don't get him angry, please. So,
So who is that?
Babati.
Babati. Okay. Oh, that's not Misha. By the way, I said, it's really painful listening to someone that lives in the diaspora, very exposed, very established, well learned or well read, that is defending the kind of thing you just showed in that short clips. I saw some video of it, and I know what Alaba looks like. And I know that it's extremely very dirty. There is no justification for people to be trading in such an environment. And now, as painful as that is, it is double jeopardy and doubly painful that we have somebody on this platform that is defending and justifying under whatever guise what we just saw. I mean, sometimes we can just cross borders and be objective, whatever it is. What these pictures, they are worse than eyesores. They are disgusting. It's appalling that human beings are trading in this environment, even if government is not coming there for any reason. Do anybody need to tell people here that it is not healthy? Now we now have someone defending it. I don't want to dissipate energy on that. I think it's just painful. It's just the pain that must we always take sides on everything? Can't we just, for once, be blind to sentiments and be objective through and through? That someone would defend and we try to justify that they did not do it because they are paying. What levy are they paying to government? So let's leave that for that. Maybe there are other better things. So once again, let me say good evening, gentlemen. So one man, I know there's quite some few things have happened in these past couple of days that have not been available. Basically, the most important one I was always deferring to was the judgment of the Supreme Court, and I thought that the judgment of the Supreme Court was going to pay, how do you put it, be a closure to the electoral whatever. Pretty much a lot of people said that, but I just see them capitulating and saying they reject. And this, they're stretching. We have taken this election to the extreme. And we are stretching it beyond reasonable imagination. And we are destroying the very fabric of the things that still bind us together. Because one thing is very certain, it has been completely ethnicized. And the hate and the bigotry is being driven further. And the implication is that, before the implication, it's a seed time. It's a seed time. There will be harvest time. There's this saying, you cannot sow wind and expect not to reap whirlwind. People that are sowing this now, they know themselves. A point in time will come that the table will turn. They will be at the receiving end. And let's just remember that this narrative will be repeated. Everything they have thrown, times 10 of it will be thrown. I said before this man ran for this position, because I sensed that the same thing that happened to Buhari, the kind of campaign of calumny and hatred and everything against his person, his ethnic group, his religion, his region, it got to a very, I don't know how to put it. It got to a point that I began to wonder, do we really deserve to be one country, one Nigeria? And I'm beginning to advocate that, look, let's have a referendum. If Southeast want to go, so be it. I keep saying that. I've said that. I even said it to one of my very close friends in church today. That, look, I think if it's getting to this level, because election had come, we have fought. It was Peter, fought. After the election, we've gone to the tribunal, that is the appeal court. We had a 5-0 judgment, unanimous. And after that, we went to the Supreme Court. It's a 7-0 unanimous. Can't you just take a step back? Just take the back seat and look at it very holistically once again and say, okay, even if it is just a split decision, the fact that decision has been reached, do we want to tear down the polity? Because that's what some people are driving at. Now, look, if we cannot have it, let's destroy it so that there will be no Nigeria. I mean, I don't go to spaces, and I stopped going to spaces before the election because of the kind of thing they were streaming. But I see when people post snippets of conversations that are going on Twitter space, they just post on there, just some short, very short clips, and I listen to them and I marvel. And how did we get here? I don't know. I don't think any people are ready to heal. And if we are not ready to heal, well, maybe we should just go the whole wrong. I said, well, I mean, if we want to pull it out, let's pull it out, so be it. But everybody that is sowing this, especially the very informed, the educated, the well-placed ones among the leaders, especially the Southeast.
Bishop, let me take you to the headline. Let me take you to the headline on the screen. Obi didn't go into hiding after Supreme Court laws. So this is Yanusa Tanko speaking to the space. A lot of people were struck. You know, the Supreme Court came in on Thursday. So we've Friday, Saturday, we've had Sunday. And a lot of people are struck because a bird cannot tweet on the trees in Nigeria without Obi tweeting about it. So a lot of people are struck that this moment in time, which is the most important moment in his life, the radio silence, a lot of people are struck by it. And a lot of people feel that he's on the run. He's not in the country, of course, Peter Obi, but wherever he is, he still has access to communication to speak to the space. So a lot of people struck by his silence and a lot of people speculating as to why that is. And my speculation is that he has run out of steam. He can only really say, drug dealer, forger. He said that, for 10 months solid. So that's built him up to that Supreme Court. So he cannot come out and continue to repeat what he's been regurgitating all the way through. And he cannot really say that he's rejecting the Supreme Court judgment either. So he's stumped, I feel, and he doesn't know quite what. He's waiting for Atiku to give him direction. But what are you making of Obi's silence over the Supreme Court judgment?
Well, it's a two-way thing. Number one, I don't think Obi has anything to say. The best thing would have been immediately after the Supreme Court verdict, I think he should have just come up and prepared two speeches before the speech, if it had gone the other way, to say, okay, we have fought a good battle and this, and then we have gotten result. So let's wait for the next thing, whether it's a rerun, whether it's whatever, but let's wait for the next phase, because they are not going to swear him in as the president. Definitely. And Atiku had not fulfilled the conditions to be sworn in as the president. So if on that basis, there would have been a different narrative, then he should have prepared another speech to accept the outcome that we have put up a very good fight. This is the end, because there is no further appeal. An appeal to his followers and the rest that it is time for everybody to roll up their sleeves and put hands together for governance to pull Nigeria out of the present situation we are in. So I think the fact that he's not responded means it was a kind of a shock, and now that shock is either he's afraid. I don't believe he's gone into hiding. I don't share that sentiment. I don't share. But I believe that maybe he's in a shock, and I say, okay, measure your statement. Now, the best time you should have made that statement was that day that the verdict was made. And one of those two. Now, since we have known the way, the direction, the pendulum swung, let's just say, okay, congratulations, Mr. President, blah, 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 and let's move on. That will have doused the whatever. I know he's still going to come out and make a statement, maybe after Atiku's world or global press conference tomorrow. But all these are unnecessary. The judgment had, in 2007, it was a 3-4 split verdict. At the appeal court, it was a split. At the Supreme Court, it was a split. I think it was 4-3. And heavens did not fall, even though we know it was a terribly flawed election, extremely very flawed election, which some of these people that are active now benefited from. They benefited from that in that election. They did not call heavens to come down. So for me, I don't believe that Peter Obi is hiding. I think he's in a shock, and that means he was living in a bubble. If he thought that the verdict could have gone the other way, and the fact that it was 12-0, that is 5 + 7 judges against
and the way they even reprimanded his team, legal team, some little things that they were just very shoddy.
Bishop, it's very difficult for anybody of a reasonable mind to suggest that the judges were bought or compromised. Because they read out the judgment, and there was, like you said, traditionally, you always get a split. Even if it's one dissenting judgment, you always get that. So from the appeal court all the way to the Supreme Court, everybody telling you that this is a nonsense, get out of here. It'd be disingenuous for them to still be going around saying, "Oh, yes, the judiciary is trial and all this nonsense that that they do."
If we remove, sorry for busting in again. If we remove emotion and sentiment, this election was far better than all of the elections we have had. That's a fact. I mean, I listened to GT Ogmiye this evening. I mean, earlier today, when he was GT Ogmiye, when he was on Twitter, what's this guy's name? Your guy in our rice. What's his name? Ruben. Yeah, Ruben. I mean, he was very sad. Look, the only straw they were hanging on was the straw of the IREV. What, for crying out loud, what is IREV? Ordinary a view importer that we know from the beginning. And then there was a glitch and a delay of about 2 or 3 hours. And they still uploaded those results that night because I was following them. I registered on that platform and I was seeing it. So they just look for something to grab on the fact of the election itself that just require a substantial compliance. They were not able to contradict any result, not even from one polling booth. Then they were not looking for technical issues. If it is not a Guinean passport today, it is 460,000 tomorrow. It is a CSU result. All those are just, they are just. So for me, honestly speaking, we need to move on. And if we don't move on at this stage, we are really dividing the polity of Nigeria. And I will tell you the implication. Tomorrow, if we happen to have a president from the Southwest, we make that position a hell. The same thing will be the North. And nobody can survive. You cannot survive on your own. There is no how. You need either the North or the West, at least to be able to push through averagely. Not when you have made so much enemy of the North, and you think that tomorrow will come, people will forget this thing you are doing to them. Hey, that we forgot that MKO Abiola's case was as a result of what they call this man, Daniel Kanu and Nzeribe. That we are not talking about it does not mean that it does not exist. We know the guy was paid money to start his 2 million man match nonsense, and they played actively to what truncated that that election. But we let bygone be bygone. And some people are now pointing at Obasanjo. What has Obasanjo ready to do with it? So for me, it is time for Nigeria to move on. But hey, Yoruba used to say something. Tibaba dojude amashi, but Yobashi kakuku for. If we get to a point in time, other regions will say, you know what? Let us come and go along with this your secession or something. Come and go. But let me tell you, with the way things are, you will not secede from Nigeria and tell me you will still hold a good chunk of Lagos the way you are going. Everybody will have to go back to their region. Tell Yorubas and Southwesterners that are in the Southeast to relocate. That you should go back, leave Kano, leave Abuja. So we need to sit down and reason these things out. Elections are over, and we should start preparing for the next election. PDP and Labour Party and the rest, they lost that election because they split their votes into 4 places. It is simple for any reasonable person to analyze and understand. But sentiment and emotion, and we just want to tear down the country. It's unfortunate. Hello, one man. Okay. Can I interject a little bit, please? Are you hearing me, please? Anyone hearing me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, you can hear me.
Okay. Carry on, Joe.
Okay. All right.
Hold on, Joe. Rational mind, your device, have your mic on. Your device is not connecting properly. Sorry, carry on, Joe.
Okay, thank you. The issue there is this. Who would P2B hide for? Who would P2B hide for? Who? You see, sometimes we come up with all these, it's just people trying to, stoke some propaganda here and there. Why would P2B hide? Someone that, in fact, in the street, he has more legality than the certificate forger in Aso Rock. Why would P2B hide? P2B was it was in the United States, or it's in the United States. Yesterday he was in Oxford. He's coming back to Nigeria, and no matter where he is, he's going to make a speech.
Okay.
Whether he makes that before, whether he makes that before Atiku or after Atiku, it does not matter, right? All we are expecting him to do, we don't expect him to congratulate him. We do not.
Okay,
Right?
you
So
have interjected
what
now. Let me take one by floor, please. No,
let me just round
interjection
up
is
now.
long enough.
Yeah, no, hold on,
Okay,
Bishop.
okay,
Let him
sorry.
land. Let him land. Yeah, go on now.
All right.
Land
So
it, yeah.
the issue there is this: just like Chris Wokobia said on Arise TV, there are areas where they can help the present government, especially in recovering of loot, which prevent them from going to borrowing, which I see as something positive from the Labour Party. But none of you is seeing that. You are more interested in Obi, whether what Obi says or not. But a member too of the Labour Party is telling you that we have over $300 billion stashed away, and they are telling you that they are going to help you find it. Is that not contribution to nation growth? Please leave Obi alone. Obi is going to make his speech when he ought to, and let's just die all this propaganda, please. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Bishop.
Okay, number one, I never said Obi is in hiding. So all you just said now is just, I don't understand what it means. I said I did not subscribe to that rumor. I did not. And people were here when I said that. I never said Obi was in hiding. I never. I don't believe that. And I just trashed it. That's number one. Number two, there is nowhere Obi is that he has to wait until he gets back to Nigeria to make a statement. We know why he's not making that statement. Because he's already held captive. A few days ago, people were saying on this platform, I was listening, that it is now the case of the tail wagging the dog. And that's exactly what is happening to Obi. He's too much of a coward because he's been held captive by the people, the mob that he has empowered. Because he's so scared. You now just said that he cannot congratulate because you feel that it's answerable to you. Even if it's answerable to you, are you bigger than Nigeria? If he congratulates Nigeria, what are you going to do? You're going to pass on him and disparage him and tear him to pieces the way you've done to other leaders? We should be mindful of what we say. That he cannot. So what if he goes ahead and say, congratulations, I accept and concede, because then you cannot take this fight further than this. What are we talking about? Who's looking for the help of somebody to recover 300 billion in Wokobia? That I've listened to him many times. He's as dumb as dodo. Whatever you want to say, I listened to him when he was making all threats about where they were going to cut on Abuja 25%. I can't imagine that people that are learned, very educated, well established, could be putting up that the silliest of the silly argument. So let's leave that. Whatever Obi does, he's not going to stop Nigeria. The only thing is that whatever we do today, there will be repercussions, there will be consequences someday in the future. Obi cannot hold Nigeria to ransom. I repeat that again. So whether he makes a statement, even the time to make the statement has passed. Obi made about 4 or 5 statements in the past 1 week about even when Lisa died. He will make statement when he will make statement. So it is this one because it's in the America that he cannot make statement, or the street and that he was making statement, or people that were. I don't believe that Obi is hiding. I think he's just too cowardly to accept that the battle is over. That Nigeria is bigger than the ambition of any individual, and that's exactly what is playing out. So don't feed me with that. When he comes back, he will make his statement, but he cannot apologize. Let him keep his congratulations. Let him keep his congratulations to himself. Who is begging for congratulations? So as far as I'm concerned, we are just destroying the fabric, the very fabric of what binds us together, and it's getting some people very angry. I'm getting really very angry. I have never been an ethnic person. No. I have said here severally, my house is still in the southeast as I speak with you.
All right, Bishop.
I have lived there in that part of the country for 25 good years, unbroken. So for me, it's a choice, and people have made their choices. Whatever choice people make, we'll go down the line. Sometime, somehow, it's going to play out, and we'll see what the consequences or the result will be.
All right, Bishop, just to manage the time, let me move you on to another topic.
Yes.
A very brief commentary on this, so I can move the conversation around quickly. People have been feeding back to me that they wait for too long, so I'm trying to address that. But let me move you onto this space. Sowore lambast ex-minister Amaechi, Justice Detajo, says they suddenly turned storytellers, telling tales by moonlight after messing up in office. So I'm sure you've seen the output from Justice Detajo, who retired recently from the Supreme Court, only to then tell us that the whole place stinks of corruption. And then, of course, you saw the output by Amaechi as well, that told us that outside of Obasanjo, all of the other presidents that Nigeria has ever had are ethnic jingoists, even though he served 2 terms under just the previous administration. So the rank hypocrisy of these commentaries is what Sowore is inviting thoughts on. So a brief commentary on that, Bishop.
I don't know if there's anything I want to add to what Sowore said, except to just give it a double mark. Everything he said is in order. I'm really disappointed and ashamed. I mean, Amaechi was a speaker of a state for 8 years. He was the chairman of the Conference of Speakers. He became the governor. He was the chairman, Governors Forum. So 8 years as speaker, 8 years as governor, and you practically spent almost 8 years as a minister. And all of a sudden, how ungrateful can some people be? How sickening and sick in the head. They used to accuse Amaechi. I know a few people that were close to him. I used to accuse him that he has conscom in the head. And I used to defend him. Yeah, I know people. In fact, one of them, my good friend, he's a very good doctor, said he was treating Amaechi. He has conscom in his head. And I was always defending Amaechi. No. But with what he's playing out now, I'm beginning to have a second thing that maybe truly he has conscom in the head. And for the what's his name? Justice Detajo, who spent over 40 years on the bench.
Bishop, sorry, what is conscoin?
Go and ask Google. Ask Google. I was saying on the screen church today, so as I was saying on the screen today, so I said Okpele. Somebody went and asked Google what is Okpele, and Okpele gave us a very good definition. So ask Google what is conscoin. So sorry, my woman is counting my seconds down. Let me go. So Detajo that spent over 40 years on the bench, and I was watching him yesterday, and I was kind of, are you kidding me? Yeah, even though we need reform, what did you do to push that for? Because I have been an advocate that we need reform in almost every sector or facet of our national life, whether it is in the education, in the judiciary, in the civil service, name it. Even our human beings, we need a reorientation, a total result. So what? In fact, I've not heard him. I wish he used more very how do I call it? Harsh, like acid, what was that word? That there's a word that they use for very harsh acid to describe the conduct of these two shameless, very privileged and favored people. They are not the best. Most times it's not always the best. That's always reason. But for you to have been on the bench for 40 something years, and you're not just coming out now on your beard, you're now ranting all this. He was the second most senior justice of the Supreme Court. Maybe he was praying that maybe the one would die so that he would show his out of bitterness. And the same thing goes to Amaechi. It's a shame. It's a shame that some Nigerians can be this inglorious. I don't know whether it is inglorious that is correct or unglorious. They are very ungrateful. Very, very ungrateful. I listened to it. It's a little bit of what I've been saying. I couldn't even swallow all the nonsense he was reading. He thinks that he's a good orator. He's not. Just a wimpy, little ungrateful, nonsensical behavior of a human being, wretch of a human being. So that's my view. So I support everything that Sowore says. I mean, even though it's not the best of my favorites at time, but on this matter, it's 100% correct.
Bishop, one man said you wanted to move on. I wanted to interject.
No, carry on. You can have the yeah.
I mean, it's it's just sometimes I think this hypocrisy stinks to high heaven. When some people try to criticize the judiciary and the people on the other side would say, why are we demarketing our country? And then just because a justice of the Supreme Court who retired spoke his mind, and he didn't speak what I would say the people on the other side, whom I would refer to as the Agbado people, because he's not singing their music. Suddenly is a wimp. Is all kinds of names that we hear people call him now, right? I mean, sometimes I just wonder how some of us do we even see this hypocrisy that some of us we just come on different platforms to champion sometimes. So what's your take on that?
Let me answer you. Number one, if there is one grandfather of hypocrites on this platform that is too glaring, that person, his name is Rational Mike. That's number one. So you calling me a hypocrite is very laughable and disgustingly laughable. So that's number one. Number two, I am not saying the judiciary. I'm saying addressing what an individual said. And if you sit back and listen to him, and you don't think that it is rubbish because he was part of that team, what did he do? There was a recommendation to the Civil Service Commission almost about 5-6 years ago. He was very powerful. This man we're talking is not just a random outsider. So I don't know where you're coming from. I don't know whether it is me you are calling a hypocrite or the man that was part of a thing, and you are saying that the rot was there and you saw the rot for 47 years and you could not lay, lift a finger, a voice against it.
Hold on. Was he ever a chief justice of?
You don't need to be a chief justice. He's the chairman.
What can he do?
He's the second in command. He's the number 2 man.
So
I'm now saying, look, hold on.
Who calls the shot?
You say what?
Who calls the shot?
What do you mean? Who calls the shot? They have a team. There's a committee. He's a member of the National Judicial Commission. He was a member of the Apex Court. The number 2.
Who makes the decision? Who makes the decision? Who makes the final decision?
It's not a one man. It's not a military regime.
You said it's a committee.
Yes.
Committee,
so in a committee,
he's not the only one in that committee.
You realize that? Look, if it's a honorable man,
you're making it sound like he's the only one that has to make the decision.
What are you? I never said he's the only one that has to make the decision.
That's what you're saying.
No. Maybe hearing me is a little bit difficult for you. No. Rational Mike, don't twist this. You are very known for that.
I'm not twisting.
I never listen to me. Let's have the conversation.
I'm not twisting anything. I'm only challenging your view. And please don't make it sound like maybe we're only having a conversation.
It's a conversation we're having now. I'm not fighting you. You don't see me put trouser.
Well,
all right.
I never called you an hypocrite.
No, you call me a hypocrite. No, stop it.
No. He said it was hypocritical.
No. Oh, one man, please now. Don't let us go down this rabbit hole again. Please. He did call me a hypocrite. You want to go back and listen to it? But that's fine. I'm not fighting. I'm not angry that you call me. No. I'm saying you are a bigger. I'm just saying he is a bigger hypocrite.
Hold on, Rational. Hold on, Bishop. Hold on. Bishop, bring it to a close, and then we move the conversation on to I was going to go to Dewale, but I think it dropped momentarily. So I'll go to Babati and then to Ajanle Koko after that. I'll bring it to a close.
My statement about the Chief Justice was not to the judiciary. Yeah, I believe, and I've always said we don't have a perfect system. Our system is still a work in progress. But for a man that was part of a team for 40 years and he grew to get to the Supreme Court and he was very powerful, he has headed several committees on the eve, not even eve, on the day of his going out, and that is where he now sees all the faults. And you did not make any attempt. The reason why, if he had submitted paper and made recommendations before, it's something that we will celebrate. And Amechi, the same thing. You were part of a team for 24 solid years. Amechi was in government since 1999 up till last year. There was no single year that Amechi was not in government. Are you saying I'm a hypocrite? If you are in a place and you are not making the impact, 1 second more, just 1 minute, just count down for me. In another 60 seconds, I'll be gone. Please. If you are in a place and you feel that there is so much rot and there is not, you are not making the necessary, the desirable change or impact you are supposed to make, there is something they call honorable. There is something that honorable men do. You quit. You quit. And people will not listen to you. Not when you have enjoyed all the luck, all the what you call the something of the office. You now get to the other side. When you now lost power, it's that you now remember that there is rot there. What were you looking at for 47 years? I yield.
All right, thank you, Bishop. So I'm going to go to Babati next, and then Ajale Koko. But before I go to Babati, there's something I want to address. So, Bishop, what I'm about to say now is nothing to do with the conversation you had with Rational Mind. So that's for you, Bishop. Nothing to do with your conversation with Rational Mind. But I was waiting for Rational Mind to come on board whenever he comes on next, so I'm able to address it. So about 2 sessions ago, it was brought to my attention that in the after shows, Rational Mind was having conversations. And he was rounded upon in a manner that is not the culture of the platform. It was rounded on, it was stifled, and inelegant language was used to address him. So firstly, I'm going to apologize on behalf of the platform to Rational Mind. So that's the first thing. And by the way, I have contacted the person that used the inelegant language. I've been trying to contact Thomas as well to have conversations with him around this, but I wasn't able to get hold of him in the course of the day before the session starts. So I have to say this. Rational Mind is one of the most refreshing voices on this platform. I have to say that. And Rational Mind has one of the largest followership on the platform. I have to say that too. And the reason why people especially like hearing from Rational Mind is because he speaks unabashedly from an individualistic sort of point of view. He has his own stance, he has his own prejudices, and he expresses them come what and all. So, and that is exactly the point. So, and for all of the time, and Rational Mind, you'll be surprised how long we've known each other. It's been a long time. Almost every day we spend together. For all of the time that I've known Rational Mind, I've never heard him express other than in elegant language. And even if he wants to elegantly have a put down, he does it with apologies. So I think the sort of grace and elegance that Rational Mind uses to approach the platform, it should be reciprocated towards him. Whether it's a Tinubu hater, that is his prerogative. He has absolutely, without any feather whatsoever, the right to distrust and disdain Tinubu. It is his fundamental right. And his greater right is to express that. But the greatest right out of all of that is to facilitate for him to have that free expression without feeling quartered or drawn. We'll let that go as a phase, and I'll have a chat with Thomas about how we go forward going on. But I was waiting for Rational, because Rational Mind is one of the most treasured voices on this platform. You know, it creates a certain sort of energy within this space that is unique and peculiar. Everybody has that energy, but he has especially that energy that he generates. And the space will be poorer for it if we don't see Rational Mind anymore. So apologies to you what happened, Rational Mind. I think we've had conversations offline, and I'll have conversation with you again. So Thomas, don't come in yet until we talk offline. But I wanted the platform to apologize to Rational Mind for the way he may have been treated. So,
but one man, hold on, please. You should have let us iron it offline. But since you brought it online now, why can't let's just address it and let it go? Because I have this side of my story. Yes, because I know you've been contacting me. I'm been very busy. You know I'm a busy person. So let's just iron it. What happened is Emeka called Rational Mind.
Can I interject? Well, Thomas. Do it offline with one man. Don't let us bring it up again. This session is meant for different topic. Let us go on as we are doing. So you can discuss that with one man offline, and let us settle it there and forget about it. So,
Baba, you know, I always respect you. No problem. Thank you.
No, that is the thing to do. I did say we take it because I've not had the conversation with you offline. So we kind of, but I've had conversations with Emeka and Rational Mind offline. So I have a conversation with you offline.
But one man, to be honest with you, that means you Yoruba sọ pé agbájọ ẹnìkan dá àgbà òṣìkà ni. You shouldn't have brought it on. One man, please.
Thomas, just hold on. I have watched it back severally. A few people have contacted me, so I've formed an independent thought because I went back to watch it. You know, there were certain languages used in the direction of a Rational Mind, which is not the sort of language you can disagree without being disagreeable.
But one man, at the long run, the person that called him that name, he apologized, isn't it?
Yes, he did apologize.
One man, please, let me speak, please. If you are cutting me
no,
off,
I don't want to elongate.
You don't want me to speak.
Please, okay, I don't let me speak. It, but say it in
I'm not elongating it. Yeah. Rational Mind could have waited. He uttered out that day. The guy apologized. He apologized. So if Rational Mind have this donation, if anything happens, he will just leave. He will not want to iron it. He left.
All right.
Emeka apologized that day.
Thank you. Can you hold on? Let's do as I said, and as Ajanle Koko also said, we'll have that conversation offline because I felt that the way Rational Mind was spoken to, it was unacceptable. But we'll move the conversation on because we don't want to hold that space for too long. Let's go on to BT. So BT, somebody sent in these two clips for the platform to react to. So I always make this mistake of not watching, and not a mistake, but I have the culture of not watching these videos before we play it online, just so we can react to it in real time together. So let me play it to you, BT, and then you have the first reaction to it. The first one is from Netanyahu, but it dates back. So his views expressed about a decade or longer ago, but I'm not sure what views they are. But let's watch this together, and then you kick it off with a reaction. The next one is Wole Soyinka, but let's watch this one first. BT.
Well, let me try to give an instance of what terrorism is not. In 1944, the British Royal Air Force sets out on a bombing mission. The target is the Gestapo headquarters in Copenhagen. Perfect target. The planes loose the bombs, drop the bombs, and they miss. Instead of the Gestapo headquarters, they hit a children's hospital, and scores of children are horribly killed. This is an accidental, tragic outcome of war. This can happen, but it is not terrorism.
All right, that was short and to the point. But what do you make of that? I'm not sure what to make of it, BT.
Me neither. I actually, do you mind? Sorry, guys, I apologize. Do you mind playing that one more time?
Yeah, I'll play it one more time. I'm not quite sure this, and I'm not quite sure why the person sent it in, but let's listen again.
Well, let me try to give an instance of what terrorism is not. In 1944, the British Royal Air Force sets out on a bombing mission. The target is the Gestapo headquarters in Copenhagen. Perfect target. The planes loose the bombs, drop the bombs, and they miss. Instead of the Gestapo headquarters, they hit a children's hospital, and scores of children are horribly killed. This is an accidental, tragic outcome of war. This can happen, but it is not terrorism.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I think it's justifying collateral damage.
Yeah, I think, just opposing to what happened with the bombs dropped on the hospital in Palestine. I think that's the maybe the level of hypocrisy or something that person was trying to contrast what happened with what he recently and what he said years back. But to the war itself, one has to be very careful, especially living in the West, the way you approach this sensitive topic. And you know that the Western media is of course, we lean towards the Israeli side, just because of the history and because of their own interest in that region. So, but like I told Prince Daddy in a different session, because usually when you bring up Israel and the land and the region, people always refer to the Bible as a reference. God gave them the land, and I always say, no, we don't all subscribe to your belief system. People were there on the land. Of course, back in the day, you will fight for something. If you win, it's yours. It was a little bit different ownership of land back in 200-300 years ago. So, but using religion as a reference point just to justify dominating other people is what I object to. I've always, I don't believe people should, claim that one sky god somewhere gave them a land that belonged to somebody else, and they have the right to keep people off. I know in their scriptures, there's actually justification for murdering people and taking what is theirs because their God told them to. So it's a very sensitive topic, and we might need a whole session to actually dive into that. So, but I just think that video was just meant to show the level of hypocrisy from the Israeli side. I think that's the whole point of the video.
All right, this one now is a throwback memory lane because I know the headline for it, but I've not listened to the content of it. This is Wole Soyinka speaking to that fraternity sort of space. But let's hear from the great man.
It was here in this alcove that it all started. The very first campus fraternity in Nigeria, perhaps in all of Africa. We called ourselves the Pirates, spelled deliberately with a Y. And we gathered as a kind of rebellious gesture against the colonial, formal, rather staid, stuffy atmosphere of the first university of Nigeria.
Back in the 1950s, it was simply a fun and debating society, our passion fueled with pre-independence idealism. After all, we were soon to be freed from the colonial yoke of Britain. We created an imaginary, non-conformist world, a piratical language, and chivalric code. Chivalry? Today's cultist would spit on the word.
Well, only Wole Soyinka will use the term like chivalric codes. I mean, but BT, it started like a refined gentleman's club. These are called even it's somewhat using the word called. It diminishes the purpose of it. But what do you make of that down memory lane little clip by the prof?
Oh man, is a fellow alumni. Is a fellow observer, so I have to be very careful. Years ago, there was this rumor that Soyinka maybe at some point have been a CIA plant in Nigeria. And the more I look at stories like this, I'm turning raising the eyebrows. I'm like, so there's more to this story. Because in other climates, like the West, for instance, when you have this kind of societies, if you look at the way you described it, you're supposed to get the very best of the best in the university, right? The bright minds, They actually, when they leave the university, they form this power block in the society. They engineer the society, like the way we have Skull and Bones in America. We have the powerful men that met in universities. They shape the way the society is supposed to be, or the way they believe that it's supposed to be. So your bright mind is supposed to be the one in charge. They might not be visible to the public, but behind the scenes they pull the string. So that was, I think, was supposed to be the intention, but it didn't turn out that way. So where did it go? Where did it all go wrong? If the way he meant it to be or he designed it to be was not what is now in today's world, that raises a lot of questions that he needs to answer. So I didn't want to bring this up because I know that came from that Bobian space, because I had to follow that story myself about him having links to the CIA. Soyinka has more down the sleeve that we need to explore. Yeah, there's more to that story. I think nobody just starts this kind of activity in the university. And you got to remember, this was in the height of the Soviet Union going against the West, the battle of civilizations between the East and the West at the time. And, you know, you can even link it to the Awolowo days and his socialism leanings and, you know, beliefs. And, you know, so it's just, I'm not comfortable with the way it describes it or it tries to glorify it. And he's not owned up to what he has become today. He has not really, you know, owned up to it. He can try to glamorize, you know, what it was meant for, but he also has to take responsibility for what it has become today. But you know, I'm not. It's not.
You know that speculation of him being a CIA agent or whatever it is. I find that somewhat like an urban myth sort of a thing, because you hear the same thing about Tinubu as well, that is an FBI agent, CIA agent, and all of this. That's not to say that there is no veracity to it, but there is no substance to indicate that is the case. You
Right.
hear
I'm not saying
Yeah.
I don't have any proof, but I'm just saying that I've been reading some things back in the 60s, 70s, the way he moved around, the access to some few things that he had in the West, and the kind of meetings he was having. So that raises an eyebrow. I'm not saying it's true, but that coincides with this time with this movement as well. There were a lot of things going on back in the days, and how the West was sponsoring a lot of people in the media, in print, to spread the belief of the West in Africa at the time, which kind of, you know, goes against the Nkrumah days, the Awolowo Wars beliefs, because they lean more to socialist beliefs, right? So so that's where I don't have any proof, but I'm just questioning things. But why has he not owned up to what it has become is what is baffling.
Well, that's not his responsibility, though.
I know. If you start something, you're responsible. That's your baby. That's what you created. Was it because you didn't manage it effectively, or you abandoned it? What went wrong? At least address that. If I say this thing I created, it was good, then it became something. At least address what happened, enlighten people, or orient people to what it's supposed to be, or how can you bring it back to what you created? You can't just stay behind and say, well, when I made it, it was wonderful, but now it's now bad. No, you have to also be part of the solution to fix it, to bring it back to where it was before. But don't stay aloof. I'm not, but once again, reading what I've read so far about him in the 60s and 70s, the way he was moving at that time, there's more to the story than just creating this so-called entities back in the day.
All right, let's go on to a traditional stomping ground. Obi did not go into hiding after Supreme Court loss. So a senior functionary of the Labour Party coming into the space to address this Twitter online rage that where is this guy's voice? So what is your anticipation? What's your speculation as to why we've not heard from him so far? And are you anticipating that we will hear from him soon? And when we do hear from him, how do you expect him to point and direct his commentaries?
Obi has to speak before Atiku does. You cannot continue to be boy to somebody that you clearly, in my own estimation, you've surpassed politically. Now, if you understand that and where you are right now in the landscape, because I remember months ago when Obi was running, right, when he declared to run, Kulakota asked me a question in your show, and it's like I ignored the question. I just didn't know how to answer the question. He asked me, he said, "Babati, will Obi be a footnote when this is all said and done?" And I thought about it. I'm like, I'm not sure. But now clearly you can see where he's right now, one man. So he has to own that. You lost elections. Come out, congratulate the president
it is your duty as a responsible citizen of the country to congratulate the president, address the issue. Even though you were not happy with the results, clearly, I mean, if you're an obedient or you believe in his own movement, you will not be pleased with what transpired in the Supreme Court. But as a patriotic Nigerian, that I hope to see in the next 4 years, by the way, because he's a formidable candidate and he has a formidable movement. We cannot continue to dismiss the obedient space. That's a formidable movement. Now, how they harness that energy is something else. But as a formidable candidate, as a statesman, it is your duty to congratulate the president, address national issues, be involved in national politics, and also hold Labour Party members in the House and Senate accountable. You have to put their foot, because they rode on your back. They rode on the obedient. They rode on Obi's back to get to where they are. So what I want him to do, and I'm hoping that he will do, is come on TV, a press conference that he will actually answer questions for hours, 3-4 hours. It's very detailed. I'm telling you, like, he sits down with the press, hold these people accountable, be a formidable opposition, because PDP is a waste of time, in my opinion. So that is the way I will, because the way he does this will set him up to be a formidable opposition for the next 4 years, because we need him. I don't agree with his politics, but Nigeria needs him to be a formidable opposition to Tinubu.
Yes, especially that now that PDP is dead.
Right. But for you to be a formidable opposition, you need that credibility from opposition as well, where they know that you're a statesman, that is not coming from a place of hate when you speak.
You know, do you think he's struggling with the language? Because he has to straddle a very fine line between sounding nationalistic and acknowledging that the boss stops at the Supreme Court, but still trying to hold on to the energy of his space. So within that one speech, he has to say two things. But does he have the language? Is there the acuity within that space to be able to put that together in the right way, so that he gives one to one and gives one to the other? Does he have that language?
Yeah, I've always said that's a very good point that you raised. But this is what I would say to you, one man. I've always said that the obedient space, that banner, it comprises of three set of people. Half of who would I think they're also Igbo people. So don't, because I always find it uncomfortable when people say, "Oh, somebody is Igbo and they support Obi, so therefore they are like it's because it's Igbo." No, some people actually support Obi, the Igbos, and it's not because it's from their region. They believe in what he's putting out there. So half of his support is anti-establishment. People that are fed up with the PDP, APC, that don't like the establishment. That is where I think the energy should stay, because you can grow that movement. The religious part and the ethnic one, those ones, if he does what I want him to do, if he comes out and if he speaks to national unity, it will lose those tribal support. It will lose the ethnic and some of these religious bigots and ethnic bigots. They will fall by the wayside. But I feel like there is this untapped middle that you can grow, that believe in Nigeria, that are also anti-establishment. So if he speaks to that national space, he can grow. He has 3 to 4. Remember, he only had about a year to put this together, one man. So if he can be a very objective opposition, and everything you should get towards national unity, and you control that space where you're not trying to, because what we don't say that you know how it's always, I think it's scared of alienating those core obedient space, the Aisha Buharis and all those those wing nuts. But I feel like the way he is right now, he has an opportunity to grow the middle. That is where I think the energy should go towards. So speak to that space, be a credible opposition. You're going to, if he does that, he's going to, of course, lose the IPOBN. Some of them will fall by the wayside. Some of your religious bigots will fall by the wayside. But I believe strongly that if he speaks to the reasonable middle, I think he has more in the tank for Nigeria. I think he does, one man. I think he does. But I'm hoping that he seizes that opportunity, and for the benefit of Nigeria, I'm hoping that he does that.
All right. Babati, often instances when you hear the Germans are coming, that's the cue for you to run for the hills. But the Germans are coming. This time they are bearing flowers. The German Chancellor is in Abuja in talks with Tinubu. So this is just a satellite, middle of the newspaper sort of a story in most instances. But in this instance, there's so much the sense that the Nigerian space is starting to pivot from that over-reliance on crude oil. And that gas resource, especially the space that the Germans are looking to. And within that conversation, they're also promising cheap electricity for Nigeria. So what are you then making of the sharp rebalancing of Nigeria that necessarily must take place and as a matter of necessity now taking place under the Tinubu space? What are you making of the German visit bearing gifts?
It's a good step in the right direction. I am pleased by this Sunday interest in Nigeria in all sectors, by the way. It's not only gas. You can see it in the movie industry. You can see it in all sectors. So what I think will happen now is that state governments now have to be very creative in attracting this interest. Because when it comes to Nigeria, of course, they've done their own research, but you also have to sell yourself to these companies or countries that your own state is better suited for what they want, for manufacturing or whatever you have. Of course, by default, Lagos and Kano, something by default are just they are with way ahead of they're going to have more than another state. But I feel like states have to be very creative.
Babati, please give me 1 second. One man, please check your Instagram. I sent something to you, please.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So to your question, it's very good for the country, and if they are promising electricity, right, power supply, I want to see details, and I need timelines for that, because I don't want to see down the road. No. What can you do for? Because we need this thing in like within 3 to 4 years to work, at least 6 to 7 years max. So if they can guarantee that, and how we will export this, will it be to the pipeline, right? Have they resolved that issue with Niger? Because that thing has to go to Niger Republic, right, to go to Germany, I believe. So they have to also talk about that too, and Niger has to be involved if it's going to run to their country. But for our own country, beyond attracting this interest from Germany, I also pay attention to the level of involvement of the governors, because I always watch when I watch the president when he travels, I want to see people around him. You always see my governor around him. Yeah, you will see some governors, from the north. I've seen that as well, because they understand the importance that you must be in the game. You can't say because it's an APC president that you will not move. You have to move where the wind blows. And Tinubu is the wind blowing now. Yet then you have to move with that wind. So when these investors are coming into the country, you must be tapped in for the sake of your own state. So this level of development will depend on how creative the governors are in attracting these investors into their own state. So let me leave it at that. But kudos to the government for moving in the right direction.
All right. Let me take you to this final space, Babati. Kiyamo, direct flights to Houston coming soon. Nigerian consulates to follow. So yes, the flights are okay for people who don't want to hop an internal flight to board an international one. So that's fine. But what really excites me is this consulate service. So especially in countries where Nigerians are heavily concentrated, you cannot have one consular service serving that country. In this country, in the UK, we have one consular service. If you are living in Northern Ireland, if you're living in Scotland or Wales or wherever it is, you have to make that journey to London. And it's not as though the time that you've been allotted, they will see you at that time. So often instances, you have to book a hotel room. So now this acknowledgement that Nigerians are plentiful in diaspora and the consular service must mutate to suit.
Yes, this is very good for people living in Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, Houston, even Tennessee. Tennessee is very close to ATL, so maybe not Jewel. But I'm talking about the consulate now, because there's over 1 million people in that region, and it's a lot of Nigerians, and there's more that the consulate does for its citizens beyond just getting passports. So that will cater for those people. So it's good news. And to the direct flight, because I remember my brief stay in Houston. I mean, most of the people that I knew back in, I mean, not most, but some of them that worked in healthcare back then, this guy, one man, can walk, can do 16 shift, whatever, walk, and they will go to Nigeria on Thursday and they will be back by Monday morning. It was just like they would just take their flight to Nigeria, boom, boom, they do whatever. So that will come back alive again. They can go have their fun in Nigeria, but that also opens up that space. I think that is huge. And this is also, let's not forget, this is also what's his name? No, the other guy, Ojo.
Ojo.
Yeah, you know, this is pretty much his, apart away from the flight thing, but the consulate stuff, that was his own idea as well. Because I know he talked about it, and he gave a timeline by February next year. So once again, this guy comes through again with his promise, and you know, if that happens in February again, then he will probably be the best minister in Nigeria for now. Because yes,
I don't think it's Ojo's ministry. That's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. What Ojo will be responsible for is the passport that will be processed at the consulate. Well, anyway, the general point I want to make with regard to that is that it's not just enough for this guy. What's his name? This Ogeli guy. What's his name? This aviation minister we just mentioned now. It's not just enough saying that. Let me not say just enough, but I just want to say we want to see details as to maybe they say it's still in the workings, like he said, or like one man made it sound. For me, it's that route. It could generate money for Nigeria. So the point is hold on. Let me just land this point.
It wasn't money issue. It wasn't about money.
No. I'm just speaking to hold on now, Babati. I'm just speaking from a different perspective here. That if you, like you say, we have about close to 1 million, or maybe probably 1 million Nigerians living in Texas, just the whole of Texas as a area. I mean, maybe Houston, maybe like 500 or 200, 300,000 Nigerians living there. But my point is this, is that if any of our local carrier could, or like this Nigerian Air that they say they want to make, like you said, some doctors or some Nigerian medical practitioners, they can be living in Nigeria and then maybe on, like you said, during the weekend, they just travel back to Nigeria and come back. Do you know how much that would generate for the Nigerian economy if they could allow Nigerian local airline to ply that route? Because if they allow like Delta to get it, or United, the money is coming back to America. So it's not just, you see this kind of people like Keyamo, all of them. Well, let me not say much because I just think it's still in the making. But
okay, so let me.
My suggestion to them would be.
Can I clarify with you? So let me clarify.
I know you will come. You come in. I know you have the floor. I just want to say this. You can also speak to it. What I would like to see is whereby our local airline, whether maybe Peace Air, Air Peace, or the so-called Nigerian airline that they're trying to make, will be plying that route, so that our local money will be staying within Nigeria. Not that what's his name, United Airline or Delta Airline will be making that money and bringing it back to the United States. You get what I mean? That's what's the point I'm trying to chip in there.
Okay, so let me clarify a few things. So in America, or most part of the world, all major airports, all hubs, once you call a hub, you have a staple like a airline attached to that airport that runs most of the flights. So in Houston is United. In Dallas is it American? ATL is Delta. So Delta cannot run those kind of flights. They can fly it, but their hub is ATL. The one in Houston, the main airline that runs most, that has their hub in Houston, is United. But for you to have partnership with United, let's say what is that guy's Airpeace? For Airpeace to have that kind of route in Houston where they will be making that money, they must also have a hub in Nigeria that they can say, okay, Lagos Ikeja Airport, it is hub of Airpeace. That is how you can make deal with like United now. So Nigeria has to find a way. You can't have the Airpeace there, that one over there. No. The Airpeace it has to have a hub in Nigeria where you say, okay, this airport.
What you're saying is different from what. Well, I understand what you're saying. That's how it runs here in America.
Yeah.
As you just said.
I'm telling
you. What
I'm
saying is, can we get a concession whereby we can have our own local airline in Nigeria flying that route too, so that we can make money for the country? They could, make taxes and all of that. Our local economy can be, rather than having all of them being that it is all United States American Airlines that will be flying that route only. Because if you do that, what's the point? The money is coming back here. You get what I'm trying to say?
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm trying to explain to you how these are made.
I get that point. I understand the hub thing.
A hub would not make a deal with the airline that doesn't have
No, we're not making. No, listen. That's what I think. That is why I think you're getting it wrong. I understand this hub thing, how it operates here in America, where, like you said, which is like in Atlanta, it is Delta. In Dallas, I think. I've been to Dallas. That's American Airline.
American, they own.
I think United is. I don't know where it is. Maybe
Houston.
Houston, okay, Houston, Texas, and I think maybe
that's
New
my
York.
point to you. So you must. They will only make.
What I'm saying, we're not making. Airlines, they also get concessions. Well, I don't. Let me say I know all the details, but what I'm trying to say is this: that the Nigerian FAA or the Ministry of Aviation will be talking to the U.S. counterpart here that we want concessions, so that will be also our airlines will be flying whatever thing that they need to meet up with standard. If they meet up to that, so let them fly into any airport in Houston or Texas. You get what I'm trying to say? So it's now left for whatever airline to work whatever logistics with maybe the local hub that has charge of the airport or whatever they will have to use from. But my point is this: is that it's invariably going to be between the Ministry of Aviation in Nigeria and their own department, whatever, maybe Department of Aviation here. I don't know how they call it here in America. I can't remember ever seeing something. So my point is that they will have to make that, get that concession from them, not with Delta Airline or not with United Airline. But if they want to use their logistics or maybe some of their things, some of their how do I call it, equipment within the airport. Some other airline does that here in America, like British BA comes here, they use maybe Delta, they have some kind of program with Delta. So, but what I'm just trying to say is that we only need that concession from the US counterpart of the Nigerian, their own aviation here, so that we can fly in. So whatever they have to do, let them do that with the local airport or with the hub there. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, Abati?
Yeah. Okay. So Houston they have two airports. IHA is the major one, George Bush Airport. The other one, their own major airline is Southwest. So if Nigeria wants to meet IHA that runs and say, okay, we want to have more Nigerian flight comes in, their hub partner, which is United Airlines, will also be at the table. And when they are at the table, they will deal with a country that has their own carrier or has a staple airline carrier. Is what I'm telling you. So they will still give you slots to come in and fly in, but to make the kind of money that you are talking about, you have to have an actual carrier. And Nigeria is not allowing its own companies to actually run things in the airports and say, okay, this is your own airport, you can run it for us. as the major carrier for Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt. Until you do that, you can still fly into Houston. Don't get me wrong; they will get you the slot. But to make the kind of money that you're talking about, you must actually have a carrier that has a hub in Nigeria for you to make that much money. But to clarify the consulate office, you said you want to see timeline, and I told you, Ojo said February. He's also involved, like you said, he's controlling the consulate. He said by the end of February next year, they're going to have a run. So I'm holding into that. So that I know the guy is very good with timelines. Let's see how well he does. And,
all right, that's brilliant. If he's able to hold to that timeline, and like you said, we've already seen antecedents from him, so we know that he sets targets and he meets them. But BT, a brief commentary on this. I'm not sure if this is your space or not, but this was the backdrop to some of my growing up space. I used to watch this guy avidly on Friends, Matthew Perry. He's dead. The one that used to be Chandler on our Friends. I'm not sure. And by the way, it's quite funny actually when you see these people age. Just how, if you remember him from that series, look at what he looks like now. But Matthew Perry dead, age 54. Was it a program you used to follow? And do you have any thoughts on that, BT?
That show was one of the things that you don't watch, but your sister watches, so you have to watch it.
Look at this guy, eh? Behind the couch, sort of sneaking.
Yeah, like if I'm by myself, I'm not gonna watch it. But if I have family around, women, that's the kind of stuff they watch. So, but it's unfortunate. I've heard that maybe drowned.
They said he died in its bath.
No, you know what that means in Hollywood, right? When they say that. So nobody just drowning their hot tub. That's it's the other way. But that is left to maybe we should just wait. But it's unfortunate that that happened. They are, at the end of the day, we see people as superheroes, as amazing actors on TV, but they are also human beings. They go through a lot. Depression, PTSD or whatnot. So 54 years old is too, it's quite unfortunate, one man. But of course, I'm praying for the family and wish the kids well. But it's a very sad, unfortunate. And this is coming from the backdrop of their strike that they had in Hollywood recently, where people are struggling to even eat, and so there's a lot going on in that space right now. So it's quite unfortunate, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, BT. So that just crossed it crossed my screen in the course of, and I just thought, but let me go from you, BT, to Ajanle Koko. And Ajanle Koko, somebody also sent in a clip that I'm inviting your reaction to. So this Law and Order Nigeria style law. Let me just put it on the screen. Oh, hold on. This is Law and Order Nigeria style, but hold on. It's not letting me scroll it back, but it will show you sufficient enough for you to understand what's going on there. So this, can you see that? That's a task force clearing illegal trading. But traditionally, when they do these things, they just kick over there something and throw it in the gutters. But carefully, they are placing the tubers of yams in their van. So what are you then making of this law enforcement, stomach infrastructure style Nigeria?
Yes, greetings. Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Woman, this is not good. Where I say it's not good is that you can see the way they are carefully carrying those things into their van or into their truck, and it looked like it can be interpreted, that action can be interpreted in so many ways. Some people can say, well, maybe they are trying to, they know it's a perishable item, they don't want to destroy it. They are carefully taken into the van
Sorry, sir. I'm missing. What's the story here? I missed the earlier. What's going on in the video? I don't know.
I think it's illegal
no,
selling
you
of
can
things.
see.
Oh, I thought that's government. Okay.
Our town council here.
Yes, but traditionally,
these are kind now.
Traditionally, they will pour their goods into the gutter and flog them away. But issue now, so
But way back in the days, this is our town council Domanshele, but in Tinubu Lagos now, it is Kai.
It's not Tinubu
Lagos. Hold on now. This is kick against
Kai.
discipline that
but
Tinubu started when he was there.
Where's the food going though? You
go ask them now.
No. She want document. No, I'm being serious now because livelihood are going on. So if you
document was what you were about to ask, and that's the question. Don't document.
But one man, this clip is hold because remember we did. There was a time Sanwo-Olu was talking to some market women. Remember that clip that you played here?
Yeah, that they shouldn't block the rail track. Yeah.
So that very week, I think that was the same week that this one too happened with this. So I'm so surprised that they're bringing it up now. It's a whole video clip. That same time. That was when. But I was even thinking maybe it's one of those because if you remember, Arise showed this clip. I think the next day they showed this the one that Sanwo-Olu was talking to those women on the rail track, but then. If you remember, they criticized this whole thing, just the way some of us are criticizing here. Did they take the inventory of what they are taking from those people? And they were saying that, no, the state governor should weigh into this. It should not so the next day, that was when we saw, when it was doing that public publicity stunt that we saw with
because that's a whole investment right there.
One man.
Bankrupt lórí kìíní yẹn gbèsè àwọn tó tẹ̀ ń fi gbèsè data ṣùgbọ́n
not even this economy, the current economy that people are just so.
One man. Can I say something, please?
Yeah, come in today.
Okay, those Kai guys, if you look at it, they have like 2 or 3 vehicles there. One is to take the people. The other is to take their whatever, and there's a mobile court. That's what they do now in Lagos. There are some areas if you just go and cross the road without using the flyover, if these Kai guys catch you, immediately you're going to the mobile court. There's a boss, there's a judge, there's a judge. That's what you're having in Lagos now, and they will find you there and right there. And if you cannot pay that fine, you're going straight to the cell, to be locked up. So that's what we have in Lagos now. There's a mobile court.
Is it not good for them?
But that's not a bad thing, no?
That is very good. Yeah.
There's a mobile court going with those guys. Once it is Kai, mobile courts and task force, they have mobile courts moving with them. And the funny thing about this thing is that these people would have warned them. The day they came to Agege to raid that railway, one man, if train is coming, that's when those people will start packing their things. They will just move it, let me say, centimeters away from the rail track. They don't even care for their life that something can happen on that rail track.
But they are back there now. They are back
so
there.
Yes, they are now those task force guys are frequent around that place. I don't know what.
No, the Jakande train one, the red light, and they're still there. Somebody did a video recently, like a week ago. They're still on that road.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe if they pack all of them, maybe it will make sense. I don't understand. Why would you stay on the rail track and it's because you are selling? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
All right, back to Ajahn Lekoko. So Ajahn Lekoko, round up that space, then I'll take you to Peter Obi and his radio silence.
Well, looking at this video, just like Jide explained now, they have 2 trucks. So one is to put in all the yam and all the rest, and the other truck is to take those people away and take them to mobile court for fine. the question I want to ask now, so at the end of the day, if they pay fine, how would they be able to recover their items? How would they be, how they be able to identify, since they're going to mix everything up, how would they be able to identify, oh, this is my own and that is your own and this? You see, I think what we are seeing is a system failure. If we have functioning local government, this is the job of local government, council, to prevent people selling on the street, selling by the road track and stuff like that. It shouldn't be the job of the state. The state should not involve in none of this, but because of the way the state is governed, they render the local government useless, they render them non-functioning, and that is why you see the state having mobile court everywhere and, acting as if they are really doing something. So I think that I don't like what it's doing. What they are doing rather. People are struggling in that country to make ends meet. While I don't approve that people should be selling their goods in unauthorized spaces, I think the government should allow local government to function effectively. Local government can hire officers that can prevent them from, selling in unauthorized spaces. So what I'm trying to say here is that they should just let the local government function. If the local government function, the local government can, do what they ought to do and not allow illegal selling of goods by the roadside and stuff like that. So these poor people, some of them will be taken to jail because they won't have that money to pay for that fine. Imagine selling.
Say local governments because they have to have enforcement.
No, what I'm saying is that it is not the restaurant. The state should let the local government function, and local government should be able in each local government not have this kind of activities, illegal activities, to happen in their local government.
The car is state run. It's a state.
No. Hold on. I'm asking. We see content they would not be under the government to enforce those laws on behalf of the government as opposed to the way it is right now. Because if he wants it to be under the council, they have to have the manpower to enforce those laws. To go out there. Yeah. So.
Yes, that is what I'm suggesting. So, and the local government can do it better than them because they will have enough personnel on the ground in some of these strategic places that they don't want. The local government know their areas better than the state. They can function better than the state. You understand? So, and they can prevent this. These poor people are struggling to make ends meet. They want to, yes. So
sorry to interject. Yeah, I think if we are to apportion the blame, it's not a state government problem. The local government have they are functioning and they are giving all the free room to function, at least that I know of in Lagos. But you see, the problem is this: even the local government guys that are stationed at these different locations are the ones that will collect money from these people to give them space to sell their things most of the time. And when the law enforcement guys are coming, it's the same local government guys that will come and tip them off that these guys are coming, tax force is coming, and they start moving. Okay, I think the solution to the problem would be creating mini shops, being creative with mini shops, creating them, and that will be affordable for people to take, or even if one person can take it, 2 or 3 can put their money together and take the shop, so that at least these guys will be taken off the street. But I don't know the number of shops they want to build in Lagos, because people are coming in every day and these people don't have jobs, and what they do is either sell sweets in the traffic, do Okada, or say this kind of things at every corner of the state. So it's a big issue. It's a big issue, seriously.
Well, I think, the state can find local government. If the state observe that some local government allow this kind of rascality, the state can point it out to them. We don't want this. We are looking at this making this state look very bad. This is what we are expecting from each local government. This is illegal. If you allow it, we're going to find, state should not go after the people. State to let the local government do their job. They should find the local government heavily. If local government is fine in each spot that the state recognize that these illegal activities and nonsense is going on, they should find them. If they can find them, like 10 million each. Let's say we have like 10 different areas within the local government area, where this rascality happens. That's going to be like 100 million. If they are charged of the severe them their financial allocation for a month, I'm telling you that chairman and his team will stand up and work hard and make sure that yes, that does not happen in there. The state should be able to give them that free hand to do their job, commit them to their responsibility, and hold them accountable. That is the way it should work. But when you have the state already even strangulated the local government of fund, and then the local government, want to survive on their own means, their officials want to survive, and we know that corruption is all over the place. So that we allow all this kind of thing to happen. But if the state stand up firmly and said, okay, this is what we have observed, we don't want it, it's a zero tolerance for all this kind of nonsense and, dirty habits in this state, and you'll be fine. Like if you say Oshodi now in, you find 10 million in one spot, in one area that they see that, yeah, this thing is happening. Local government will stand up. So I think this is not fair to these people as far as I'm concerned, because some of them will be taken to jail because they won't have money to pay this fine. I don't know. We don't know how much they are being fined, but I wouldn't want to hear that somebody go to jail because it's trying to
are you trying to justify these people selling in a legal point? You never blame people on everything you said now.
It's not
you never blame the people.
Thomas, it's not justifying it. He's saying the human aspect. You must also look at the humanity and the reality of what's going on the ground. Also, on the way, but there's also the human angle as well. You must look at. So, suffering, they are desperate. Oh, they are for trouble now. So
I don't know. The local government did not build.
Let me help you out with something.
Yeah.
You see, here we have street trading too. We have what they call farmers markets. There are certain areas here they designate it on the streets on the Saturday.
What a flea market? It's well organized.
So it's well organized. It's
well organized.
You see, when you have very clueless people leading.
But all those free market, they're on designated days now. It's not every day.
I agree that. I agree. It's all about
Yes.
woman.
Yeah, but these people are daily traders. These people
No,
don't.
if we organize it well.
It's all about organization, yeah.
Yeah, it's all about yes. If we organize it well, we say, okay, it's going to be we're going to have flea market on Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. These people will know that okay, 3 days in a week, I can take my stuff and pay for a little. It's going to be a book.
But these are daily bread people now. They are daily.
No. Look, let me tell you.
It can be done.
One time.
It can be done.
It can be done if it is organized. It's all about organization.
Baba Janle Koko.
Yes.
You see, we can say it can be done. It can be done. I don't know how Lagos wants to cope with this population explosion that is happening there. On a daily basis, people coming in from Niger, from everywhere around Nigeria, into that country, into that state, and once they get there, they have nothing else to do. It's either they beg, they do Okada, Marwa, sell around the street.
Let me tell you.
No. What I'm trying to say is, I don't know if the kind of organization you see when you have, you know the figures. When you know the figures, then you can plan. I tell you, it's exponential every day. So the government is battling with all these things. You need to come and see what is happening in these areas. Even you'll be shocked.
Nigerian thing is this. Once to them, it's a Nigerian thing. Once you see an open space, to them, that is market to them. If it's an open space in public,
even if it's the real track, they don't care.
Once it's open space like this, to them it's market. So I get what he's saying. Now, even if you train these guys to okay, don't do this today. Next thing you know, somebody's coming from their village tomorrow again from Sokoto or whatever. That still has that kind of mindset.
Even on flyover bridges, you see small people selling on flyover bridges. Just bridge that are meant for people to cross. That's Lagos is battling with a lot. I'm telling you.
It's doable, possible now, but it's hard though. But it's possible. You can actually do what Papa Yediko is talking about, and social media is talking about. You give them those canopies, those small things. It has to be from the state government. This is what it's going to look like. This is your space. You pay this fine. It's like every day. You stay here. You must have a number. Yes, it's possible. You can actually do it.
Now, if you say it's possible, now the problem will now be where is the space? Because this space we are talking about now, they are illegal spaces. They don't want them there. That's why they are pursuing them. So how is the government going to create that space? I know what I'm talking about.
You just said that local government officials are taking money from these people and allow them to do it. So if you don't want to allow them to do it, it will not be done.
No, Baba Janle Koko. What I'm trying to say is when you talk about the local government officials, you know our country now. Most of them are not different from these Agbero guys now. They only wear the local government uniform, but they are normal Agbero guys now.
Look, if you have people that are really committed to their job and responsibility as local government administrator or chairman and official, they will do the job. They will get the job done. But we have people in position of authority that are not interested in doing their job well. So, look, in this America, in my state, we have a neighboring city that does not allow beggars. They don't want you carrying placard or staying by the roadside. The police will come and tell you can't do it. Because that is what they are committed to in that city. They don't want nonsense. They don't want people hanging around the corner and said they passed a law in that city against begging on the street or parking placard and loitering everywhere or staying by the roadside or at the corner of one side, do this. No, police will come. In fact, the people will call police that, oh, look, at this East 93rd by 76, somebody carrying placard and showing that he's begging for money. Police will come there and tell that guy, you cannot do it in this city. Get out.
But
you understand what I'm saying? So
I also want to say, because this thing also comes to, it becomes automatic trading, traffic, because they come from them. They will be in that open space, but when they see traffic, they will now move into the traffic with pure. So how do you stop those ones too? Because it's almost like they know all more than now. So you just stay in an illegal spot. Once there is traffic, you move in with your goods and you start selling.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you?
So, but like Ratchanama was saying, look, we have flea market, we have farmers market. You look, the farmers market, farmers come from different places to come there on a designated day that to come and sell their produce.
Weekend.
Sometimes maybe Wednesday. So they will come, people will come and buy, and then they will go back. So look, petty trading and all these things, we should be able to organize them in such a way that we won't allow this kind of every corner trading that we are seeing in Lagos. No.
And government will make money.
You
will pass them and you will give
Baba Janle Koko. Baba Janle Koko.
And you don't say it cannot be done. But look, when you are
Baba
saying
Janle Koko, ẹni sùúrù ẹ wò, ṣé ẹni tó gbé trace iwájú tó kórógbó tó lé ní mẹ́rin àti tọ̀mtọ̀m ẹ fẹ́ sọ pé kó máa wá sọ́jà after 3 days.
Look, let me tell you.
Look, Baba Janle Koko.
Look, law is law. If we say we don't want it, you don't care whether you are tying Ologbo or you are tying Tom. Well, you can do it in front of your house. If you cannot do it, if you don't have the space in front of, then forget about it. Then you're not ready to run business because this is the law. We don't want the city looking, with how do I say this illegal trading around? At every corner in the street. We don't want it.
Yes, Baba
so it can be done. We cannot allow this kind of thing to continue happening. But what they are doing, they are trying to stop it. They are trying to prevent it. But what I don't like is the court system around it, where these people will be put through to court and they'll be fined heavily. We don't know how much. It might be around 50,000 or 10,000 or 20,000. Where would they get the money to pay?
Baba Janle Koko.
So why
it is
should they be
50,000. Once car cash you, it is 50,000 naira.
Okay, where will these people get the money to pay now?
Most of them, their family will contribute the money. And you are the one saying they do not even come out at all. The law, we should. If there is law and they don't enforce it, the problem is these people do not all listen. You will see them the next day at that same spot.
Okay, why it did not just happen today? It's been, what has been happening for years, and why have we had it for a long time? It's a system failure. It's a government that failed, that did not do their job, that allows it to be in place for a long period of time, or years rather. Let us blame the government on their own side. Government should be able to work well, particularly in the local government, if they are really functioning. They know people selling at the corner of the street or around the corner or by one side of the street illegally should not be allowed to sell there. They should not be allowed to sell there. But they allow it. They are extorting money from those people. They are making money out of it illegally. And that is why they have expanded for several years. So we have to blame the system. We have to blame the system, not these people. If the system have not allowed it, it won't happen.
All right, Ajale Koko, let me move you on from there. Either to move you to this part, this Obi storyline, or to invite you to any storyline that caught your attention today. Yes. Over to you.
Well, let me say this will be this thing. I mean, who is saying this is Tanko. Is Obi didn't go into hiding after Supreme Court. So where has he been?
Yeah, it's not in the country. That much is said. But him not being in the country is not sufficient enough for him not to have a public output. Even to say that the Supreme Court verdict has come in, whole situation, I shall address you. Even a placeholder comment, he didn't even make that.
Woman, let me tell you, when we say here that Obi does not believe in what he's pursuing, Obi told us that it's not fighting to challenge the election victory of Tinubu, but rather the process. We have said it here that these people are deceitful. Why are you pursuing a case as huge, as important as this, has been portrayed by him and his party, as important as this case, and you have to travel out when Supreme Court, as the final court, that will tell you whether you are going to be the president or not on the day of the judgment of your own matter, election matter. This is your own election matter, not any other person. And you are not in the country. So does that tell you that he really believe in what he's pursuing? Or if this judgment had been in the other way around, that the court declared him as the winner, wouldn't he run back to the country immediately?
Ajanle Koko, why do we have to make issue out of everything? Was it not you same Hugh here and some other people here the last time when one man brought there are two things I see here. The last time we talked about when he made a comment when he was chastising the legal system, judicial system in Nigeria, the justice system in Nigeria. And one man and other people here were, I think you yourself, let me not say I know exactly, but I think you yourself, you said this, that it's like he knew that was going to lose at the court. That aside, maybe that's true or not.
I'm still maintaining it.
Hold on. Okay, fine.
He knew that this judgment will not go his way.
Hold on. Just hold on.
He knew he's deceiving the people.
Hold on.
He's deceiving the people.
Right, but he knew, right? And so
yes.
Hold on. Let's assume
he's deceiving you. He's deceiving you, rational mind, and others.
No, hold on now. I'm only going by what you said. One man said, and so some people gave made submission to when we talked about that when he made that comment on when he was chastising the legal system. Now let's assume that what you keep guys said is what happened actually, that he knew was going to lose. That was why he made those comments and he jets out. Abi? Now, that aside, now 2 or 3 days before the final judgment was made, they had a sitting and they said they were going to deliver a message on the 31st. Or was it not 31st of October, which is going to be maybe this Monday or maybe Tuesday. And then suddenly they brought it forward and you already had plans of moving, going outside Nigeria, and then you're talking. You see, sometimes we just speculate. We don't even look at things context and look at things from. Let me use our Nigerian kind of English, holistically. We don't look at things holistically. To look at it from every angle, just to know. You are saying if you people, the same you people here, agreed that he knew was going to lose. That was why he was sounding like a loser when he said, "Oh, Nigerians, they are all caught. They are caught like kind of people."
Rational mind.
Can I put in a word?
Chastising him for this.
Rational mind.
People want.
Rational mind. What is most important to Peter Obi?
I don't entertain that.
Now,
this is why I want to entertain this.
Hold on. Let me land, please.
I think you landed.
Can you tell me what is Peter Obi going to do outside Nigeria that is important than this court case? Let me finish now. Rational mind, please. Can you tell me what is important than this case? Just imagine. Peter Obi is not going for medical attention. He's not sick.
Thomas. Sorry, if I may come in. I don't think. Sorry, just.
John Isru, you can down question now, so I won't forget his question. John Isru. Now you ask a question. I don't know how you are looking at it, the way you are looking at it, Thomas. But my point is this: I've just given you two reasons here. You people said he knew he was going to lose. He was sounding like somebody who has been defeated already. From that comment he made when he was chastising the Nigerian judicial system because he called them court, and one man, everybody here was just going on that tirade like, oh, it's like he knew he was going to lose. He sounded like a loser. Why? What's the point? If he knew he was going to lose, so he jets out. That is, I assume that what you people say is true. Now this is the same you people coming here and chastising him and beating him for leaving the country because he knew he was going to lose. Now that's on one side. Second side is on the other flip side of the coin is that they said 31st, or what was that? 31st of October was when they said we're going to give the initial judgment.
Can you pause there?
No, you now brought it forward, and he already has other events slated. Mind you, he went for an event, and now suddenly that they brought it forward, and he already had his. He had his. Maybe he planned to be in the country on the 31st, and already he has events slated for him to attend, and he said, "Okay, let me go before the event." Let me go for the event before the judgment. And then you people are here without even having all the context to everything, and you already make dicing and slicing this guy. Come on. You people said this guy won, right? We'll move on. What are you people chastising this guy for? Isn't it by force that they must congratulate him? Let him move on. Just move on. Let your Tinubu go on and do whatever he has. I mean, the validation he's looking for. He has gotten the validation. Finality, has he not? So what is the point you people continue beating on this guy? Leave him alone. He's not the president. You get it.
Rational mind. Two things very quickly. Number one, I don't think Thomas' question is valid. I mean, Peter Obi can be wherever he wants to be. You questioning why did he have to go out? I mean, that's a little bit unfair. I mean, he can be wherever. He must still be at the judge. I mean, at the courts. Even if they are delivering the judgment and he decides to sit in his house and watch it on television, it is his right to be wherever. So I don't think that question is valid. That's number one. Number two, rational mind, you have quoted now that they put the judgment on the 31st and they brought it back. That is a lie. You are deliberately misinforming people. Where did you get that your information from? It was spread on the social media by some people. They spread so many things and you just pick it and you are spreading it. Bring out where Supreme Court brought out a memo that the date will be slated. On Monday when they sat, they said they reserved judgment. And they brought out a memo. Yeah, people were speculating on the 5th, on the 6th, on the this, on the that. But you are referencing it now as if it is valid. It is not. I challenge you to bring out where Supreme Court brought out a memo that it was going to be on the 31st and then now brought it back suddenly.
Okay.
So let's spread that. Yes,
let me address you back. Real quick, I beg your indulgence, please. Real quick. You said it was spread in the media, maybe the fake media, or maybe we should refer to one man and other media in Nigeria as fake news carriers, right? You and I were here in America. I wasn't there at the Supreme Court, was I? We only speak to what we see out there. No. Yes. Hold on.
I know we are having a conversation. If you take every conversation you see on social media
I know we are speaking now. You two, you.
Okay,
I mean, I was
can I
speaking.
speak? You interjecting me. Let me speak to what you said, because you said I'm a carrier of a fake news. So you and I were here in America. I wasn't there in the Supreme Court. I'm only following what I saw on the media. Yes, they said they were going to reserve the reserve judgments. Suddenly we started hearing people throwing out 31st. And I go by the 31st. And I know you're making it sound like I'm the one that made it up.
No. If you let me respond.
So if they say there is, hold on, if they say they reserve judgment and he has event that is slated and he doesn't know when, they've not said when exactly, and already he has left or he has something slated.
I am not going in that direction. No, don't misquote me. He has his right. Even if they tell is still the 31st and decide to be elsewhere, it is his choice. He must not be in the court. I'm not questioning that one. I'm not following that. That's why I said I don't subscribe to the question that Thomas asked. I mean, we cannot say why must he go outside the country. That's wrong. I mean, I don't subscribe to that. What I'm saying is that the Supreme Court never said.
I don't know.
I'm telling you now that it was on the social media. No, let me finish now. I listen to you very well. I'm saying the Supreme Court never said that the court. You are saying that, oh, they put it on the 31st. That was why he went out for further engagement. They now suddenly brought it back. I'm saying there was nothing like that. It was on the social media. We are hearing different states. I read some things that were even very funny and ridiculous. You remember about a week or 2 weeks ago, they brought out a list of some the Supreme Court justices that we were debating that there was no Eastern night here and there. It was completely fake. List that brought out that we were dissipating energy on. So what I'm saying is that there was no 31st and now suddenly bringing back. That one is not correct. After every other thing you say is valid, Peter Obi can be anywhere he chooses to be. It is his right. I don't think anybody can question him on that. I will not. And I don't think we can say why did he go out of the country? Because even if he's in the country and he decided to watch it from his house, he did not want to be in the court. It is his choice now. That's not an area to go. But that the Supreme Court was the one that made him to miss it because they suddenly brought back the date. I don't think that is a valid argument. Thank you.
Sorry, who even perceive is around on that? Who cares? Who cares?
Anyway, we have to look when leaders are taking people on a particular course and they don't believe in that, and by their action, they are showing that they don't really believe in that cause. Then people should have a deep look at that leader and have a rethink whether that leader is worthy to follow or not. As far as I'm concerned, Obi, throughout his campaign, gave so much, marketed himself in such a way that a lot of people believe in the cause he portrayed, that is fighting, and the reason why he's in the race. And after the election, that they declare him a loser, he first of all said, I will challenge the result. That was his first comment. I will challenge the result at the tribunal. And when they went to Arise News, and those Arise guys, Rufai, Dr. Abatiwa, asked him, do you have your fact ready for this thing? And then they change again that I'm not challenging the results, but the process. So where do we stand? Where do we stand, or particularly his followers? From I'm challenging this or to I'm not challenging result, but the process. And during the course of challenging this process, at the final judgment, the judgment day, to know whether you will be ruled, whether on the judgment day, whether whether the judgment will be ruled in your favor or not, you are not even in the country. That tells a lot. Nigerian people should not be fooled. We can argue around it. You can travel to anywhere. It can be in paradise or stuff like that. But what we have seen when we were growing up, when Awolowo was challenging election results, they were never outside the country on Judgment Day. Particularly when...
Can I ask you a question, Ayandekoko? Can I ask you a question? Real quick. Where was Tinubu when they were giving the appeal court judgment? Where was he?
What do you mean by which appeal court?
When they were the first judgment that the tribunal.
Tinubu is the president now.
Oh, yeah, you go.
Matters of state. Matters of state.
He's not patriotic, right? And then he went to jets out, and he's exempted from something, right?
The president.
Guys, we people just drop this tirade that you people go on. He was
rational mind. Day of the judgment. Where was Tinubu? Rational mind. The day of the judgment. Where was Tinubu?
Yeah, the first judgment for tribunal.
No. This way of we are talking about Supreme Court. No. Don't take us back to the appeal court.
Don't box me. I won't go by your boxing.
No. We are talking about Supreme Court. No, if you want, we are judging. Hold on, please.
We are talking about.
Hold on, please. We are judging Peter Obi on the Supreme Court verdict. Yeah. So if you want to flip the coin to Tinubu, where was Tinubu on the day of Supreme Court verdict?
Okay, I'll tell you where he was. It was in the artwork they call ASO.
Yes, so thank you.
All right. That's not my point. My point is
Thomas, check your phone.
My point is this, that on the day of judgment, that could have saw him sacked, the first tribunal. Where was he? He was. Hold on. It was. Who's that? Who's talking? It was
where he was now.
No. I'm not asking you a question. I'm not asking you. I'm talking to Ayandekoko. Yeah. So he was in America attending the United States. UN meeting. So it wasn't that all throughout when they were going to court and everything. When was one time that Tinubu went to court? He never went. This guy was always there. You people here, hold on. You people always complain. Like this. You people always complain here. What's he always doing? He's just looking for clout, whatever. He's always there at the Supreme Court. At the tribunal. People talk about this guy here. People. I don't know what you people are always dragging this guy for. He does this thing, is a problem. If he doesn't do, it's a problem. What is going? When did Tinubu once ever attended any of those tribunal cases? Even up to the Supreme Court. Did you ever attend it?
Okay. The security implications of Tinubu are going to. They have security implications. You can't talk. Tinubu is not a citizen now.
Tinubu is not the one that took the case to court now. Why should he have to be there?
Over Nigeria.
He's not a person.
Over Nigeria.
Somebody's okay.
He shouldn't go.
To court.
That's a petty.
Won't you attend your case? Is it not your case?
No, he said his lawyer to go and deal with the cheap case. It's a simple case. He didn't have to be there. It's a simple case.
Tinubu is the president. At least you people have gotten you've gotten.
Hold on. Rational mind. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Hold on, rational mind. Let me ask you this. If Tinubu goes to that court, what sort of security movement do you think has to be in place for him to be in attendance?
Woman. You know where I stand on this matter. I don't go by this. What about you people always do here? Because if we too try this, what about you people? You people will say you always give us on your own counter. What about Tinubu has a case? Somebody's dragging him to court.
Is the president?
No, I can understand the president part you're talking about. That does not stop him. The only thing is that they will brief up security there. They will make sure everybody going in and out there is well vetted before going in. That is it. But he has a case.
Wait, were they challenging Tinubu in court? Were they challenging the election?
Not one time has he ever attended. You people did not bash Atiku for not even attending. But it's only you see, and people here.
Hold on, Rational Man. Hold on. Were they charging Tinubu to court or were they challenging case?
1 minute, please. If you don't mind. 1 minute.
Who was second respondent?
They are challenging election case. They are not suing Tinubu for any case or criminal case.
Is that Mike?
Who's second respondent?
Mike, hold on, I beg. Hold on, give me a second. Give me a second. Please, Rational Mind, this is the 7th election we are having. There was only one election that was not challenged. That was Jonathan's election in 2015. All the times we have been to tradition, at what point do you see the sitting president that is being challenged go to court? Is it in Obasanjo or in Yaradua or in Jonathan or in Buhari? At what point did you see the sitting president? I think that's absurd to be using that. Let me finish. Yes, the question. I thought it's absurd to be using that. I mean, they're not resemble at all. That the sitting president will go. It will be causing a lot of distraction. In fact, it will be the president. If the president had to go there, it should be.
People cease and desist from this. What about, and this
What is what about now? I have just asked you a question of all the presidential. At what point do you see the president, the sitting president that is being challenged, going to sit down in the court? Just tell me one.
Answer that, Bishop.
Okay, I'll answer the question. You see, you people run a country that is so lawless that everybody feels that they are above the law. If a U.S. president, I mean, you people know of what's his name, the Watergate issue. What was that president that was indicted? He sat. They call him before the Congress.
Are you saying I did the same thing? What are you talking? What are you?
Who's this guy talking
about? Rational Man, stop it! Stop this!
This is your low IQ. This thing you always present. Just embarrassing yourself.
Don't go there. Yeah. All right.
What did this guy just say now? What did you just say?
It says stop embarrassing yourself.
No. I know. I heard that part he said. You see, I know I've told you so many times here, Mike.
Mike, you can talk better. You can talk better. Sometimes you're insulting.
What did I say? I said it's a low IQ argument. What is it? An high IQ argument? That's a statement of fact now.
You should start respecting yourself. Okay? National Mind is not. Nobody here is your mate.
I beg, sit down, man. Sit down.
Stop it. It's not like you even sound intelligent. What's your problem? Somebody comes here.
What is your own problem? When someone is coming here presenting low IQ argument and you want me to be, you have to call it out.
Who says low IQ? You that is high IQ. What are you doing here?
Call it my own is low IQ too. Tell me now. If I present low IQ argument, tell me it's low IQ.
You shouldn't be here. Shut up, bro.
It's obviously low IQ argument, man.
You're always making that. He is not in the.
Guys, sit down, man. Let's continue. I beg. You know who cares about it. Go and coach your own obedient people how to talk. Don't come here and be teaching people. I beg your obedient people and your hypocrites. Do they know how to talk? Do your obedient people know how to talk? Or do your hypocrites, do they know how to talk? Go and teach your people manners. No, Joel, go and teach your people manners. No, you're an hypocrite. Go and teach your people manners. None of when pastor come here with this foolish behavior, do you correct him?
You sound so empty.
No, you're an hypocrite. You're an hypocrite. No, you're an hypocrite. Go and teach your own people manners before you start coming to teach.
Joel, let me handle it myself. I appreciate what you just.
Personal mind. Hold on, please. I put both of them in the background. Okay, so you continue. I'll bring them back. Yeah.
So
one man, thank you.
Let me address Mike myself. Sorry, Mike. Olubadan. For the fact that we are here, we are talking, does not put all of us in the same age category. I might talk the way you might hear me. I might sound very young to you. I've seen you before. I've seen your look. I mean, my first daughter. I'm sure either both of you are the same age. But you will come here and insult me many times. Your insolence, it's becoming unacceptable to me. And the same thing goes with many people here. We're only here to talk and deliberate on matters. If you don't like what I want to say, you keep quiet. And if you have something to say, challenge my whatever, but don't attack my person. And you see, I mean, my kids, they've been hearing this, they've been telling me, why do I continue doing this? They listen to me. They come to one man's platform, they listen to what I say, and they've been telling me that you need to stop this.
Who is their favorite? Is it one man? Who is their favorite?
My woman, let me know. My wife talks about you. You know, I mean, that's the personality between you and I. You know what I'm trying to talk. So my point is, he talks about you a lot. He says, why is it that every time one man? Let me just leave that one man. It's the private thing you and I have to talk. So, but the point is this: is that we can deliberate on matters. I can talk to you. I can talk about what you say. I can attack what you say. One of my person telling me that I have low IQ, like I'm retarded. I don't. You see, when we say here that I think the Nobel laureates should come and rephrase that. I mean, come and redo that talk he used when he called some people fascist. Now, in the real sense of it, over time, I've seen now. I think the Nobel laureate was wrong when he categorized.
Please, I'll bring Mike and Joel. Mike, please let's calm down, please. Please don't let us fight. Yes, thank you.
It's becoming glaring now. Who are the fascists now? Because on many platforms now, you want to stifle people who do not see eye on eye with your Agbadorian kind of ideology or whatever it is, and you will call us name. You will.
So you are insulting us now. Okay, continue.
What did you say? So I'm just addressing you.
You are being rude to us too now. Continue.
I don't want to go. I mean, when I call you Agbadorians, that's the name you people go by. The Batified, right? That's another word for it, isn't it?
So when I say you present low IQ arguments, what's the difference?
That's what.
What's the difference?
What's the difference of what? That you call me and I have low.
I didn't call you low IQ. I said you present low IQ points.
And by the way, just to add this, not excusing, we have to surrender to Mike sometimes. Mike is Mike, but not to excuse him. That language is a carryover from Kaizo space. That's the sort of language of they always say something is a low IQ argument, so that's a carryover from Kaizo space.
Well, you see, Wama, let me just move on. I don't think I need to dignify Mike anymore. But I've told you what, Mike. You need to stop this, your insolence. I'm not going to take it anymore from you because I keep telling you.
Rationama, is Tinubu your mate?
Tinubu is a public figure.
Okay. So there's a standard to insult our elders. You insult your own elder on a basis of okay.
Hold on. But equally, I can ask you the same question: is Obi your mate?
Now, so I'm not the one coming here to say I'm not. If my junior come here now, start defending.
The same question you're asking me, I'm asking you because.
But here's the difference. Here's the difference. Wait. Here's the difference. Rational mind. If I start insulting Obi here and one Obi then as younger than me and start defending Obi, I won't tell him that I'm not your mate. I'll sound like an hypocrite because I know Obi is older than me. So if I'm insulting his man that's older than me, the same way I feel like when those young Obi are insulting Wole Soyinka, I'm like, Soyinka is our elder. And when I defend, I will insult them. Now they can't have to be telling me that, am I your mate? I'm like, Soyinka, just like 4-5 husband to Nigeria, he was telling one person that he's older after he was done insulting Soyinka. I'm like, Soyinka is not your mate either. You can't play that double standard. Yeah, sorry.
Mike, you are going off target. I ask you.
No. If I insult Obi and one young Obi there come and insult me back, I won't say, am I your mate? I won't do that.
Why did I ask you if Obi was your mate? Because you asked me if Tinubu was my mate. Maybe you were asking because I will assume this is it. You can correct me. That because I speak the way I speak of Tinubu.
You said the worst things about Tinubu. The worst things.
You won't tell me what I say.
And that's the reason why I talk to you like that, because I'm a Yoruba man. I'm a Yoruba man. I don't like when younger person insult elder. And you are insulting Tinubu being your elder. And you've already killed that standard of respecting elders. Now, for you to start presenting it, saying
elder, we're overflogging this issue.
You can't do that.
Back to track. I think we're overflogging.
I'm sorry.
Forget about it.
Let's both respect our elders. Respect your elders.
This is taking too much of our time.
Yes.
Doing this,
Yeah. Can we please stay on topic, please? I don't know.
Yeah, let's stay on topic. Thank you, everybody.
I have to go. Let me just say one thing for one.
Let me say this because I'm still saying something. Please, I beg you, please, because he keeps interrupting me and then he said what he said and then so the point is this, Bishop, you asked a question. In fact, I forgot that the question is. Just go on. Whoever wants to talk, go on. Because this guy.
Did they?
What I wanted to just say is this: if Tinubu was in court during proceedings and the outcome came out the way it came out, what would be flying around is he went to court to bully the judges to give him the mandate. The man is not in court, and they are still saying, why is he not in court? Obi has already given us the smoke screen. You know, when magicians want to do their games, they always put out this thing to distract people. Obi had already given us, when Abure came out and said that they are trying to arrest him, they want to arrest Obi, so that the obedience space will hold that and run with that. When Obi runs away to his America that he's in now, they will say it is because they want to arrest him. That man is not serious. That man is let me not use a very derogatory word, but I would liken him to Ejo, Paramole. He said you won the election. You will prove it. You go to court. No proof. You came back and said you are not challenging the election. You are challenging the process. I begin to wonder, those that are even following him, do they listen to what this man says at all? Now he's challenging the process. When you challenge the process again, you left the process, challenge the personality of the presidency. You did press conference, call him out, do everything. Now when the election result is to be announced to you, or the judgment is to be announced to you, now enter plane. You that can do press conference, what do I do? Press conference, not Nigerian press conference. You cannot run away and go and stay with Chia Amanda because Chia Amanda called you. These are just frivolous excuses. The man has given the alibi of they want to arrest him before he ran away. And that is just the point. And that is what he's doing. If anybody is not intelligent enough to read into that line, then there's a problem. There's a problem. That man is a snake. And he's playing the game of destroying this country. And we cannot continue to have it. I told you, woman, they're already calling for November 20-something riot and this. I don't know when they want to stop. I don't know when they want to stop.
That on the Shakara, it cannot happen.
So, that's just what I want to say. I'm not happy. You know, one thing with me is that I'm so patriotic about Nigeria, and when we are going to the point where Nigeria can be destroyed, and we are still defending what is not, it is appalling. It is shameful to see that we are still defending what is not. This man is a snake. That's just it. Just forget about it. I don't even know. I don't care if he tells the president congratulations. Who cares? The president is the president and he's moving on. Woman, the gas revolution, you know, I sent you a message. I sent you something some days ago. Some governors are already jumping on it now. And I think those guys that you saw in that video are already planning to have that kind of a thing in 7 states in Nigeria. The buses that they want to, the CNG buses, they have arrived, and it's like they are buying it and they are doing the conversion in Nigeria. They are already setting up the conversion centers. If people still want to argue, they can continue. We want to talk about how Nigeria will move forward. Thank you. Good night.
Jide Abule Wolo Ataku
I have some very, very funny neighbors that keep poultry stuff.
I know they are not funny. You should keep poultry too. I always recommend that to everybody.
Woman, when they become the annoying, the noise and the odor, if they are not properly kept, it's not meant to be done close to residential environment. So it's a small stuff, anyways. But we are already in talks. They should just control their country. They should control it.
All right, they should soundproof it. All right, soundproof poultry in Lagos. So that's the okay. Thank you, Judy. Sorry about the long wait, but then of course, it's often a long wait in these conversations. But thank you for your company. Always a delight. Adale Koko, if you round up that space, and then we go on to Joel, who has also been waiting for quite a while.
Okay. Like I was saying, it's not good that it's not there, because it's the one challenging the result. And on the final day of judgment, it was not around. It doesn't. It tells us a lot about the deceitfulness in the pursuit of this election matter, because I have not. It's in the same Nigeria that we grew up, and we saw the way Chief Obafemi Awolowo challenged the election matter, and they'll be there at the court on that very day, because a lot of things is connected to that election matter. Millions of people are connected to it. People that voted for you are connected to it. So why are you not showing leadership to represent the voters on election day? on the judgment day at the Supreme Court? That for a lot of voters that believe in you, that voted for you, that yes, he's a real leader. He fought all the way to the end of that matter. So, but we see all these leaders in Nigeria, this set of politicians that we have, that does not really believe in what they preaches to the people. They don't believe in it. It's not only Obi, all of them in general. They don't. They don't believe in what they preaches to the people. They don't practice it. And yet, we the people doesn't get it. We can't see it. But we like emotion. Another sentiment to drive us in supporting these leaders that fit for no purpose. So it's unfortunate that he didn't represent the interests of his people, of his voters, or people that are really committed to this. So, because he knew he was fighting a fruitless cause. So that is why you didn't see it. So, but a lot of people can defend it. They can say whatever they want to say about it. Good luck to them. That's fine. One more before I go, let me comment on the visit of the German Chancellor. When did you visit Nigeria? Is it yesterday?
I think over the last day or so. I think it may well still be in Nigeria, but certainly today and yesterday, I think it was.
Okay. I think it's going to be the first Western leader to visit Nigeria. If I'm wrong, you can correct me, one man, isn't it?
Yeah, a full leader, yes. I think the Secretary of State of the United States has been quite a couple of times, but an actual president, because he's the president, is it the Chancellor even? Yes.
The Chancellor is like their Prime Minister or their President.
Yes.
Yes. So he said he came for the gas, for petroleum and gas sector. What did you say he came for?
Yes, it came primarily, it's a bilateral sort of a visit, but the main theme of it is the Nigerian gas, which a lot of people are just circling round.
You see, one man. Yes. It is time for Nigeria
Tinubu and his team to put experts in this sector, not experts that are connected to them, of that they want to favor, or not people that they want to package as experts in that sector to represent us. No, they should look of the best in this gas and oil sector to engage with these people, the Germans, for the interest of the country in whatever they are going to agree upon, or whatever dealings that they are going to do this time. If you have people that really understand, people that can, negotiate for the best interest of Nigeria and advantage of Nigeria in whatever dealings that they are going to sign agreement upon. It shouldn't be in the same way, it shouldn't be like what they have done in the past. Like what did Jonathan them do during their own time, when they have their cronies and gave them this electricity, disco, Gemsco, and all these things. People that, hurriedly package a company that have no technical base, that have no technical know-how, no history of what they have done in that sector, that are awarded that disco and Jetsco to operate just for them, in an order for them to siphon the hard-earned resources of that country. It shouldn't be the same this time around. Chancellor come, yes, fine. But who are the people that are going to be sitting down to negotiate with them for our country? We must start using the best of our brain this time. So, if so much money that we have committed into electricity in that country have been channeled into the right direction, if we have used the best of the best brain in that sector, we will have been having uninterrupted electricity in that country. But we have people that knows nothing in that sector. Those are the people that the Jonathan administration and the rest gave those responsibility to, and that is why we cannot get anything in that country today. And the same thing that Buhari did during his own time. So we must start to watch these people closely. We don't want to surrender to their shenanigans. All of us as citizens should start watching them. Who are the people? What are they doing? We should be able to ask questions on anything that they are going to sign with other countries. What is it? How transparent are they? They should be transparent with us. We should be able to know what they are doing so that we can hold them accountable for what they are doing, because they are not showing seriousness. If we can have a country when people are son, and you see the legislator signing for themselves 160 million to buy vehicle, it is very shameful. We should start watching them. So I hope they will use the best of the best brain that can engage with the Germans, negotiate with them in the best interest of the country, and not their own selfish interest in order to corner the resources of this country. No, we should not do it. So
One man, let me leave it there. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So let's go on from you, Ajanle Koko, to Joel of Nashville, who's joined us all the way through. So good of you to keep us company, Joel. So Joel.
Yeah.
You've heard of Japa, Joel? Have you heard of Japa?
I know what Japa means.
But have you heard of reverse Japa? Have you heard of that?
Mm-hmm. They call it Japada.
Okay, Japada. Okay, look at this one. What would you call this one? Let me play you this clip and start it from here.
Hello, sir. How much do you pay for rent right here in Makoko monthly?
0.
How is that possible?
They love me.
How about you go ahead and show us your space?
All right.
Okay. So for $0 rent, this is where you get to stay in Makoko, Lagos, one of the biggest floating slum village in the world.
Everything's new. This is not even a month. The whole building's not even a month old. We're catching water off the roof and going into that tank. This was $60. And this is what I call the missionary room. That's my bed. And that's the bathroom.
Right here?
Yeah.
Why do you have a green screen?
I have U.S. students that I teach there. And this is the solar system. It charges small things right now.
Yeah.
And then there'll be a fish tank here with tilapia fish. So I'm trying to introduce growing plants to Makoko. I think it won't look like a slum if you have green. The plants help clean the water. The plants save our lives. We don't really appreciate it.
And how are you able to survive living here? Why not in Banana Island or something?
Life is about relationships. Yeah. Once you love people, you can live anywhere. You can sleep on a cot. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you sleep.
So what are you making of that, Joel? What do you think that guy's game is?
One man, thank you very much. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. One man show, Joel of Nashville. One man, you see, it's the white man's way of living. They love to exploit. Is it exploit or explore? You know, they love to.
Yeah, they love both.
Anyway, the other one is political. I'm just talking about the people, you know, how they are, you know. So over here, you see people live, you know, in a secluded mountain just by themselves, you know. And you ask them, "What are you doing up there?" You know, they have a reason to do that. And the white man has been philanthropical. They are philanthropical in nature. And I think that comes with, you know, when you have lived a good life almost all your life. One man, you see, we keep talking about suicide rates, right? And we still see that suicide rates are still high up in the West. Why is that so? When I started living here, I started seeing that because some of them are even tired of living, you know, in a beautiful. They just want to just go out there and explore something new, do something new, do something different. So I'm not going to take away that. One man, we have seen it. They did it. You heard him, missionary, right from time immemorial. The way they were able to colonize Africa was through missionary. They've been doing this thing for ages, and you see, they have this kind of acceptance, especially from us. Or he's a white man, you know, he's good. He can do no wrong. Like he told you, he's paying zero rent. I don't know where in America where you're going to pay zero rent, but I mean, it is what it is. But I think it's one thing that is instructive that he said there was that if you build relationship, you can live anywhere. And I think that is so instructive because I remember when I finished my university education, I decided to live below what my family or what my family had, you know, lived in the past, you know. So I decided to like do a step down to have a feel, you know, of how people at that lower cadre really feel. It's not like, you know, I was born with a silver spoon. I would say probably silver spoon divided by 2, you know. But I mean, we were a little bit well-to-do. But I wanted to know what really they are feeling at that lower level. So I stayed there. I lived in that level for about a year plus before I ran away. So so one man, it is what it is. It is in the white man's nature. They like to explore, and I think that's one of it. And I give them that kudos. It's just in their nature.
One man, sorry, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Do you have any political aspirations, like maybe in the future? Have you ever thought about running for office?
I think you like my wife. My wife asked me this morning if I was going to go into politics. I told my wife that I don't know.
Yeah,
But
like somebody that is preparing for something big. I'm not saying that. Sorry, yeah.
No, I understand. So my wife was telling me when my wife asking that question, I said, for now, no, because I still have little kids. But I told her one thing. I said, with the way Nigeria is going, I don't know how dictatorial and Tinubu will become. And if it comes to the point of start arresting people when they come because they say something against him, then I think I'm in for that. And she was like, what do I mean? I said, if I go to Nigeria and I'm arrested, then my political career lifts up from there. Because if I get arrested, if I go to Nigeria based on what I say about Tinubu, then I'll be a thorn on Tinubu's flesh. It's either I die or,
Joel, hold on. No, please. Because I asked you the question, please. Just give me a quick moment. I'm going somewhere. Because I think that you have the it factor to run. I think people will connect with you when you speak because you speak from the heart. I'm being honest now. And I see you in that lane. That not necessarily maybe national, but something state where you can actually make impact at the state level. Where I think I see that in you, and I've noticed that. One man, do you second what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I was just waiting for you to pause for me to say I see that too.
One man, I would love to do that in Lagos State, but if I do that in Lagos State, there will come be another Chinedu.
You're a Lagos guy now. You know your passion for the people and your passion for. I see that a little bit in Rational Mind also, but I see Rational Mind more as a philosopher than But for you, for all of that passion that you bring, I can certainly see you. I will vote for you certainly.
Well, thank you.
But and when you do, remember you launched that career on this platform.
There you go. When you are looting the dollars, remember us, eh?
One thing I know is for sure. I'm not going to forget my road or forget those I met, when I was going up the ladder. Definitely, a one-man show is part of my life. I think I have to use this medium to state it clearly. One-man show is part of my life. My wife will sometimes say, "Educate." Okay, thank God the elections are over and all that. I told my wife, there's always something to talk about. And she felt so bad about it, but I said, I don't know. It's something that keeps calling. It is something that, sometimes I look at the headline, one man puts out, I'll be like, oh my God, he's calling me. So I'll come in, so that's one man. Well, I thank you for the compliment. Let's see what the future holds.
All right, to the politics.
So which one do you want me to talk about, one man? I think.
I'm sure you have thoughts on the Peter Obi space, but let me take you to this space first. Sowore lambast ex-minister Amaechi, Justice Datijo, says they suddenly turned to storytellers, telling tales by moonlight after messing up in office. So I'm sure you've seen the outputs of these two characters. My stomach somewhat churned when I was watching the Amaechi speech, telling us that the people are not rising up, that they're letting people get away with it, they are voting for corruption, etc., etc. Just the lack of self-awareness of people like Rotimi Amaechi is something that never fails to stagger me, Joel.
Okay, I look at it in two ways. One man, the other day we were about to talk about it, and we're trying to talk about the Ikweres and their history with the Igbos, and vis-a-vis how past governors, in Imo State, in River State, sorry, have had in the past, sold their conscience, use the state resources, to, fund, to fund government or to fund whoever they feel that is going to make them the president, as it were. Because it happened with Orderly. Orderly thought he was going to be the president. He was bumped. Amechi, the same thing. He was bumped. He was bumped by Buhari. One man we were talking about Amechi thing because he thought he was going to be the president. There is no question about it. Amechi was doing everything he was doing in that government, including building that rail line to Maraba. He could not question Buhari because he feels like Buhari is going to make him his anointed person. Even the way he talks to Buhari, I remember when Buhari won his second tenure, the way he was talking to him and all that. Luckily, he was retained to continue the building of that rail to Maraba, where Buhari wanted him to be. And when they were done using him, they dumped him. You need to know, one man, the amount of money that River State has spent on these three people, Orderly, Amechi, and Wike, trying to be the president of Nigeria. It's enormous. They should be charged for corruption. Now, what's his name? Orderly was able to escape it because of the wife. Amechi and Wike, who knows? Maybe someday there will have to be a probe. Because what normally happens is that when they leave, they put their stooge who happens to cover up their acts. But it has to be stated. Now, away from their personal ambition, let me talk about the real issue. There is nothing wrong in what Rotimi Amechi said. The timing is the only thing that is wrong. One man, we're a docile nation. We are a docile nation. You see, I don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. I would like to state it the way it is. One man, 10% of what is happening in Nigeria, if it happens in the country of UK, one man.
I don't even think there's the room for it to happen in the UK.
I'm telling you the way it is, because I'm even here. There's a way these people, pursue issues, and you're going to be like, oh, I was asking a friend, I said, man, this is a small issue now. You guys should allow it slide. They told me from these little issues, they go to the big issue. And I get what they were trying to say. When you call them 1 inch, they take 10. So a woman, it's quite unfortunate what we have become in Nigeria. Nothing seems to be working. What department in Nigeria can you pick and say, this department is working? None. So you cannot have the same people in there, and you're saying that you want the same people that have plunged us into where we are to start correcting those situations. And that is the reason, that's the singular reason why I am against the Tinubu government. Because I believe that no matter how good his intentions are, apart from his personal criminal record, but looking at the people around him, because I believe that people repent. And I believe that him becoming the president of Nigeria through the back door should make him have some introspection, into life, and also understand that his age is also aged. He doesn't need all those money from the toll gate in Ikoyi and Lekki and all those taxation he's collecting from Lagos. He doesn't need all of that. You are now the president of the country. I would think that that Tinubu, on his own, would do what is right, knowing full well that the circumstances, whatever where he is today, it is clearly made by God. Because what stopped Buhari from saying, I don't want him? What stops him from saying that? What makes him from acting and say, come out to say, I don't want it? So there is some kind of divine in his ascension to power. And I would think that he would repent. But even if he does, what about the people around him? What about the people around him? And I'm not talking about the Cardoso, a man I love so much, or even you'll be surprised. I love Dele Alake, because Dele Alake, even prior to the election, during the pre-election period, I did not get any foul language from that man. I did not get one foul language from that man. That man is a consummate gentleman, and I believe that whatever position he is, I'm not gonna fret over it. Unlike the likes of Bayo and Onanoga and FFK or Reno Omokri, those people are just like trash. So one man, I would think that that Tinubu would repent and do what is right for the nation. However, I don't know the people around him and how well they would want to key into those things, and how well Tinubu himself will be able to inspect those people to do the right thing. So one man, I leave it at that. Can we go to another?
All right, Joe, let me take you to the Peter Obi space, but I don't want to take you to why he has not spoken. I want to take you to speculating to what he is likely to say, or what you would like him to say when he does eventually speak. So what sort of message are you looking to hear from Peter Obi when he breaks cover and comes up for air?
Thank you very much, one man. The issue is just simple. Peter Obi is not the president of Nigeria. So let that be clear. That he was not in court for obedience. We didn't care that he was not in court, because it's like everyone knew what the outcome would be based on the state capture, the seeming state capture that we have seen today. So nobody expected him to be in court. And to say that Tinubu cannot go to court because of security and all that.
Why did they file that appeal when, as you are saying now, you guys doesn't believe in that appeal? So why did your principal file?
He filed for the appeal that he wasn't in court. Makes no difference. That's my point. When Peter Obi, prior to the election, we asked him, I think it was Oke Bakassi, which happens to be another Ifulefu, you know. We asked Oke Bakassi asked him when he had a retreat with them, I mean the Nollywood folks, and he asked them, Oke Bakassi asked him, hey, are you going to pursue this to a logical conclusion? And he said yes, that he was going to pursue it to a logical conclusion. Peter Obi did not abscond after the election. Peter Obi did not abscond after the PT judgment. And definitely he took us down there to the Supreme Court. And sometimes the reason why you fight these cases in court, it's not just that because you know you're going to win, but it is good to, set a precedence. Let us know what the Supreme Court are thinking so that we can use it. It could be just purely academics to, see if we can make a reference to their past judgment in case stuff like that happen. If Peter Obi did not go, people will say, oh, it's because he did not go to court. But now he did, and it was still the same outcome. What I would think should be bothering
but Joel, sorry for cutting him, please. But yes.
How on earth you guys obedient think that Peter Obi is going to win in Supreme Court? Why do I ask that?
Because
let me finish.
Let me finish.
One man, come on. Because
ahead,
I was on some Joel, to be candid with you, my brother, I was on some channel today. The level of hope people has, but we've been saying this, Joel. There is nothing coming out of this Supreme Court something. Joel, I don't know. When you guys sit on your maybe you chat on your WhatsApp group and say, I know you have many WhatsApp. Why don't you tell yourself the truth every time? There is nothing coming out in the Supreme Court, but some people just hyping their hope that something is coming out. I don't get it, my brother. I'm very sorry. Go on, my brother.
Hold on, Joe. Respond to that, but then go to where I originally pointed the question. That
I know.
What are you anticipating or hopeful that Peter Obi will say when he does speak?
Okay. And Thomas, my brother, the issue there is just this: that there is no way we are not going to, avail ourselves of all opportunities to, further our case. Now, I've heard many people say, "Oh, Peter Obi said he won and he could not present anything." But the issue there is that it is very, very hard. When you look at some lawyers have come out to talk about this, it will be very, very hard to prove polling unit to polling unit. So there's a problem with our laws. If INEC should, organize an election, we shouldn't be begging INEC to give us, the papers or the result sheet and all that. It should be mandatory that they do it. Unlike what happened in this period, when they say, "Oh, bring this one," they will delay. It's like we all forgot the shenanigans that was going on prior to the PET judgment or PEP tribunal case. It was just crazy. So we understood what was going on, but we wanted Nigerians to know how bad our system is or have become. So that's that. One man, I am expecting Obi. I expect Obi to come out tomorrow or in 2 days' time to address the nation. For some of us, he was the real winner of the election. But we wouldn't want the nation to go into trouble. We don't want the nation to go into turmoil. The Supreme Court, which is the final law of the land, has decided on the case. I would think that Peter Obi will be talking on consolidation. How do we consolidate on what we have done? Appreciating what we have done, what we've been able to accomplish within a short period of time, and planning, choosing, creating more pathways, to, tell us where we are headed. That is what I expect to be. Coming to congratulate Tinubu, it's nothing. Tinubu, you have won the election. You won via the court, which is very shameful. A country where you go out to vote only for the court to decide who won an election. It is. Jonathan, we need to find out. We have over 1,000 cases at the tribunal. It does not look good for us. But again, what would I say? Going back to what I was saying, I expect him to tell us where we are headed, consolidate on what we have, and tell us, what we can start doing. Because I believe that the last election was even starting from the pre-election, when they were denying people their voters card and all that. So I believe that we should start planning, right from time, because the position, the economy, it's not the only thing that Nigerians are looking at. So Obi will always be relevant, even to 2000, because as long as integrity in our system is still eroded, as long as we still have corruption in our system, then Obi or his type will still be relevant. So what we are going to do is start planning, form a formidable opposition, and speak, because you see, every publicity is good publicity, according to Trump. So anything that will make us be in the news, whether for the right or wrong reasons, should be encouraged. So those are the things I expect him to encapsulate in his speech, and I hope that he does that. But congratulating Tinubu is not a priority. I wouldn't want.
I don't even think it matters if he congratulates Tinubu. So long as it doesn't say anything inflammatory, that's just really.
Can I have a minute interjection?
Go ahead.
Good. I mean, it will be unfair to the listeners if we keep recycling a lie, falsehood does not make it truth, even if we keep saying it 1 million times. Recycling this very old and tired what do you call it, claim that because INEC did not release results, that was why it's shocking. I mean, that was the reason why everybody submitted the name of an agent. So everybody has to results. Let me finish. I don't know. I'm hearing myself. Hello?
We're listening. Nobody's talking. You're talking
Okay,
against
I'm hearing myself. I'm hearing myself back.
I think you're echoing back from Joel.
Okay.
Oh, I think you're actually echoing back from yourself.
No. Oh, how could I be? Okay, stop now. Okay,
yes,
stop now. So it's not from me. Definitely not from me. So what I'm saying is that look, we keep recycling this one. That you can believe whatever you want to believe. In fact, you can believe that Singapore is the capital of America. That's you. But to say that that Peter Obi won, yeah, that's fair enough. But to say that INEC, because INEC did not release the results, was the reason why Peter Obi could not prove that he won. That is falsehood. That is deliberate falsehood. The results of 170-something thousand polling units, how many of them did Labour Party actually bring to contest that contradict what was on the IREV, that their agent supplied to them? And the APC said that the day the election closed, they had all the results because they have a situation rule and they have collated. Even Labour Party had a situation rule in that election. And the guy was posting all the results real time. He was collating. It was when he saw that the thing was going the other way that he now pulled that site down. There was a guy, I can't remember his name, that had. So keep recycling these things that we know is false. We're just heating up we're just destroying the system, and it's going to affect every one of us. That you don't win an election today does not mean you cannot win tomorrow. Now, you said you disparaged the judiciary, the same judiciary that gave Peter Obi several firsts. After they gave him, they made him to alter that. Look, he has not finished his term. He went back, he got to Supreme Court, he won. The Supreme Court was good at all those times. But simply because he did not win this time around, and you keep saying he win. An election did not take place only in the southeast or in the south of Nigeria. Election took place in the nooks and crannies of the farthest point of Zungeru or Karanamuda or Malafa and Tarfa, in very far place that Obi was never in existence there. So it should be in the best interest of every one of us to accept that, look, the election has been won and lost, but try to continue to discredit the winner because you believe that your own candidate will, and thereby not only running down the person of the president, but we are running down the country. We read all manner of things that some people post. It's a criminal, it's a drug. That was not election. The election itself, did you win? Look, throughout the petition, there was no place that figure for figure, apart from the 1008 blood, something that they said they brought, which is very ridiculous. They said they bought 18,008 copies of something they were downloading. That's very ridiculous. All you needed was the result of your own agent. And if you don't have from your agent, you can take from the security agents or from other parties that had agents in that place. PDP, I remember, volunteer to give, because PDP had agents in all the polling booths. So PDP was not able to prove that, here we got 2,000, but they gave us 200. And this is the evidence. This is the evidence. So the earlier we get away from this and allow the system to heal and improve, no matter how little. But if we now want to destroy and disparage it, it's not going to be fine for every one of us. So let's stop spreading this lie. It's because INEC did not give him results. No, there was nothing. Absolutely nothing like that. I'm talking about congratulations. Oh my goodness. Why does Peter Obi need to congratulate Tinubu? Is the congratulation that want to make the his presidency to be valid or to be what? Can keep congratulating to himself. It's just that issue. We expect somebody of his stature to be a good loser. If you are a Democrat and you don't learn to be a good loser, then you are not a Democrat. If the only time the election is good and fair and credible is when you win, then something is absolutely and definitely wrong with that individual. I mean, that's my take. Just
Thank you very much. And I would like to say something real quick. Hold on. Let me just respond to you. Then you come in, please. Oga Rational Mind. Please let me just just settle this.
Yeah, carry on, Joe.
Look, see, my brother. I call you my brother because I didn't know who spoke. You know, this thing are so loud. So it's no disrespect to you, but I didn't know who spoke. But I will use my word, my brother or my senior elder brother. The issue there is this: if the system was fair,
Joel,
we do not
Bishop.
have any problem.
Bishop.
Yes.
That's Bishop speaking. He didn't know who is speaking.
Bishop. Okay, Bishop. Oh, Bishop. Okay. So the issue there is that if the system was fair, if INEC did what they said they were going to do, which the Supreme Court, in its final analysis, said that INEC did not. If they went by the rules and transmitted those things electronically, today we will not be here. We will not be here. If Tinubu won fair and square, fine, we were going to congratulate him. The problem was that there was a lot of mago in that election. And even the one that we saw in Lagos State, where they were videoing the guy collating the results and changing those numbers. And people are saying, I just accept it. No, we are going to speak out against the ills of the society and call for it to change. Congratulating Tinubu will not change it. What we are calling for is that we should have a fair system where the people will be guaranteed the right to elect their leaders, not through the courts. How can we go out to vote and the court will not decide who won? That is where the discrepancies come from. So if we lose in a fair and square game, it is no problem. When we do the needful. But you cannot call me a statesman when the system rigged me out. Or I feel that the system rigged me out. There's no statesmanship in such. So if like what we're saying, like I was talking, what part of the thing I would like to see Peter Obi talk about is how we are going to re-engineer the electoral system, dismantling of INEC 1, and making sure that there is no leeway for INEC to do what they like as regards to publishing of results. It is either it's electronic or nothing. There is no reason to say if electronic is not working, cancel the election and schedule it another day. But do not come and say, oh, if we can't do it this way, we can do it this way. That is where the corruption started.
But Joel, even in advanced country like Canada, when electronics fail, they still have slots for manual. Even not across Canada, they even use electronics. At least I can talk of my province and my city. Some places are see there that they use manual. So where they use electronics, if electronics fail, use manual. So the thing is, whether we like it or not, even if you use electronics and you keep the data in heaven, that everything is tamper-proof, politicians will still come and give excuse. Politicians never accept the result of election. So I don't know. So we have to be very careful about the solution we are trying to suggest, because a loser can make sure that things go bad. At the end of the day, you won't have election. Maybe you keep postponing election forever, and you can even find a way to create some kind of anarchy or some like a lacuna. So to me, this thing, I think we are discussing this thing because of the insincerity of the politicians. The only sincere person, or the only person I see that I can think is sincere, in this 2023 is that Prince is this Oluwole or that Prince Wole that came in and said, look, everybody rigged. And he believed quite well that LP never won that election. So Prince Adewale, I meant to say. So the thing is, since politicians cannot be sincere and they are not likely to be sincere, whatever process you put in place, they will undermine the process. That's
not an argument, Ola. That's see. Okay. That's hold on. You see, Ola, you sometimes trying to justify anything, we will say anything. I mean, how does it? What you just said now? How does it even sound? That something that could be seen in real time. You can see it like if you go to the stock exchange, you can see how people are trading. You can see it in real time on the board there. What is shady about it? And if you want to probe, they will probe it. The experts will probe it. They will find out. If you say as a politician, oh, that number I'm seeing, is it wrong? Or is it lie? After let me land. But trying to justify the way you're saying it, oh, because they will challenge, and so what? If you challenge it, then go to court, like you said. But it's there, everybody can see it. At least what you said you were going to do, everybody can see it, you did it. And it's no mago, everybody saw it. So if any politician has anything to say after that, say, oh, no, it was manipulated, go and prove it. That's it. So, but trying to say because they're going to challenge it, and so therefore we should not even use an electronic that will show result in real time. Abba. I mean,
are you actually responding to what I said? Or
yeah, I'm responding to what you said because you said that they will still challenge it. And so therefore, we should not use electronics to show result in real time.
I now believe that you are responding to something differently, not what I said.
So what did you say?
I told you that even if you are going to use electronics, you should have a backup. So you should have a backup. So you can't say it has to be electronic totally. If electronic fail, then you have to switch up to manual. You can't just add code it. So be flexible. If you say you want to go electronic fully, those that will see undermine it, that they can even cause it that this election will never hold because you want to go fully on electronics and you don't have any backup. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not saying they should not show.
Let me interject. Okay. Ola, look, electoral law is very clear. Electoral law specifies that election result can be transmitted manually and or electronically. And it's at INEC discretion according to the situation that prevail on election day that determines what to do. So it's at the discretion of INEC to determine whether to go manual in the transmission of the result or do it electronically. So if INEC, according to them, didn't do it electronically because of the reason that they gave, that some people have hijacked their server or they are interrupting their server, the law allowed them to do it manually.
Angelico, where is this law? Because I've looked at the electoral law. I've been looking for it. I can't find it. You said all right. I'm hearing you saying this again.
So, and in addition, and there's nothing like real time in the electoral law. Electoral law does not specify that even when they do it electronically, it has to be a real time. No, that is a fallacy that some people are saying. But I will blame the INEC chairman though for that, because he was saying that kind of rubbish.
He said it.
Yes, he was saying all those kind of rubbish. But Jewel, I am telling you that your principal, your politician,
they knew all this. Didn't they read the electoral law? Why can't they challenge him when he was saying all those things, even at international stage? Why can't they challenge him that, look, there's nothing like what you are saying in the law, but you are saying this thing? Why can't they challenge him?
Why would you challenge an umpire? Why would you challenge an umpire?
No, hold on, forget about umpire. When umpire is lying openly, you have the right, because you know there's a law guiding the election matter.
Ajani Koko, can I
so,
call you?
Yeah, give me 1 minute, please, Bishop. Give me 1 minute. I will round up now. So, the only person that was challenging them was Omoyele Sowore. Obi sat down there. Atiku sat down. All of them sat down. They were planning their strategy, how they will rig the election. So they concur to it. So they can't be talking all this after the election, and there is no real time in the law. So let's leave it there, Bishop. Because
all right. Before you come in, Bishop, let me bail out and hand over to Thomas. But I don't want us to spend too long on electronic transmission or no. We did that for endless days, for months on end. So the elections have gone. So it is what it is. But before I bail out, let me acknowledge the super chats that did come in. Ola and then Kulata. So thank you to the both of them. So Thomas, I'll hand over to you now. Zita still not spoken. Mike has not spoken. Rational Mind, of course, people waited to hear from him. So the conversation
and the prime as well.
And the prime dot, quite a few people still not spoken. So I'll hand over to Thomas. But before I hand over, let me tee this up for Joel to close him out. Keyamo directs flights to direct flights to Houston coming soon. Nigerian consulates to follow. So they're starting to want to open up consulate services in more spaces in America, just for the ease of where people live. So comment on that, Joel. But before you give us those commentaries, Bishop wants to interject. But before Bishop interjects, let me play Thomas' music and bail out, and then the conversation carries on. Thank you, everyone, for joining. We're back again tomorrow. Please be here, because the conversation will take a different direction. Thomas, over to you.
Welcome, guys, to the after hours section with the bald-head man from Oyo Alaafin. You guys forget I'm from Oyo Alaafin too. So let's kick it off. Let's sequence it. Bishop, your interjection. Joel, your comments on the Houston flights direct. Then we go to Madam AI. You have the floor, Bishop.
Okay, very quickly, I just want to, I really wanted to take one man's advice that, look, we seem to have overflogged this thing, but let's put out some facts there. Number one, there was no time that whether INEC in their guidelines, in their electoral manual, or the leadership of INEC, anywhere they spoke, that they said that collation is going to be through IREF. That the collation of results will be through IREF. There was no time. That was not part of it.
Bishop, am I off or Bishop is off?
I think it's Bishop. Bishop went off.
I think it's Bishop. Yeah. Bishop, we couldn't hear you. Joel. You have the floor.
I think I got his questions. The issue there is that Mr. Bishop, if you are listening, the INEC chairman took the electronic transfer of results is in our constitution. It's part of the new electoral reform that was done. The INEC chairman took it a notch further by saying that those results will be seen in real time. You cannot be holier than the Pope. You cannot be more learned than the Supreme Court.
But Joe, do you remember 3 days? Do you remember 3 days to the election? The same chairman came out and told us that the transferring may not be electronically. Do you remember that?
Okay.
Or do you know that at all?
Okay. I saw one statement that was made by INEC 3 days or 4 days prior. What I'm saying is this, Thomas. On that same day, the senatorial election was posted in real time, and every other election that took part that day was posted in real time, and everybody was asking, why the presidential? Because the presidential election
is much important.
In the presidential election, a lot of people, like you can see, a lot of people had who their president is going to be and had a different choice for who the governors or Senate or House of Rep member is going to be. We saw it across all states.
So it's not like Obi.
Joe, you mute yourself. Is Bishop back?
Yes, I don't know what happened. I was
you dip out a little bit. Yeah.
So I had. So if you don't mind, can I conclude my thoughts on that?
Conclude. Joel is waiting.
So what I was saying was that there was no time, whether in the Electoral Act or in the INEC guidelines, that collation will be done electronically. There was nowhere it was said. It has always been collation will be done manually from EC8A. From EC8A, it's like the golden, whatever, the holy Bible of the election. Yes, that there's going to be. There was a day Shehu brought somebody and they were talking of electronic transmission or transfer. And the guy said, no, it is electronic transfer. That the pictures will be taken after they have given everybody the copy, that the picture will be taken and will be sent. And the issue of, will there be network everywhere? And they said, no, it can even be sent offline, that when it gets to, it will be sent and it will not go immediately. But anytime they get to where there is network, it will go, just like you sent a WhatsApp message or somebody sent a WhatsApp message to you. But because you are out of network, the message will hanging.
It will be hanging. Then when you get to the
network area, it will drop. Now, there was a delay of about 2-3 hours because eventually I sat and those results were posted, eventually started coming in. There was a delay. How we have now turned away from all the successes and we're now hanging on. When we saw some people in Canada actually boasted that they will do everything, including hacking. And INEC came and said there were several running into millions of attempts at them. But let's leave the hacking.
Canada, Bishop, I beg you.
Say that again. No, okay. Let's keep that. Let's keep that. Let's hold on. Let's keep that.
Hold on. You just said something that is not factually correct. You said INEC said that there were attempts. No, they never said that.
What do you mean?
The judge, what do you mean? The judge who read the judgment. I don't know if you listened to him. Your Conco or whatever the name was. He said INEC never told to this very day. They did not tell them what was the glitch all about. That they expected the appellant to have questioned them, and INEC should have responded as to what was the glitch all about.
Where we are
making it up like, there were people, because you have some. Let me quote somebody here who usually use the word headless mob, as she whatever she would say. This headless mob, hold on. These people don't even know that it could be APCs to Gs, or it could be anybody fronting, trying to paint a picture, a narrative that we eventually saw played out. And now they said they were going to hack the accounts, hack the something, and INEC never said so.
Look, listen. No, don't say INEC never said so. Sometimes you quote me. INEC did say,
listen. What the judge said. Did you listen to what that judge said?
Listen, let's go. I mean, I don't want to dissipate energy on this. Number one, let me just round up my thought. No, I don't take your word. No. I mean, they said there were several. Listen now, maybe whether they did not plead it in court, it was because it was not necessary. But they are saying that INEC never said there were attempts to attack. I even had the chairman said it openly that they did not plead it in church. They discovered that no, if they realized that it was not necessary, it was just a waste of time. Let me finish now. Let's speak one after the other.
Bishop landed.
So let me quickly round up. Exactly. So it might not be relevant. That was why they did not plead it. But that to say INEC never said, that's not true. So what I'm saying is this: sincerely speaking, we all know that number one, collation was to be manual and collation was not manually. The same collation that gave somebody 8 million, the same collation manually gave somebody 6 million and gave another person 6.9 million, gave one person 6.1 million. The same collation gave the opposition together almost about 13 or 14 million votes.
And gave Shomuref 14,000 too.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. But that same collation. So there was no promise that collation will be done electronically. Let's get that fact. We keep twisting facts. Now, you guys are saying from what your submission earlier on, like you are playing a football match and the electronic scoreboard for whatever reason went off for a few minutes and they scored while the electronic scoreboard was off and there was a goal. So when the electronic scoreboard came up, you are not saying because the electronic scoreboard went off in the course of the match, because you are watching from somewhere, you did not see where and that goal should not count, or that the result
will not record that goal.
It's absolute. It's the height of being ridiculous.
It's only opinion that present that kind of argument.
Bishop. Mike.
Yes.
Joel, wait. Mike, did you see that analysis? That goal after the
obedience represent that kind of argument now.
Well, that's apple and that's apple and orange.
No.
What do you mean? In a football match, hold on now. In a football match, yes, you are in the stadium, right? You're in the stadium right there. You are seeing the goal go in.
No, you are not in the stadium. You are not there. You are not there in the stadium. You are watching on your TV.
No. There are other people in the stadium.
There are other people in the collation.
Hold on. Let me talk now.
This analogy does not even make it. Does not even fit. See,
it cannot make sense. It cannot make sense to you now.
Hold on. Can I make a statement, please?
People will see anything just to justify it.
Go ahead,
Bishop. God bless you for this analysis. I love it.
In those days when I used to go to Surulere National Stadium to watch soccer, it's been several times where even the light goes off in the stadium. We know what the scores are, and if anybody calls anybody from the pitch, we have over 40,000 people. You cannot, as it were, compromise those 40,000 people not to say what they saw. So what I'm just trying to say is it's like apple and oranges. The comparison does not correlate at all. It's just hold on. One of those. You give an example now. To ask a question.
Hold on. Everybody hold on, please. Everybody hold on, please. We are talking on each other. Bishop, take back.
Let me land my thoughts.
The press will come back. I will come to you. Yeah,
let me land my thoughts. My final word. I'm sure I will not exceed 60 seconds. Time me now. So for me, I think we have gone past all this. Election and held. Yeah, there were people that were at the polling booth. If we had challenges, go and bring your polling booth result, polling booth by polling booth, through your agents that you paid. They donated money. They should have been able to deploy agents to all Labour Party was not poor. So why didn't you have what? Even the place you don't have, you can still go to security agencies. Let me have your copy. Your copy, the announcement, the result they announced did not tally. I did not believe it. So let me see your copy of EC8A and go and use that EC8A to compare to what was finally collated. We don't need to go through all this unnecessary and endless whatever. Yeah, having said that, just give me 10 seconds. On the issue of Keyamo, I don't understand what Keyamo is doing. What is the Keyamo issue about establishing a consulate. What's his business? What has it got to do with that? If he's talking of air agreement and the rest, if it is something, it is the Minister of Foreign Affairs that is in charge that will say we want to establish consulate. Why should he be promising, even if he has discussed with his counterpart minister about getting a consulate or consular service for people in Houston, Texas, which I think they really need, because most of them come to Atlanta for their consular services. But it is not in the position of Keyamo to be saying that he's already taken the job of the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
But Bishop, you're addressing from election matter now.
I said so now. No, you don't understand. That means you did not hear me. Let me repeat what I said. I have dropped on the issue of election, and I said, please permit me. Let me use 10 seconds. I said I took a permission now. I don't know if you did not hear me. Hello.
On election, I thought you were interjecting him on election
I
matter.
have already interjected.
No, you did. But he deviated. He deviated.
No, hold on. I already raised my case on that election, and I said, permit me to just say something before I hand over the mic about. I took that permission. That's what I said. Yeah. So I just wanted to add that, because it was when one man said it that he promised consulate. Yeah, I know about the direct flight, which is a very good thing. But to not be promising them consulate, it's not the Minister of Foreign Affairs. That's just my thought on that. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Joel, respond on the Keyamo. Then I'll go to Madam AI, please.
Okay. So, Mr. Bishop, it's so many.
Don't call Bishop again now. You want Bishop to respond again.
No, he interjected now, so I'm trying to address him, and that's the reason why.
Go on.
So it's so many things that you said that were not true, but like I always say, the elections are over. The real issues right now is
but Joel, why are we still even discussing election matter? Let me frame it for you. Because the losers, they are already lost. They are licking their wound.
Thomas, they will talk about it in 2027. Trust me.
Mike, he tired me, my brother. He just tired me.
Let me continue what I'm saying. Thomas, the issue there is this, right? You know, when we talk about the docility of Nigerians, it is part of what we're talking about. If over 6 million people or over 13 million people that participated in an election is saying that they did not believe in that system, I think it calls for a change. And the reason why is this. Where
do you get that your number from?
I mean, you calculate the numbers of people that voted Atiku and Obi. Then you tell me what it is. It's over 30 million. So what I'm just saying is just this, right? When you look at
no, Joel, I disagree with you. Is the person on the ballot is contesting the election? It's not the people of Nigeria.
The thing there is that Thomas.
Did you get what I'm saying?
No, I did not get what you said. What you said is it doesn't make sense.
It's not everyone that voted for
the mandate.
It's not everyone that voted for them. Yes, they didn't win the election. That's
most of them that I even know believe they will be lost. Some of them believe they know he lost.
Is a bloody loser.
Some of them feel like, you know, it's over and let's move on, right? So what I'm just saying is this. Many of us still think that election was flawed, just like every past election that we've had in the past. And this is the same issue. When elections are over in Nigeria, everybody goes to sleep. That is not how you build a nation. If there were complaints, if it were a bank that people were complaining, they will go back and rectify what is the problem and make sure you have a good customer service. So this idea in Nigeria of when something is done, forget it. Then when we come back, we start talking about the same thing. Because you guys are saying all these things because Tinubu is there. What if tomorrow you have someone else that you do not support and this same system is thrown at you guys? That is the thing. What we are saying is that anything that we are going to do as regards to election must be seamless.
You know when you guys lack credibility
If we're going
because
to hold on
you
now,
guys
hold on,
were
let me
busy
finish
talking
now.
about certificates and other stuff. If it was about, so that's why people don't take you guys seriously because you're telling us election was
It's
not
okay.
this and
It's
that.
okay. Don't take us seriously.
But
It's
then
okay. But
90% of the time, you guys are telling us about Chicago. I
it's
mean,
okay. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, that does not take away the fact that he's a criminal. I mean, if that's what you want to hear, I'll just tell
Yeah,
you that. I'll tell you that. He's a
you have right
certificate
to call
forger. He ought
Tinubu
not to be here.
anything.
But I do not want
Nobody
to go.
cares about that.
I don't
Yeah.
want to. I know you do not care, but we do care.
Yeah.
And
well,
Thomas, we do
you're
care.
telling us to trying to fix the electoral stuff because it was
So
fraud.
what I'm just saying
Rather
is
than
that
telling us how we can fix it, you guys are telling us about Chicago. So is it from Chicago that we want to fix our electoral process?
the thing that you cannot place the cart before the horse. And before you start talking about 2027, you must have to make sure that you have fully vetted that of 2023. Then you cannot move to the next phase. And that is
From
what
Chicago, right?
Hello, Joel.
So Chicago,
Joel,
Obide
please,
did
can
not
I
take
say something
Tinubu to call over Chicago.
They spend more time talking
I
about
don't know why.
Chicago and
I don't know
Abuja.
why. I don't know why you guys are bringing it to the obedient quarters. No, Atiku took him to Chicago, so you can attack Atiku.
No,
I
but
don't know.
you guys are the
Nobody's
one
talking
doing
about.
the discuss. But you guys are the one. I mean, I think it's not here on the platform on the internet. Telling us, but you guys are the one pushing it. I mean,
Hello,
obedience
Thomas,
are the
is
people
it
that engage
possible
us about
for you to
Chicago all the
share
time.
the video?
The issue there is that
I sent you the link.
even if Obi was found in such, we're going to do the same. My point is just this, right? If we are going to build a nation, we have to be sincere about it. And that is what the obedience have been able to do. We must
With
follow
propaganda,
this issue.
propaganda.
Yeah, we can. You can call us anything you want. I mean, propaganda brought APC into power. You know, it depends on who is doing the propaganda. But no. Let's be honest. Propaganda brought them into power, and for some reasons, those protests that we normally see in Lagos, we didn't see them no more. Even after the fuel price has gone over 100%, even over 2 or 300%.
What problem is that? What problem are you talking about? What problem is that?
I'm talking about the fuel. Remember when Jonathan wanted to increase the fuel from I think just by 10 or 20%. Everybody was mad. Now it has gone over 300%, and the likes of the professor, the likes of the professor, the likes of the professor that claimed that he had a first degree in Leeds, is nowhere to be found. And I mean, the head of the court, what's his name? Thomas. You know, earlier on, I wanted to talk to one man about Soyinka and the introduction of courtism in Nigeria. You know, we've not really vetted that case. You know, I think we just brought it and we just say, let it go.
Well,
Soyinka introduced courtism into
he doesn't
Nigeria.
introduce courtism. It's a society. He doesn't
Exactly,
fraternity. Who brought it in?
It's a fraternity.
Let me ask you a question.
Who brought the fraternity
wait
in?
now? Soyinka, yes. And let me ask you this: did you attend university in the United States? Did you attend university in the United States?
I do.
Yes. Did they have fraternity? Did they have fraternity there?
They do.
Thank you. So is that a cause?
Yes. Thomas. When you see argument like this, that is not in line with the topic, you can stop it and redirect the whole thing because
we have to debunk now. We have to debunk. There's no point.
We talked about it today.
The main issue.
Ajaliko, can grown men have conversation? Ajaliko, can we allow us to have conversation?
That's so wrong.
Come on now. Let us talk now.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, you want to moderate, then you're not the moderator.
You can go and sleep. You can go and sleep, Baba. You can go sleep.
You are talking to elderly person.
I said, Baba, go and sleep. Baba, go and sleep. I tell my patient. I tell my patient too, they should go and sleep.
This
platform. You know that it was not part of the discussion now. You know, one man
it's part of the discussion here.
Yeah, one man brought it up earlier on today. That's the reason why I'm talking about it. Why are you trying to bully me?
Let's Joel hold on. Let's Ajaliko speak. Let's see where it's coming from.
And Mike are going on a direction that have nothing to do with the issue. They have been from one thing to the other. From election matter now to Soyinka, and from Soyinka they will go Yoruba and Igbo, and they will be spilling all this nonsense. It doesn't make sense. We have to be on track. on track.
Babaja,
If somebody speaks, hold on. You are speaking. Hold
we
on.
have the capacity.
Hold on.
We have the capacity to think around.
No, we can. Let us do it well. Don't let us be going from one pillar to pole on, and we don't know what we are talking about. So if somebody interject you on one issue you are talking about, let us focus on that, and then let's keep going
Babaja, I heard you. I heard what you're saying. Yes. In a speech, you can have some deviations and they come back.
No,
Babaja, you can't guard me. Babaja, hold on. You can't guard me, please. You can't guard my train of thought, Babaja. Come on
that will lead into another thing. Let
it lead. That's why we are here. Well, let it lead. I mean, most of us have talked about the topic today.
Did I mention your name? Did I mention your name?
No, you did. You said me and Mike. You called me and Mike out. So that's the reason why I'm talking to you.
Did I focus on you? I said both of you are not on the topic again. Both of you are going on a different direction that has nothing to do with the topic of today. It doesn't make sense. It irritates people. It irritates people. You guys don't know.
Babaja, I beg now, let us talk. You're taking much time. I mean,
you land it so we can move on. People are once.
Yes, let me land it. Let me land it. Babaja used about 10 minutes to talk about something that that was just a deviation. But
that's
it's okay.
All right.
Mr. Bishop, in essence, what we are saying is this: that in Nigeria, one of our biggest problems, one of our biggest issues is that when something bad happens or something that we do not feel comfortable happens, we say, oh, that's how God wants it, or let's move on. And that is why our country is the way it is today. We must, as a matter of fact, as a matter of duty, call on INEC, whatever we're going to do with INEC, whether we are going to, definitely it has to be dismantled. After that, we are going to put it to them that every election has to be electronically done. That is what we are saying. Whatever thing we are going to do has to be electronically. That way, we can be able to see if there's rigging in the numbers. There are people that will be able to look at the hard drive and say, this is where the problem came from. But
would you agree that they've improved on the electoral process over the years? I mean, would you agree that they've at least deployed technology compared to...
No, definitely we did. And I said it on this show that the beavers was a magic. I mean, probably we did not see those numbers from the north, from the 3Ks. So moving into the next election, we wouldn't expect that same thing to come back when we start seeing 3 million, 4 million from one state.
Yeah, everybody agreed that we can continue to improve and improve and improve. But
so we're going to improve. We're going to improve on this. But what we're saying is this.
But then we're expecting you guys to present how we can improve. Or you guys spend more time presenting Chicago certificates.
No. The election, we said that before.
Saying the man is a drug dealer. I mean, talking about the country all over the place.
He still is. It doesn't change. It doesn't change that he's a criminal. What we're just saying is,
shouldn't you guys have focused on how we can improve the process rather than, destroying the image of the country all over the internet?
I'm even afraid how a criminal will improve the process. But I think that with Nigerians speaking up, and that's
it's not. First of all, it's not the president that would do that. If he
would allow it to happen, if he would allow it to happen, that's our problem. If he would allow it to happen, but we the people, we are very resolute, very resilient.
Man, let him land it. I don't want to go back to him. Let him land him. Then you come in.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My response. Yeah.
Real quick. Sorry. Thank you. Jewel. I mean, we're talking about was it?
Don't call Jewel again now. Jewel, we want to respond again. I'm saying we want to move on. Many people are not talking. Yeah, I know.
I just want to address Jewel and Mike what they were saying back and forth. You see,
yeah, go on. Yeah,
we make when somebody asks you the question, are we making progress? Yeah, we make one progress forward and we make 10 backward. Now, this is what I'm saying. I don't know if you people saw it in the news. There's some news I was expecting one man to have talked about, but maybe if I'm allowed to talk about it on my own, I'll talk about my own. So, is that Falana recently had to sue is it the Senate or the president, the executive, to court that is the same shenanigans that Bubu did that corrupted INEC. I don't know if you people listen to what this man said, former Jega, INEC chairman, in one of his interviews. He said the people who compromised this last election and rigged this election for some, he doesn't want to, I don't know if he mentioned the name of the party, and rigged the election.
Jega said they rigged the election.
Yeah, he said that. He said that.
Yeah, he said that.
He said that they compromised INEC. The staff of INEC compromised INEC. That's what.
Did they say they rigged it? Did they say they rigged it?
Hold on. Dude. I mean, don't put what.
No, man, just asking. It's what you said. Thomas, didn't he just say that?
Come on. It's a question now. It's just a question.
It's what you said. I'm asking for a fact to repeat it, whether you said it.
Don't I have the right not to answer a question if you ask me a question?
No. You said it. I'm trying to confirm that you said it. You just said, I heard you say Jega said they rigged the election.
Hold on. Go and watch the interview. Just type Jega and recent interview on INEC.
And if I watch it, I will hear Jega say they rigged the election.
You go and listen to his comments. That's what I'm saying.
I can bet right now that I won't hear him say they rigged the election.
I'm just saying here that he said that the staff of INEC compromised INEC. Now, if you listen to what happened recently,
does that mean they rigged the election? That's what Mike is trying to. Rational mind, hold on, please. Let me make this comment. If Mike is asking you a question, it's just clarification. He said, did he say they rigged the election? It's just a question.
Does my answer not is it not suffice? Does it not suffice?
No, but we pull you.
I want to say something to you because you don't have to quote me in a few days time from now. So I want to be on the safe side. So I watched it.
There you go. Mike, did you hear that? Mike, did you hear that? Did you hear that?
I heard him now. He wants to be on the safe side. That's what they do, man. They try to sneak on information. If you don't catch them, that's how they brainwash people that are watching. Those are who take it that they believe that's true, you know. You have to
go and watch it. He said INEC staff compromised INEC. Now look at what Tinubu is doing. The same thing that Bubu did when he was there. He infiltrated INEC with all APC members. That was what we were grappling with before the election, pre-election, even post-election. Pre-election. When people were
can you take the floor for
Thomas?
Hold on now. You don't even know what I want to say. Just hold on. Please, hold on. I'm the moderator. Please, hold on, please. Can you take the floor for 30 minutes, please? That's what I want to say. I'm not cutting you off.
For 30 minutes, you said? Because after 30 minutes...
30 minutes, yeah, 30 minutes. I'll be back 30 minutes.
So,
yeah, thank you.
So, my point is this, Mike and Jua. Tinubu now, what's his name? The Falana now is suing, I think, Tinubu and Senate that they should not confirm the two people that, I think among the 10 people that was named that were sent to Senate for confirmation among the INEC, maybe directors or whatever. 2 of them were APC men. Why would a country be putting in party members as officials of an what's it called, a referee that should be neutral? You see why we keep having this mess of election in that country. When Bubu did the same thing, infiltrated INEC with APC members. Tinubu came in there now, he started in the hole now. And I'm sure this Supreme Court that they say they are lacking now, I won't be surprised when we will see those 5-member panel of Justice Amani, when we start seeing their name infiltrating that Supreme Court. I won't be surprised. So this is what we're talking about, that this guy is compromising the system. The same way Bubu did his own. So we're not talking about that. And now we're here talking about we're making progress. What is the stupid progress we're making? When you will make one progress forward, you're making another one backward. The IRA that was supposed to have been used, they didn't even use it in the first place. So what are we talking about here?
Rational mind. You went to your candidate went to 2 courts, 12 judges. If you feel those 12 judges were against him, then there's no point in having this conversation.
Well, it's up to you.
12 judges.
It's up to you, but I'm having conversation.
You can be having it. You can just be wasting your energy. Because if you believe that the 12 judges conferred against it, that the president bribed INEC to win the election, he bribed the appeal court, and he was able to bribe the Supreme Court. He bribed them at Chicago. He bribed them. Then there's no point. We're just flogging it dead horse. We're just flogging.
I told you, a former INEC chairman, telling They compromised. It was the staff of INEC that compromised INEC.
That's a bloody lie.
So that's
another lie from your people.
Right?
That's another lie from your camp. The man came out and said he never said anything like that. Listen now, the man came out and said he never. Why do you keep spreading lies, Rational Mind? Why do you keep spreading lies, blatant lies? Papa, stop. Let's grow up. This platform is respected.
Bishop, hold on. If I prove it to the contrary, would you stop this your name call?
What do you want to prove? What do you want to prove?
If I prove it to the contrary, what you just said.
What do you want to prove? Tell me what you want to prove now.
Hold on.
I want you to repeat it on the record again. That Jega came out and said it was an INEC staff that compromised what?
I've noticed something on you. Maybe today I just noticed that. You've been acting like the fact checker here.
No, I don't say things.
No,
listen, don't call me boy. No, boy. I've told you that before. Stop addressing me, boy. Stop addressing me, boy.
Would you let me talk?
We're talking. We're having a conversation. You two let me talk. Listen, you two let me talk.
Would you allow me talk?
Allow me talk. Come on,
Bishop. Allow him to finish now. Allow him to finish now, so that we can have decorum.
I don't get it.
Come on now.
You asked me a question. You said that I'm lying. You're repeating the same narrative somebody was saying here some days ago. No problem. And you've been acting today like a fact checker here. No problem. It's a good thing to fact check ourselves. Then I'm saying to you now that if I bring you where I saw it, where Jega said it, would you stop this your fact checking me and calling me a liar here? Would you do that?
So Jega said they rigged the election.
All right, no one. Continue having your conversation. Let me
Rational Man, bring that up and let us see it so that we can move on. We can know who is lying and who is saying the truth. So I think he had an interview on channel. It sounds that he said something like that. I can't say specifically, but if you have it, if you want to bring it on so that we can put this on the right track here. Is that okay, Rational Mind?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You people continue having your. I think Jewel has the floor. Go on, Jewel. I think if you want to say, is it AI that wants to have the floor?
Okay. I mean, I'll be short. I'll be short. So
AI.
Yeah. So the issue here is just simple. And before I yield the floor to Madam Sita, the issue here is simple. That nation building is not a sprint. For those of you thinking that the obedient movement is done. We are not done. We just got started. I mean, the road to nation building is a marathon, and even if we get it right, we have to still be on it to maintain the standard that we have created. And I think that is why many people are pissed about this election, because we thought that we must have gone, we must have done something great with the beavers, because we saw glimpses of that in Oshun and some state election where it worked perfectly fine. It even worked in the House of Rep election, worked perfectly fine in the Senate, which had more people than the presidential. And I think if we even calculate the amount of vote each and every one of them had, it is far more than the vote that was gotten by the presidential candidates put in total. Yet, we could not get the presidential right. Stop all the speculations. You give people the room to speculate when you do not do what you said you were going to do. If we have an agreement, abide by the agreement. Abide by the agreement. There's nothing wrong with that. Then if somebody comes out of that system or out of that process, then we will be gladly happy to say congratulations and join hands and see where we can help. But in this situation, I cannot in clear conscience tell you that Tinubu, as it were, came in through the right channel, including his baggage, numerous baggage that he has with him. It is too much, not just one, not two, not three, not four, not five, not six. So we have someone that can be categorically tagged as someone that his ways are not clear, his ways are crooked, and his past can only be described as criminal. And we have that person at the helms of affairs. That is not right for our country. It's not just right. And that is why most of us are banging our head and saying, no, this cannot continue. And if he did succeed in this election, 2027 is going to be a different ball game. Now we know the game they are playing. Many of us did not know the game they were playing in the past. Probably we were guided by emotions or sentiment and all that. But now we are saying, no, whoever that it is, it does not matter if the person is from the north, west, east, wherever you may be from. Contest the election, let the people put you in there, because it has shown, like we are seeing in Abia State, that when the people put you in power, you will work for the people. When the Godfather puts you in power, like they did with OKC Bazo, who was the governor before OT, then you're going to do the bidding of the Godfather. Just like we saw the issue of Godfatherism with Mbadinuju and Emeka Offor with Ngige and Chris Oba. We have seen this thing happen, and we have seen how those states suffered within that same period of time. So what we are saying is that we want to put an end to Godfatherism. We want to put an end to flawed elections, or at least an election that could be seen to be fair. And I think that is not too much to ask from our politicians. And Nigerians are one of the greatest people, one of the, even though they are docile, but I feel that they have a good heart. Do not take advantage of them. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Yeah, thank you, Joel. Yeah, so I posted the Premium Times from, you can see there on the Premium Times. I don't know, somebody can do that. Put it. I can't do that because I'm not signing as a host. So somebody can, Ola or Adadio Koko, if you can help me post that in the general chats for other people who are listening to us to follow that link and read it on Premium Times, where Jega was said to have said, use the word compromised. So that way we understand.
He said he was rigged, though. He was saying rigged.
But boy, come. I don't have time for this. Your back and
It's
forth.
not about time. It's what you said, and I'm repeating.
No, you are the one saying it. You see,
no. You said Jega said a rigged election.
Something I'm trying to see here. I'm trying something here.
Mike, give me a second. Okay, good.
I'm beginning to see something here. I don't know. Maybe it's like an attempt to paint some people that they're not worthy of listening.
Rational mind is not.
Let me just make this point.
Wait. No, it's not an attempt by people.
No, that's what it seems to me. It seems to me. But when people say somebody is lying, he's a liar.
Rational mind, calm down. Rational mind, calm down.
I think Bishop can say it's better, but rather than saying he's lying.
No. Rational. Okay, permit me. Number one.
This is the second time.
The link
is better. That
okay, hold on. I will. Hold on. Just hold on.
Yeah.
I will address that. Now, number one, Rational mind, you go back and open the link that you sent and read it by yourself. That link said he has denied that he ever made such a statement. The link that you posted, I posted one from Guardian to follow you, but I read the two of them. Go and read what you posted in that Premium Times and not confirm whether it's aligned with what you claim. See, that thing, I saw it on the, what do you call it? On the social media that he said so. And the man went on the TV station and said there was nothing. He never made such. So read both. Let people read both two things that we posted. You yourself, what you posted just corroborated what I said, not what you said. The link that you posted, I am begging people to open it. When they open it, I will now come back and apologize and read it to us. Let two people open both links, the one you posted and the one I posted, and let them read it out to us on this platform now and see whether what you were saying, Jega said, was what was actually said. And that is sadly. So if you say something that is not factually correct,
Maybe I shouldn't call you a liar, but it is not a fact. It is
Okay.
not a fact.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. They'll say it's not yeah, that is good. But let me come at the middle here. I think, if my memory serves me well, what Jega said is that INEC failed the country by electronically transmitting the result of the Senate and not fail to do the same on presidential. That's what I watched on I think channels. What he said with Shehu Okinbaloye, he was saying that we cannot. INEC should bear some blame too for.
Leno Jega. Jega of all people.
That is the way they talk now. When they are in position, they will defend that agency to death and their job. But when they leave there, they will start saying all sort of rubbish. Is it not the same thing that
Baba, do you know why
one
we are
retired
discussing?
justice was doing now? A week after he retired, he started blaming.
Baba, I think people are just misquoting that.
No. Hold on. Let me just say something.
You say I should hold on when I've not even talked. Now.
Okay, go on, please. Go on. I just want to quickly just say something, but go on, please, go on.
So the thing is this. The man, I think he talks generally, not particularly about this election, which it was a very easy thing to do. If I say, okay, let's assume when I work for NEPA and I say, okay, the NEPA I joined is now more corrupt than the time I joined. It's a general statement. I'm not saying, oh, it's corrupt maybe in terms of billing, whether it's type of backfeeding or whatever. I'm not specific. So people just tap into the word that to the statement of that gentleman, gentle retired man. That's the way I see it. Then before I just keep quiet now, the other thing I want to say is this. Bishop, thanks for being a gentleman. But one thing about this calling one another as liars is, I know it's in our blood, but that thing in reality may be so derogatory. Because if I see something from different perspective, and just because another person is seeing it from another perspective, it doesn't mean that the person is telling lies. It's just because of what I can see. And what you can see is different. So at the end of the day, we argue, and none of us is perfect, and nobody is going to be 100% right. So I think we can always do better, and that's one of the reasons we have this platform. Because trust me, if you are with your colleague in this environment I am, and you call your colleague a liar, or you want to even respond, and you don't even know how to handle that person diplomatically, it's a big issue. But I know we get away with so many things back in Nigeria that, oh, little thing, you are lying, you're a liar. No, you can see things from different perspectives. It doesn't mean that person is a liar. You read newspaper, I read newspaper, I listen to press, I listen to press. How do you know the one that is correct? It's only when we contrast and compare, we know the person that so we just say, okay, let us be factual. That one to me is honorable. Okay, I'm done.
Sorry, I just want to tell yeah, okay, sorry. Prince Daddy, I don't have Ola, if you can bring in Prince Daddy. He said he's asking me to bring him. I'm not signed in as an host, so I won't be able to do that. So if Ola can
I'm not signing as host today. It's only Thomas.
If Thomas is there, Thomas, if you can hear us, he said he wants to come in. Prince Daddy. Now let me just quickly address this. It's up to you. I'm not asking for anybody to apologize to me. But I just want us to understand something. If I say something here, I must have, please, Ola, and please, can you help us share these two links? The one he posted and the one I posted. And I've looked at it. It's just a day in between. It was reported on 22nd.
No, Thomas.
Now,
I'm not signing
now. Let me talk now. Let me talk, Joe.
No, you say I help you share, and I'm not telling you that I'm not.
Oh, I mean on the general chat, as in the YouTube, the general chat on YouTube. I cannot do that because I don't know something. I don't know if YouTube that banned me or maybe somebody just do something on one man's platform. I could not even chat anymore. That's why I've not been chatting on. I don't know what happened. So yeah, let me just do that. So
okay.
Now, please let me do that, or anybody can do that. So my point is this: that the two of them, my own link and his own link, I look at it, it's just a day in between. His own was on the 23rd, which was a day after that it was reported in Premium Times, which I did not write. If you look at Premium Times, there's a quotation there. I can read that quotation for all of you. I saw that. It was quoted that he said that the people compromised that election, that were not vetted and who work for INEC, but the people who compromised the election. So how do you understand that? So it's up to you to figure out whatever you want to figure out there. If you read that Premium Times, you'll see that quotation there. So if he's now saying 2 days, a day after then, or whatever day in The Guardian, saying that he never said that, it's up to Nigerians to figure it out, because that is what I read. So somebody call him here and say I'm a liar. It's just too far. Because whatever I say here, I read them just as you read. If he has debunked that a day after that, I'm oblivious as to that. I'm not well aware of that. I only go by what I've seen. And again, except the newspaper journalist was being clever, or by trying to be, he quoted him. Look at that word. If you look at it there in that Premium Times, there's a quotation there, meaning what he said exactly during that conference at Bayero University was what was quoted there, and the word compromised was used there. So how have I manufactured this when people come here and say I'm a liar? Come on. How do you expect me to know if he debunked it a day after? And even though you're showing me from another newspaper saying that he is saying that he debunked it, we have seen many politicians. They will say something, and the next they will say they never said it. What are we talking about? If you do not understand people's perspective, you don't just come out and just say people are liars. I just gave it to you now, break it down to you now. I did not write that Premium Times. Somebody wrote it. I said the person who wrote it was trying to mislead us. But I'm going by what he said, because there's a quotation mark there. And if you want me to read it to you, I'll read it to you what he said here, exactly as he said it here. Just give me a minute. Let me find it here. He said here, we have seen in 2023 election the damaging effects of how people in the corridor of power gets their clients, partisan nominees appointed without being thoroughly screened. And they are influenced to compromise the integrity of the election. So what have I said here? They get their partisan, their clients or their partisan people to be appointed to serve on the board of INEC. Like we're saying that Tinubu is doing right now, that the learned lawyer, Femi Falana, is saying he's going to sue them to court. So when we say things like, because it's not an Agado narrative, you would think maybe I'm just here to come and discredit Tinubu. I will never say anything that I've not seen out there in the newspaper. But that somebody will be coming here and be telling me that I'm a liar. And you always want to paint that narrative of, oh, this guy, don't listen to him. He just makes stuff up. You made me to go and dig this out now. I know I've seen it somewhere and I know I read it. Come on, guys, please. Let us stop this. You can tell me that, oh, I don't believe it's factually what you're saying is true. That's a better word. I think I have a conversation with one man. If he's listening to me, I've said it to him. Here where I live, it's a bad thing to be saying somebody's a liar. Somebody can sue you to court for that. But I'm not to say I'm going to sue anybody to court. But what I'm saying is that the optics is bad. I will not say you, Bishop, you are a liar. I will say I don't agree with you. You know what I thought? I said, no, that is not correct. No, prove your point. That's what I've said. I'll never call you outright that you are a liar. I don't even, it's not even my language. I can tell you that you're not saying the truth. Or it's not fact.
Rational mind, sorry.
I did not write that. I did not write that article. Somebody wrote it from Premium Times, and I'm going by what he said. There's a quotation there.
Rational mind. Let me say this. Babajaku, sorry, I've not talked.
Yeah, you will speak. Please, 1 minute, please. Bishop, if he's listening, please be careful. Don't let rational mind sue you to court. Because David Ndenyi is going to be the judge at that court. So be careful.
Simba, 1 second before you come in. Let's play with semantics. No, I know. I said let us play with semantics here. Number one, I never said rational mind, you are a liar. No. I said that's a lie. That's not true. I said that's a lie. So that is a
but
lie.
you are referring
It's
to
not,
what
no,
he
no,
said.
no, no. We can take
You are
look. We
referring-
can take we can take that to court and argue it to eternity. I never called him a liar.
Court will not even law, eh?
No. You remember
Everybody wants to go to court.
Ajale Gogo. You remember the case of 1983 of I think it was Alawa Akabashorun and Ganifa Wahimi about somebody addressing somebody as a chief or something. I don't know if you remember that case.
Yes, I remember.
With the issue of Concord.
Yes.
Exactly. So if they could take that kind of a matter up, then we can take this one up. I never called you a liar, rational mind. I said that was a lie. That was not true. Maybe actually that's the word that was a lie. So I apologize for that, but I never called you a liar. So let's clear that. Now that's one. That's one. No, just give me a second.
Okay.
Just give me a second if you don't mind. And secondly, the report that you read, look, there were things on the social media I see. So I go back and try and fact check myself. If I read them on social media, whether on Twitter or whatever, or the one they are spreading on WhatsApp, and many more often than not, it turned out to be. So when I read that in, I waited and I read his denial when he came out that he never said, because what this was claimed was even far more damaging than what we are talking about now. So the truth of the matter is that I'm not fact checking you. It's just that because the platform is very popular, what we put out, we should be mindful. So I double check myself if I want to put out certain things. And it doesn't mean that you still not get it wrong once in a while. So I'm not fact checking you. Why should I? But because of the integrity of the platform, we need to correct ourselves so that people will not just believe that, oh, the platform is being used to spread, I don't want to use the word lies now, half-truths and rumor falsehoods. That's just the issue. Because it's not for me, it's not for anything. It's not for show. It's just for the integrity of the platform. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Okay, Simba, can you quickly just say something so that we can bring in AI?
Are you sure AI is even there?
I don't know if she's there, but then you just say what you
want to say. If AI is there, she will have talked since now.
It's okay.
What I want to say, you know, there are certain things that we should not be taking serious. I'm very sorry to say this. I think a few days ago, I mentioned something. Jewel is on this platform. He called me a liar. Baba Jericho, if you remember, you are even saying, Simba, when I say something about Showore, and we make jokes of it, Baba Jericho was even saying, Simba is a genie, Emandalo. You remember that, Baba Jericho?
Yeah, that's right.
He called me a liar. He said you are a liar. But does that mean make me a liar? So, you know, sometimes if some people are talking, they put a lot of emotion and everything. I think what we are lacking here is just understanding. I don't think there's anybody that has.
Simba, it is the optics. Somebody, okay, you were not here some days ago. That is when I started noticing that thing. When somebody just consistently was saying it, I think Ajani Koko was sleeping. Olakubiemi Rubinus was here. Somebody was saying it like 2 or 3 times. You are a liar, you are a liar. And he was being vociferous about it. I was like, what is going on here? And he kept repeating it. I was like, Kilaju. You know, like, what have I said that you are, you know, like, and then again today, now somebody is repeating that same, saying, maybe you didn't say I'm a liar, but when you say somebody you lied, what you are implying is that person is a liar. Only a liar lies, right? So if somebody say, I might not call you a liar, you're right, Simba, I understand. But it is the optics. When people label one person or even you, liar every time, like people come in here with like, don't mind that guy. They said he's a liar. He's always a liar. He lies. I mean, like, what is the optics? That's my point. We can say it's not true. Bring your fact. These are other words we can use just to make it look like, okay, we're not trying to call you a liar, but let us know what you're saying. Is it a fact as to what you're saying? Maybe that's another best choice of word we can use. But when we say somebody lies, and the other person the other day say you're a liar, I mean, consistently say it like, what are we dragging here? You see, that's the point I'm trying to make. You never call me a liar, but when you say somebody lies, invariably you're saying that person is a liar. That's what you're saying. That's what it implies. Just the implication, what it implies, that's what I'm saying, Simba. Go on, please. Are you there, Simba? Hello? Anybody there?
Yeah. We can hear you, rational mind.
I'm done talking. Anybody wants to talk? Go on. Okay, let's just go to AI. Yeah. Oh, did I freeze? She will freeze in here. Everybody hear me?
Oh, freeze.
Okay.
I'm going now. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. I can hear you.
No. Yeah, okay. We can hear you clearly. Yeah, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, I think he dropped. Bishop dropped. He must have dropped. Maybe it's system froze. So, Madam Aya, are you there?
System did not drop. I'm hearing you.
Okay. So, Madam Aya, are you there? If you want to give us your take on today's topic. Is she there, or somebody else wants to go? Okay. If she's not there,
go to Ola.
Ola. Okay. Ola, Ola, what's your take on what we have today? Ola, are you there? What is going on? I don't have the. I don't know what's going on. Yeah.
Oh, the Lord Jagbado.
I got Lord Jagbado. Yeah. I don't want to stop. No, Zita is still here.
No, Simba.
Simba dropped and he dropped too. Yeah. So
Mike is dropped too.
I don't know. I know people should be on the background, but I cannot bring.
I know. I'm here. Joel of Nigeria is here.
Yeah, I know you are here, but I'm just saying other people that dropped. So anyway, yeah. Mr. Ajalikoko, you want to say something more in addition to what you said, so that we can just wait while we wait for other people.
Yeah, let me talk about what is the name of that aviation minister. Yeah. It's a good news that it brought to us that we'll soon be having flight from Lagos or from Nigeria to Houston. When is that going to commence? We should ask him. And which airline will be responsible for that? We want to hear him. But I would like him to work hard to facilitate our Nigerian airline in covering that. What do you call it? Let us share it between Nigerian airline like Peace, Air Peace, or which other airline we have, and American. Let us share that schedule between them. So that will be okay. But for him to mention that, what did he say about he said something about he was talking that he was saying that the consulate will open too. That is none of his business.
Trust him now. You always look for go on.
Yeah, that's none of his business. He have no responsibility whatsoever when it comes to external affairs business. So the opening of consulate does not fall within the responsibility of his ministry. It is external affair. So I think you should leave that for. You shouldn't have mentioned it at all. You should focus on the.
But you know who is the minister of foreign affairs is? That the other Fulani guy. I think it's a Fulani guy. I don't even see him active. The way he even talks sometimes, doesn't even talk.
No, he's talking. Really? He's active.
I mean, I only hear him talk because like we know of Oyema when Oyema was there, even though he was one of the most.
No, he's talking more than Oyema. I can tell you that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's that guy's pedigree? What is his pedigree? I don't even know. Oh, sorry, Ajali, go on, please. Go on, Ajali, go.
Yeah, I've heard him spoke a couple of times, and the issue is that we don't have. It is when we have controversial issue between us and foreign country. That is when external affairs we come out and speak most, particularly the Minister of External Affairs. So we have not been having any trouble at the international stage now. That's why it seems that it's not speaking too much. But I've heard him a couple of times, and I think it looked like he knows what he's doing in that ministry. I've heard him some things that he said that his ministry are trying to do, and I think I agree with him on some issue. So Kayamo shouldn't have say anything about our foreign affairs responsibility. It is not his job. You see, this minister, sometimes they want to act too much. They want to show that they are really working, and that is what he did there. But I think they can caution him. I think external affairs can tell him, look, anything that has to do with my ministry, leave it for me. I will do it. So I think that is where he got it wrong. But the information, it is good. It's good for his ministry. It's good for the administration. But when are we going to commence this? That is what is important. We want to know when it's going.
Ajaleku dropped. What is going on now? Maybe I just have, because myself I will be bouncing soon. I think Ajaleku dropped.
Maybe it's network. What happened to Thomas, sir?
I don't even know. I mean, he said he will be back, but I think it's almost like 30 minutes now that it's been gone. So, well, Bishop, you can say something, because for me, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, basically, I share. I mean, that was what exactly what Ajaleku said was what I said on that. I think they should get to work. I'm not impressed yet with many of the ministries. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I've had, like I said earlier a minute ago, I've had a man say quite a few things. I mean, after the UNGA, about some bilateral things he was talking about, and he's made about 2 statements on this, or 3 statements on this, what do you call it, ongoing Palestine-Israeli conflict. He said he still made some statement yesterday calling for ceasefire and truce. So, but I think people, because I've been to the consular in Atlanta before, and I remember that day I met people that came from Houston, Texas, and people that came from Illinois, Chicago, Illinois. So if people come from that far, then they deserve to have one there, at least towards that west. They deserve one. Between California and Texas, they actually really deserve one. But it is within the purview of the Minister of External Affairs. The Minister of Aviation or whatever can actually, facilitate it, can talk to his counterpart, but he should not be making the statement. That's my position, and I believe that is the position of Ajaleku as well.
Yeah, thanks.
I think Bishop, I tend to agree with you in total, because just 4 days ago, my friend in Texas was calling me, to see if I knew anybody at the Atlanta consulate, and I'm like, as big as Texas is, you guys don't have a consulate. I think it's rather unfair. They should have one. But I also appreciate your question.
Georgia is not far from Texas now. What's the point? That's if anybody needs, it's we that are up here that need something in Montana region to the Pacific Northwest. We need to Alaska.
But you are close to New York now.
No, but no, I'm not. I'm in West Coast here.
Oh, okay, West Coast.
Yeah. So Alaska down here to, but I think they have one in California, which should serve Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, and maybe up to like Texas. Georgia is very close to Texas now. So Georgia, Florida.
It's not close, though.
It's not close?
It's not close, though.
Really? Okay.
No, it's not close.
But we need one here in Idaho, Montana, or to Alaska here. And if they can put
Georgia in its own is really, I mean, it's just like talking El Paso. El Paso to Georgia is almost about 1,700 or 1,800 miles.
If you drive
exactly.
But then, but we here that has to go. We have to go down from Alaska down to what's it called? To
California.
To California. I mean, that's insane. Or we have to move from Montana to Alaska. To fly to either to what's it called, Georgia, or to New York. Or
Oh, you are closer to Washington. Oh no.
The only one closer to us would be California.
California, yeah. If you live in Montana, California is your best bet. I think they can still establish like 2 more. One to serve the East Coast. That is Northwest. But Northwest is not very populated. It's not very populated. That's the problem. It will be very those. They will just be. They will be inactive. They will be idle. Exactly. That's the right one.
Yeah, I get it because it's a lot of money to maintain these consulates too.
Yeah.
You just have to look at the traffic.
Wait till everybody don't run away.
Yeah, because are you signing? Can you bring in people? Because they say people are at the background. I can't do that.
No. I'm not on those.
Yeah, so I don't know where our friend is. Thomas is. I don't know because he said he'll be back in 30 minutes time, and it's almost 30 minutes now. Probably more than that.
Yeah.
So Bishop and Jewel, let us ask that. So what do you have to say? Because we'll be calling on you to say your own.
What I want to say, okay, how can I jump into
America? Jewel, can you please mute? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Please mute. Thanks. All right, go on, Ola.
How can I jump to America?
You said what?
How can I jump to America?
Jump to America. You are in Canada here now, so you can just walk in now. What is there?
I can walk in. No, the one thing is to walk in. One thing is to establish. I run a private business, so and I won't deceive you. This Canada, although it depends on the type of business you do, right? But the type of business I do, I can really clock my revenue easily in America rather than Canada. Because Canada is too fragmented for business.
Ola, let me say this to you. Although I have people on ground who are doing that, but I think you and I need to talk in private. But I just want to say this. I'm trying to meet Lagos. I could sell. No, it's a trade secret, but I no problem. I don't think there's anything to it. You see, there's still more to you than you can say. Anybody can just do it. You see this consistent, this fragmented construction business in Nigeria, whereby let me give you an example. Some states here, they have a centralized database system whereby every contractors that wants to build anything, they will go on that site, they will advertise everything, and people will come and bid for the contracts and all of that. So we're trying to sell Lagos State, and by extension some other Southwest states, this software. We will build, but then my people on ground back in Nigeria, they said they are having problem because some people within the Lagos State government, they are frustrating the efforts. They don't want it to see the light of day because some people are making money through that means. Because if this incessant, this constant, what's it called? Breaking of, collapsing of buildings in Nigeria. If we vet every contractors, they must be registered with each state. You see, I don't know. You see, I have so many things I could sell to Lagos State government, and by selling other state government, whereby they could generate money, not just the state, the local government, they could generate money from them. But then, like I said, these my people, they're having problem because I'm trying to get them that software here so that we can start expanding. But the problem is we want to start with Lagos State because Lagos State has the best facilities so far. The other state that will have it is it will be what's it called? Abuja, and then Port Harcourt. But the problem we're having is that some people walking around this the governor's office and all of that, they are standing in the way of us being able to, penetrate, because some people are benefiting from that shenanigans. The way the whole thing is just fragmented, there's no order into everything. So we need like I said, we have IT people on ground. But what I'm trying to ask you is this: have you ever done anything major like that in Nigeria, like IT related in Nigeria? And what is your experience with that?
I've managed a $4 million project before in Nigeria. So I put figure for you to know the magnitude of project that I've executed.
Thomas, you're signing twice, Thomas, sorry, Thomas, you're signing twice.
So
are you there, Thomas?
I'll delete one. Yeah.
Thomas.
Oh, Babati, you are here too. Okay, go on, please.
So I've handled a 4 million software project before. So you understand the magnitude of what I did. So, when I say $4 million, that's when dollars used to be $3 in Nigeria, not the type of dollar we may be talking about in Nigeria today. So it depends. Is it ERP you want to supply, or is it a financial system? So it depends on what you want to. So
so have you this project you're talking about, was it with the government or just some kind of private entities or
no, it's with the bank.
Is it with bank? Okay, that's a different business.
The only time I work with the only time I did project with the bank was not that big anyway, and not only me, that was with NIMS. So they've even started like 3 years before almost 5 years before I even joined the company that executed it. So it is more of the project while supporting the application. It's for interbank settlement system. So I work on so many projects, but mostly not. The only side of government I work is about compliance. When you work with the regulatory body and just to handle some compliance system for your banking institution. So I did all those stuff.
I just want trying to tap on.
I understand what you are saying, rational mind.
The experience is just
your system of marketing, your system of sales is Nigeria. We can talk after. We can talk at the back end.
Okay. I need to.
Rational mind. Let me say something. I think the kind of system you are trying to introduce is a system that will bring transparency.
Exactly. That's
yeah.
the thing, yeah.
That is not going to be possible. They're not going to let it happen. And that's
Baba, it can even work. It depends on who you are talking to. If you are just talking to a regular person, something to work. But if you by any means you come across someone himself or someone close to someone,
it's not forget about someone.
That's the point.
They're not going to let
they go to governor office. They will not even allow him. They just say governor.
No, forget. Look, rational mind.
It's just they're just frustrated.
Don't pursue what cannot yield any result for you.
No, I I'm
serious. There's money. The way it's done here in America is different.
After the live session, I will give rational mind some clue. I'm serious. I'm not joking.
Okay, but what I know,
wait. I will tell you even what my Oga did. See, as it's difficult for the government, it's difficult for the private sector. So my boss, a multi-billionaire, I'm not even talking of the guy is a South African, so a multi-billionaire that even helped some transaction from ABSA, then helped some businesses in Nigeria with ABSA loan of almost $400 million. You will see within the financial system, you will understand what I'm saying. See, he wanted to sell product to Union Bank and UBA. They were blocking him. They block him. So the guy kept adopting different strategy. Before she walked into one of the person that know Elumelu, just have to be kind to that person. Maybe I should know. Okay, let me even say it doesn't matter. It's not as if we went to bribe. Bought car for that person just for her to achieve that, for you to buy Prado for someone so that you gave her an assignment to help you get that in. Eventually, she managed to get that business for my boss, but not that easy. Even some of his executives, some of his DGM, they started troubling Melga because they didn't know how she penetrated. So that is how difficult Nigeria business can be. See, even you will find out that MD of banks sometimes too, they find it difficult to even have access to a person like Obasanjo. Do you think if Akinbola had access to Obasanjo the time Sanusi threw him out, it would not be possible? So that is business in Nigeria for you. You have to look for someone that can help you lobby. If you keep approaching these people in the office, oh my goodness. Even, let me tell you one thing. Let's talk after the meet. Let's talk after, because you will know that sales, even here, sales is like the height of the needle. You are in the sales air. Baba, let's talk at the end of this.
Well, let me say this, Ola. You see, what Rational Mind is trying to introduce is what will bring transparency in award of contract, bidding for contract, and all of those things. Politicians are the ones that most of the time, even if they do bidding, it's going to be all of their companies that will do the bidding and everything. So whether you like it or not, they will show it that, yeah, people bid for it and someone gets it. It's one of their friends and their cronies that they will use some kind of way to get such big contracts. So, and the way the system runs, they are not transparent in running of government business. Though most of the contractors, every contractors with the state, they register, they pay their taxes, they do everything. That is the way it is. That is what the civil service law require. But this one that you are talking, go online, be this and do this. Rational Mind.
Well, you see,
go and check for another thing that you can do. Yeah.
Either sell them the software and let them manage it, or we do it for us, we install it. That's what we're trying to do. See, it's a trade secret I don't want to leak out because there's more to it, but I know there's nothing so spectacular about it. But the thing is, like there's a software that you need for that. So it's just, that's the only problem. They might go and ask somebody to write the software.
Rational Mind.
My point is this. You see, what they don't understand is even that, okay, let me give you an example. Recently, there were some homes that they said they were trying to collapse, they were trying to demolish. Now, who are the people who approved this? They can see the record on the site. Whoever approved it, that will now lead to even the contractor that will bid on them. And then, okay, let me give you an example. Now, there was another thing he said. I was listening, was it Sanwo-Olu or somebody was saying the other day when some building collapsed? They said, even within the Lagos State civil service that does approval of building and all of those kind of stuff, which should not even be in the first instance. It should be local government. You see what I'm trying to say, that these people, they don't get their eyes. Now, the thing is that people still working within that Lagos State planning and whatever division, they are the people who would be the soil engineer, who will be the people that will go and test the soil. You come to them, they will recommend their own in-house. Just like, okay, some people tell you that you go to Lutz now, they will tell you, sorry, we cannot do that here. Go to this hospital. That hospital that they are referring you to, that doctor that refer you there, maybe he works there, or is his colleague that works there. Not I think they cannot treat you in Luto, but they will refer you there so that they can make that money from you. You see those kind of shenanigans. So that's the thing that this thing is going to chop off. So we either will sell them the software and we'll manage it for them. So it could be Lagos State, or they give it to us, and then we have them collect the money, and then in some way we remit the money back to them. They can audit. You see, it's just a same crazy thing I don't want to sell right now. My guys there, we're on ground, we're doing it, but the thing is to now break even now. You know what I mean? Just to penetrate to Sanwo-Olu and get these people to help us, give us audience. That's where the problem is. I mean, I've run into this before with one of my party that was trying to install parking meters in Lagos State. That was during Fashola time. That was how they frustrated the guy too. So you see, we are our own enemy in that country. Our own enemy. Because if you know what is my friends are telling me that they needed for them to be able to get audience with Sanwo-Olu, Some of them they've waited on the domicile, on the tutu, but still they are still demanding and playing them here and there. You see, we'll never move forward in that country. We'll never move forward. We are our own enemy ourselves. Because this thing would, if we can start, we can use Lagos State as a springboard for that. It would, because that's why we just need that Lagos State. That's why we cannot go to Port Harcourt, but if they see it, we do it in Lagos State, and we brought some kind of law, some kind of order into the whole building thing in Nigeria, construction within Lagos State rather. I mean, when other states see it, they want to kill
national mind. Even in, at least I don't know of United States, even here in Canada, securing government contracts is not that straightforward.
No, this is not federal. This is not federal. This is state now. This is more like state.
I said securing state, securing government contracts, whether city or wherever. That is why you see suit and counter suit whenever some companies lose out.
This guy saying.
No, so you don't know.
I'm reading somebody. Sorry, let me mute myself. Somebody is saying something here in the comment section.
Okay. So when some company lose out of any bid, they go ahead and sue the government too. They want to know more. So there are is Baba. Let's talk. Let's see. You understand? I hope when we go back to this, I'll be able to talk, because there are something you better not talk online, especially if you work.
Yeah, I know. Because so, right now the thing is in limbo. I don't see them moving forward anymore.
That contract, if you see the right person, Baba Jalekuko, one thing is this: see, if there are 10 billion in the system, and too many civil servants are stealing that 10 billion, right? And the government is unable to see $1 billion there a month. A politician can buy your solution to concentrate the corruption. You know, it's not like the type of corruption like IBBO that you want to make everything to be liberal. You know, everybody. You know, you liberalize corruption. You understand? Some politicians, they look at, okay, maybe they have like 10,000 competitors among the civil servants. They will happily take your solution to chase that 9,000 away, to chase at least 9,500 away. And so that the thing can come to the remaining 500 left, and they be competing. So that's just I think I'm talking too much anyway. When we
I don't think you're talking too much. I think Thomas is back. I have to build. Let me just say this real quick before I leave. You see,
Rashidama, before you leave, please. Before you leave, let me tell you this. This is just coming from someone that had experience with governance in Nigeria. And if I could just take you back, I will make it fast. In the past, I used to write, when I finished from school, I used to write proposals to government. That was the biggest disappointment I ever had in my life. It will take you into it will make you understand that most people around those people in government do not really care about growing the society.
In Nigeria, you're saying? In Nigeria, right?
In Nigeria, yes. In Nigeria. The people around government are like hyenas. You know, immediately you bring in a proposal for them, if it's something that they can do, or they have someone that can do it, they rather go find that person that can do it. Then the other person, sometimes they'll even take your own proposal from you. That's your intellectual property. And they will go and redo it and present it to the governor, who goes ahead to sign it. It happened to me a couple of times.
Yeah. Even my friends, they said something like, they told me that because they were asking for the software, and I said, no, we're not going to give them out. Just write a proposal. And the proposal too was not that too. We didn't elaborate all the details as to how we're going to do it. Because if you do that, because they were asking us for everything, I said no. We said no. Let us just show this to the governor. We'll just show it. They said, well, let us go and see the.
You try it.
Housing and urban planning and all those kinds of things. They saw the guy. But
You
he said he needs
still
the
want a rational mind. Rational mind. See, you need someone anyway. Like I said,
yeah.
See, why working in a bank? Some of these collection you see today, all these whether you want to talk of a corporate pay and all those this one that InterSwitch were selling to, you understand? All those things emanated from the bank, working with we are working with InterSwitch and some other stakeholders to even sell all those collection application to schools, to some public organizations. You know, my bank then and InterSwitch, we sold to Lagos State, and we sold to even the ITRA, my bank, and through the eTransact, we sold some not to Ogun State government. It's not as if these people, it's not as if you cannot approach them. But the thing is this, you've got to have the right strategy. You understand? You've got to see, and in as much as possible, you have to find a way to lift some liability from them too, while you make sure that you are not getting yourself exposed too much.
That's the point. That's the whole point of it, right, Ola? Because the thing is,
hold on, wait. I work for a company. The company that did the National Automated Clearing System is an American company. I work for that company, and the company is on the Broad Street. I decided not to mention them, but those people that are aware, they know the company I'm talking about. People, in fact, not that people said that project was going to fail alone. You understand? Even people from the government's quarters, competitors, they fought that project to almost stand still. But just because you got your strategy right, that's why the project eventually succeeded. And it was why the like of InterSwitch of this world now we're not encouraged, like 5-6 years later, to even bring their own solutions to, based on what they've seen, that okay, if NACS project could succeed in Nigeria, meanwhile NACS simply means a national automated clearing system. You understand? That you use for interbank settlement. It started from Absalom time, you know. So see, even the company I'm talking about today still find a way to run away from government project because we refuse to take the structure cabling and some other networking project for national this now.
Ola, let me just say this real quick because I have to leave because my time is almost. So let me just say this real quick, guys. You see, Omoni Kaye, or whatever your name was. You see, this is the point we're saying here. When you're telling me that because I come here, I talk about Tinubu, and so therefore I cannot get a contract. You just imagine, how can you run a system like this? And you're happy, maybe, I don't know where you are maybe somewhere, whatever, maybe.
Are you sure you are Yoruba?
He's kissing you.
Are you sure you're Yoruba?
How so?
Are you sure you are Yoruba man?
Omoniyi Kaye.
Omoniyi Kaye. Go on.
All right.
All right.
So, maybe it's because I've been Americanized. I don't know. Sorry, it's okay. Now, but the point is,
I'm not even a Yoruba anyway.
Yeah, am I Yoruba? You're right. Modesto Yoruba no more Yoruba. Was supposed to be more Yoruba.
It's just like you can speak French. Are you a Frenchman? You can speak French.
Yoruba ni àkókò Edo / Ìlàjẹ.
Mo ti gbọ́ ọmọ Abẹ́òkúta tó sọ pé tó pẹ̀lú
ní
rational mind.
Let me say this real quick, guys. Let me just say, because I need to bail, please. I'm sorry. You see, when you say things like this, that I need to know Tinubu before I can go. You see, this project I'm telling you, normally it should be local government's base, because every local government should be the one handling this thing, and we cannot but now I have to go to a state. Like, just imagine, it's just beyond what one can. And you say you want a developed country like Nigeria.
Rational mind. The app is about what, please?
Why do I even need to see the governor before I can even bid to even install this kind of things for them? But that is how
rational mind. Rational mind. What's the project all about? What's the project all about?
What was what?
What is your app all about?
No, it's about bringing about transparency in the construction business, in the construction of buildings in Lagos State, and by saying another state.
Okay.
Within people who wants to who wants to build anything, they will come. Normally here, like that's how it's done here in America, it's by local government. So they have a centralized database system whereby contractors can go and look for jobs for themselves, and they will bid on it, and they will submit their license, and the state gets their own cut from licensing each of these companies that will be working within their own states. That's how they get their money from there. And so you must be properly licensed to do the job you are about to do. You must have shown some kind of competency, which is the state licensing board would license you to do that. That's why they would need what they call building code. And these are all the things that we want to sell to Lagos State. I don't know if they even have that because I've been scoring through their they kind of give that an illusion like a facade of having all these things on their system, but the thing is this: their workers are the ones that will do the geotechnical reports for every land you want to go and why should they do that? That is conflict of interest. And that is why you see a lot of buildings are collapsing. And they don't want us to put that on the site so that they can see, they can invest. Because whoever is handling the contract, you can go to corporate affairs and look at the people who are the board members of that place. If they have to be members of Lagos State government or working for Lagos State government, then that's a conflict of interest. But they don't want all of these things. But for me, I told my guys, at this point, let's just let it roll like that because I don't know.
No.
That country. That country is just gone. It's gone.
Rational mind. No, it's not going to go that way. It's not going to go that way. The thing there is this, right? Like in my own experience, I believe that if anything that you can do in a big way, you can also do it in a small way. I believe that if you have you registered a company in Nigeria?
I do have a company registered. Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to mention name right now, so that way.
No problem. What I'm just saying is that you have to register the company in Nigeria, right? If you can market the software, because what you're just saying is
the trade secret will leak. It's a trade secret we cannot sell out to anybody. We must be dealing directly with the local government or with the local government in this case. But if we have to go through on a third party, then we have to. That is what some of them were trying to do to us. Trying to say, bring all the things so we can present it. They want to see what it's all about.
What's
and then maybe
all about?
They go and replicate it.
Oh yes. Oh no. They'll do that, but
it's a very complicated issue right now. So I told them they just leave the whole thing. They just leave it for now. We're going to
okay. Maybe for now, but if I may say something, if what you're doing is tied, if the government must be involved, then I can see.
Yeah, you just need the government because in this sense, then it is the state that runs all those kind of things. The state can have a building board who licenses all contractors that works within their locality in their own state. That's understandable. But when it comes to building inspection and all those kind of things that approving C of O, it should be local government based, and it should be people working within local government that should be. You see, that was why I said on one platform, the only way we can improve that country and make that country to start working for people and get people more employed. You see, you are here in America now. It's all about legislation. They will create some kind of economy around some things like, school. Like for school now, you see they have counselors. Some of these counselors just sit down in their office, they don't do anything, but they still get paid, right? So, but does our school, our local government school, our government primary schools, do they have school? Do they have like counselors and those kind of things? Do they have people that even employ to take care of the needs of this? So, the point I'm trying to say is that through legislation, some of these our state legislators, they don't know what they are doing. They can create some kind of local economy for their locality by creating some kind of agency that will be running some kind of things that will be getting paid, and they'll be getting they'll be raking in money for local government or for the states. But they know their head never goes to those areas. All they think is about is how to share money and then start rigging election for the next election. That's what they think about. And all the legislation they make is not even to the benefit of to bring about a saner society where there will be law and order. Like, okay, we are planning homes here, street gutter and all that. I mean, that should not come under the purview of the state government. It should be local government doing all of this. You see, that's the problem we're having. That's why we have to go through the states. So you see, when I come here, I argue with the way I argue about Tinubu and his Lagos. People think maybe I just hate the guy. It's just no. You don't run a system like that. That is why it's not effective.
Sorry to interject, Rational Mind. Sorry.
I have to be soon, my friend.
No, just hear this one for just 20 seconds. If you have a good software in your hand that you think it will bring more openness to contract bidding and processes, I think we have 36 states in Nigeria. And if you think that Lagos is not giving you opportunity, we have Oyo, Osun, and the rest. Why didn't you go that line too? I don't think as a business-minded person, you cannot just put your eggs in one basket. If Lagos State is not giving you an audience, I think you already bail out. But maybe you can hear later. At least the member of the platform can also hear. Lagos State is not the only state in Nigeria. You can go elsewhere and try it there. Bidding for government, giving.
Rational Mind speak down on Lagos every time. Now he wants contract from Lagos.
No, I don't. Like I listened to the time one man was talking about him. I was fast asleep that time, but I listened before I went to bed and get up again. And he was trying to talk about blowing tribute about him and the rest and something like that. But it's okay. He has his right to say whatever he wants.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to mute myself. I don't know. I was
okay. What I'm trying to tell you is very simple. If you have a software in your hand that you think can improve the process of contract building, making it transparent, Nigeria as a country have 36 states. If Lagos State is not giving you an audience as a good business person or a company, if at least you are not going to be doing business with only one state in Nigeria, you can start with other states. So you have a room to move around Nigeria and sell your business concept or whatever you want to do.
Yeah. You have a point there.
And I don't like, listen, I know you might not like Tinubu. That's not my cup of tea. No. Just listen to me. Listen. That's not my cup of tea. You have a right to dislike or whatever you want about people or something. But that does not continue to give you, if Lagos is not giving you opportunity, don't always attribute it to Tinubu. Because after Tinubu have left governors in 2007, he's had about 3 governors. So it's not in charge now. So if they are not giving you audience, you can move to another state in Nigeria.
Okay, let me quickly just say this real quick. Why I brought Tinubu in was because somebody made comment in the comment section. Like you say, why would they give you the contract? Because
rational mind. Rational mind. If you are talking about people that are making comments, you will say nothing here.
Hold on. I understand. I'm just trying to make. Hold on now. If you allow me to talk, the point I'm trying to make is that somebody said it. I saw that as a point that I have to make. That why should I have to know Tinubu before I have to? Or why should it be that if I insult Biden, that Biden, you are crazy, you're a map, you are this and that, and tomorrow I go to Ministry of I say Department of Trade, or I go to say Department of whatever, so I want to supply them some things, or Defense, I want to supply them some money. Because I'm insulted, the only thing they will do is they will just do some background check on me to see if I have done anything terrorist or that is against the state, not the president. Maybe the president too, they will do that. But the thing is, because I insulted him, it does not mean that I'll be deprived of anything that I have to do or any contract. So
that man is joking with you. Forget that. He's only teasing you.
Let's not overflow. What I'm just trying to say is that I'm just trying to make a point to our listeners. You know me very well. I always take everything to Tinubu. That if you are talking about, I need to, because I insult Tinubu, I cannot get anything done in that country. Then we are just as well just go and live in Sahara Desert then, right? Because I'm not into your kind. I don't dig your kind of way of style of ruler. Of governance. Then for that reason, I should be deprived of what I should be benefiting as a citizen of that country. That tells you that we are
rational mind. If you are into
in conclusion, yes, you're right, Remy. I don't have to be in Lagos. But the reason why we're using Lagos as a springboard is because Lagos has the facility. It's more like, Lagos State has that infrastructure that we can tap into. We can use that as a springboard for us to launch ourselves and tell other states that look at what we're doing in Lagos State. But it cannot happen because of what I just said.
Remy, please hold on. you always think nothing good can come out of Lagos. Come on now, why are you going to Lagos? Go to Anambra now or to Kano.
What should I go to Anambra now? And then just a piece of advice, national mind. You might take it or you might leave it. Go to anywhere in the world. If you are going to be dealing with business, people that work for government, you must know the way you play your politics. It's part of the optic. It's everywhere in the world.
I'm not the one fronting now. How are people fronting over there? I'm not the one behind it.
But you know, are you saying you are not directly or indirectly involved, or you are just talking about?
I don't want to go into details as to that.
No, I'm not asking you.
I'm not even talking about it here.
What I want to know is this. If you are not directly or indirectly involved, you are not a shareholder, you are nothing to this company.
You just want me to say something on that. I won't say anything more than that. But
Okay.
Let me tell you something, rational mind. See,
guys, I have to
when you are presenting your business, wait, rational mind. When you are presenting your business, see, irrespective of who you are presenting to, Nigeria is a place that everybody looks at the opportunity. See, you are seeing government official, right? But at the same time, you are seeing government officials that is looking at, oh, this is an opportunity for me that even if I can do this imperfectly, I can even jump out from government job and become part owner of that business or to benefit from that business somehow. So don't assume that just because you are in the opposition that they will see. The rule of business sometimes is that even your worst enemy, you can do business with him as long as you play according to the rule. Two small enemy can still do business. They can, as long as you play according to the rule, because the enemy money will just unite you immediately. As money can scatter two good friends, money can unite two worst enemy, except if that money is not money enough. So don't assume that just because you're in the opposition that they won't take. They will. Because if someone is telling you that everything is absolutely fair in business, in sales, I'm telling you that it's a lie. Except the person has not joined the salespeople to a certain extent. If you be with the salespeople to a certain extent, you will see what you've never seen and what you believe that can never happen. That's why I say we cannot talk too much here. You understand? What you believe that cannot happen,
you need to give up.
The best you will keep quiet and you will not talk.
Yeah, you see, Ola, the thing is what I'm talking about is because I gave up about the thing because I'm the only one that can give them the software. My other guys, they are into IT and stuff like that. I only supply them the latest software and give them idea on what's the next thing.
No. Before you continue,
I'm giving up because the whole. I mean,
there are a lot of.
There's more to it that I'm saying than what I've said here already. There's so much to it. I don't want to go into details, but the thing is, I'm just trying to use that as an example to say, why do we have to do this for ourselves? If you want to be this country,
in the Senate climb are not immune to that. Will you ever believe that Ali Poti, if not because of article that was involved? Will you ever hear anything about that?
Rational mind.
I have to go.
Please, can you leave me with your email or something, your contact info?
Okay, I'll just do that. I'll do that.
Or you know what? Let me do this. I'll just put down my number in our chat section. Then you just text me. Then we can go from there. Okay.
That's fine.
So when it comes to business, you have friends now, Joel and National Man.
That's why
we're all here.
You guys end up coming each other. Don't come back here and say one man introduce you.
We are all here not just to talk politics, but also to, like Roman said.
Babati, I was coming for you. I wanted to tell you I lost so much money last week. So I was like, where is Babati?
How did you lose money? You go bet? You go to Baba Jabu now waiting?
No. La for stock. That's what I see that Baba Jabu.
Let me send you something. You're supposed to have a script now to guide you so that you don't lose that much money.
That's what I'm saying. Baba T.
What's the latest stock that is because right now I just answered from stock because I'm badly burnt.
I know.
I've lost thousands of dollars from.
No, you're not supposed to be. Listen, you're supposed to have. Like you said, do you guys know what the Fibonacci line is?
Yes, I know what. That's the line that I know.
Fibonacci line. So when you're trading, you're supposed to know what the Fibonacci line is. That way, you know when it's about to drop up, so you can minimize your risk. So you know how you do like your EMA moving average 10.
I just texted you. Did you get it?
So
yes, I did.
When you trade, always use a moving average of 10, 50, and 200. That would be your gauge. So you know, so once you drop below 10 to 50, once it goes below that, if your VWAP, if it drops below your VWAP, you are out. That means you have more. VWAP just tells you where the money is moving. If it's above VWAP, that means people are putting more money into it. If it's below VWAP, that means people are withdrawing their money. So you know not to wait too long to come out.
But Baba T, this is what I'm going to do. Please, I'm going to. Okay, in the comments in our message section, I put down my number, please, Baba T.
Yeah.
Just text me because I'm not good.
But I want to send you a script. I told you to open on that. I gave you that website now. What's it called? Trading
Baba
View.
T, let's just start afresh. Let's just start afresh.
Okay.
I have my number is there. If you can text me, then we can talk.
Yeah, I will send you my own personal script so you can use that for your trade. So that will help you. Okay. All right.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right. Good night, guys. I just have to go to bed. All right. Good night.
Before you go, can you try a different state to what?
Yeah, we're still looking into that, but it's just
if Lagos is not.
We just need Lagos.
Not cutting it. Try maybe Ekiti or
we need Lagos back.
Lagos already have people doing that for them now. I don't know.
Where are the people doing it?
See.
There's nothing you want to introduce to Lagos that's not already there. Trust me.
Most businesses we've pushed before, like I told you, we push it to the bank. Because some of these banks, they already have some relationship with those government. That's why I just specifically mention it. See, because banks will look at what they want to get from it. If it's what the bank can build a product around, if you find a bank to work with, honestly, they will deploy everything they have.
We all not with Nigeria. You cannot be you can't be direct with whatever you have. So if you approach the government directly, we all know that never works. You must know someone that knows somebody. So instead of focusing on the government, focus on people that are around government that can get you in.
No, that's what you have to do too. You don't go to government. See, even when I told you that my boss that came to Nigeria to establish business, he didn't just say because I'm so rich, I will just go. He started looking for key people. For example, he looked for like some directors of UBA, look at someone in First Bank, and look for one army general. He brought them on board. And despite that, it took him good 4 years to even add a breakthrough. 4 years. To the point that there was a time he got a contract that when the CBN was now saying, okay, bank will not be deploying the offsite ATM, that they will be doing IAD, that independent ATM deployer. So there was a government policy, CBN policy around that, and eventually CBN failed. They took CBN to court. This man got close to 400 million for compensation. So you have to look at the risk around you. You have to look at those people you bring. So when you go to all those places yourself, or more, you see, you will get tired if you don't have enough. Because even despite that, if you pull people from all those organizations, if you put those BP men that you're talking about, it doesn't mean that within a year they will get to that, You can push for 2-3 years sometimes before you have some breakthrough sometimes. So it's not easy because you can be discouraged before you can even be encouraged. It's brutal. That is why I'm saying you look at the established organizations that have relationship with those organizations. If it is World Bank, if it's World Banks can invest in, then you look at, okay, do you know anybody in the banks? You talk to them that, oh, you will just be like my settlement bank. So, but this is the product I want to push. What can you do to help me? So, I'm talking too much. I'm talking too much. Enough.
Let's go back to politics. Yeah, let's go back.
Because all these things you are supposed to pay me for it. Because if I talk too much here now,
let's leave all this business and get back to politics.
You see that?
Yeah, let's go back to politics.
Look at Mike.
Let's go back to Peter Obi.
Don't mind Mike. I only joke.
Mr. Alaska, I was surprised when Mike was asking for Nigeria consulate in Idaho. Why would they put Nigeria Cabo Embassy in Idaho or Alaska?
Because we need one here. We don't have to be going to California every time.
But it's Idaho now.
No, I'm not saying Idaho. I say Idaho, Montana, all this way down.
The best you can get is California. Nobody's coming up there to Washington State to come and put anything there. I don't know why would I want to put anything there.
Really? And do you know the economy of Alaska?
How many people? How many Nigerians live in that part of America?
Well, you can say that, but then the point is, we need one here, right?
What they can do is what the interior minister is proposing. That is, you do everything online.
Guys, this is a past
Mr. Idaho. Okay, now what they can do is go online, but they will now ask a contract if I want companies in Idaho where you go for your fingerprinting and whatever. That's what they are proposing. They won't actually have any consulate in your that part of America, but you can go somewhere to go and do fingerprinting, maybe with the state government. That way you do everything online, but when it comes to fingerprinting, you go to their security, whatever, to do your fingerprints, and that's it. What the mail is here, and that's it.
What's happening? Anybody online?
No, we're here.
Okay, when everybody just went quiet. So
I don't know why, Ola, why don't you want to continue? That you say you want us to consult you so that we can pay consultancy fee.
I know if you want me to talk freely, let's go to the
if you know something, never do it for free.
No, of course I won't.
I just, you know what? If you want to do business in Nigeria, you are free to do, but you must also learn the local business terrain. The problem
Remy Coca, for me to even build a document for you just to start molding block alone, for me, if you are consulting me, because I know you, because we share together, maybe I will take, maybe just because I know you, I will take like $3,000 to $4,000 from you. I see some people that say, oh, you can do this thing on with $300, $500. I say, good luck to you. Go there and go online. You have access to what you can use to build your business for $300, $400. But if you want to consult, because I know you for just block molding business alone, because we share together, we discuss together, the least I will take from you will be between $3,000 and $4,000.
I don't need your service. Sorry.
Yeah. It's not that. See, Remy, that's the mistake people make. See,
no, I'm just kidding with you. I'm just
no. I'm just telling you. No, I just want to play the fact because people online, if I build an app online, so build your business, I give you some kind of template. You build it, and maybe you pay me $300 for that. I just need an application there to just have like maybe 1,000 or 2,000 people a year that will be using my application. Then I'll be getting free money if it's that easy, right? If it is that easy to go into business, everyone will be going to business. As I'm talking to you now, I'm even managing. See, there have been some year. Maybe we talk that in at the back end. We had.
Don't talk too much, you. Don't talk too much, you.
Okay.
You've been saying that. I don't want to talk too much. I don't want to talk too much.
Allah, saying you cannot talk too much. Is it a business that you do? Is it something that you do for business, or is it something that you do for fun? If it's something that you do for fun, then you can shut up. If you're trying to sell yourself, you don't know who amongst us there needs your services. So if you want to stay or sell your services, you sell your services. It doesn't mean that you're letting out any of your business.
Joel,
That's my point.
Joel, look at free advertisements. Free. This is a free advertisement to the world, isn't it? You are not even paying.
It's free advert.
Joel, I told you, when someone say they can build business document for you for $300, right? When they do some kind of your 3 years forecast for you, what should be targeting? What should be your measurement? Will they discuss tactics with you? They can give you strategy, but they will never discuss tactics. So
that's what I'm saying. So you still have your
business.
Exactly.
So
I know.
The thing is this: if you need my service where I'm competent, I will not talk too much. Let us discuss and let us talk on money. Because like I said, I may find myself in the situation whereby I need to pay as much as $1,000 to even buy data. You understand? So if I'm going to spend in some situation, if I'm going to pay $1,000 to buy data, and someone will say, "Oh, I can do this business for $300," I will say, "Good luck," because now, when I started, the person I even first built a document for was someone that was going to fiber concrete business. We started looking at where he's going to. So at the end of the day, when I was able to aggregate the cost of equipment, the type of projection, how he should approach sourcing his fund, the source of his fund, how he's going to get. So see, a lot goes into this thing. And that I worked with a bank before, I know that some businesses that you can push to the bank when you have a problem, because I can give you that one for free. Just look at your bank, discuss with them that you have this business. You'll be working with this, but you just want them to be your banker and start talking to them. Some of them, they have facility to help you push your project. Even when it is not government, they have the facility, because what bank needs is this. You are giving them idea that we give them deposits. So your deposit is what they will be thinking of, and they will work with you. So I can't talk more than that. At least I've been nice to even give things like that. That okay, if you have a business today, you need to push. If you have a good bank, approach your bank and tell them you have this, and they really want to give you facility, and they really want to be your banker. Shaking, I won't talk more than that. So I know that what rational mind want to do is possible, but it's not as if, I just go to Lagos State and the next month or that they will be run after me. No, it won't happen that way.
Ola, I think I understand the area you're coming from. Being that
okay, if you understand, don't talk. Don't talk.
I get it. No, I get the whole thing. And that was what I wanted to tell what what's his name, Rational Mind earlier on, of which we're going to discuss that in the phone, right? You see, even here, even in the United States, I always tell people that we call it IM in Nigeria. IM means Imamado, right? No person to no person to no person. It happens here as well. The issue here is that the opportunities are numerous, or maybe I would say the jobs are too much. So people just don't really get to that stage where they have to, talk to somebody or meet somebody before they get something done. But that is a general practice around the world. Yes, that of Nigeria might be so crude, but it is not like it is peculiar to Nigeria. It is just around the world. Whenever you're dealing with government, it comes with a different terrain. What made me to record, the success I recorded when I was doing mine was that I had to go fully private. I went to the private sector. I sought my clients via the private sector. And even though we were doing something for the government, we only went there to just get some clients as well, or some policies, clarification, and all that from the CBN. But apart from that, every other thing that we did on our own. So we did most of the job. So even when the CBN saw us, they were like, please come. In fact, at the time, the CBN was our biggest marketer. So I get where you're coming from. And the idea of that people can always steal your stuff, yeah, it happens. But you also have to know how you sell. Also have to know how you give general view versus or general insight versus specific insight. Now, if you're giving the general insight, you're trying to just tell them, hey, this is what I do and all that. This is how it's going to happen. But now the specifics is where the money is what you do not let out. So, I mean, I think this is just like common knowledge. We've been doing this with this thing for quite some time. So, I like you doing what you're doing. I get where you're coming from. And then it's not about.
Okay, that's good. let's yeah.
Ola, do you build apps?
Do you want to build app?
Do you build apps?
It depends on type of app you want to. Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. All right.
But so, that's subject to my
Joe
if I don't have enough time, I push you.
What is the problem?
I am the one handling the financial aspect of Ola business and anything related. So I'll be in the middle and to facilitate the business very well, logistic, everything you need, I will be in the middle. So like
I don't know how I'm going to fare, working with two Abadorians. I don't know. I don't know if
no, it is not my
hello. I just want to make sure that your certificates are not forged.
You know this way you guys are talking. I love it. I love it because of one reason. You guys are true Nigerians, and when you talk business, nobody care about where you come from. And when you talk now, Joe, about your business, how you are able to develop it, I love it. The people you do business with in CBN or even there in America, whether Nigerians or non-Nigerians, do they ask where are you from? They don't care because at the end of the
definitely. When it comes to money, money has never had tribe. I don't know.
And when you talk about a country, money play a big role too. If a lot of business is thriving in Nigeria, everybody will be happy. That is why all of us as Nigerians, the most important thing for us is that how do we contribute our own quota to make that country a better country? We know we're at low now, but we should all work together. So that is why people are saying it's not that castigating. Election is just the people that will participate.
Why do you think politicians will fight today and they become friends tomorrow?
So that's what I'm talking about. So even now that you are fighting here, before you even know, you will see Atiku and Obi and Tinubu somewhere. What are you going to do?
Atiku will still get contract on that Tinubu if he's so.
Yeah, the same thing with Obi. Do you think he will not go for contract also if he has the opportunity? Of course, he will do the same thing. All of them will do the same thing.
It's permanent interest, not permanent enemy.
Yeah,
it's all about permanent interest.
That is the way it should work. And I think most Nigerians, what we should be craving for now is good government. And do your governor very well. They are the one that Nigerians should handle with tight hand, because at the end of the day, what happened in your state is not going to concern Abuja. So if you are living in Ogun State and you want your state to be better, you can, even if it's possible, I'm not saying strangulating your governor, but those governors handle them very well. Just look at the example.
Remy, let me put you on the spot. Remy, are you a member of the Chambers of Commerce in Abeokuta?
No, not yet.
Okay. You see, this is what Remy. This is what we're talking about. You gonna okay? My boy, my bro,
but my join like them. I worry because I don't want to also. I will join. So what I'm just trying to say is that at the end of the day, all hands must be on deck, because sometimes when we come here and then we just continue to blah 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 abuse each other because of election or no election. At the end of the day, it's over. Another 4 years will come, and then if this man is going to continue, it's going to continue. If it does not going to continue, if it does not perform very well, you have another president, maybe from the north or from the south again. And
I mean, what about those ones that are destroying the image of the country all over the internet?
Yeah, that is not good. Also, it's totally terrible because at
You know, it's getting to a point that other Africans, some low life Africans now, they will get on platform and they will regurgitating those obedient talking point about Nigeria. I have to fight one Ethiopian guy today on Kazoria channel. The guy was just talking down on Nigeria, talking part of Nigeria.
You know, it's so bad. Like somebody from Tanzania would not be. You're from Tanzania. Shut up. Kilo monk by economy. We are one low life African country. Why are you discussing? But our laugh now. We're the one that put ourselves out there.
The guy was just talking about Nigeria, calling Nigeria this open.
I don't know why they have that. I don't even know why they have that kind of hatred towards Nigeria.
No, they don't. They are, no. What they are hearing is what Nigerians are saying. One of them was saying
no. Actually, to be fair to them, like, you know, they look up to us. And
no. They are repeating what they are hearing Nigeria say about Nigeria, so they think it's normal for them to say the same thing.
Hold on. See. You see, there are facts. You see, you see, everybody must not follow the Tinubu narrative sheepishly. Some people will ask questions, and you see, in a discussion or in a debate, whenever you say something, there are people on the side that do not take sides, but they know the right thing that should be done, especially when the certificate issue came up.
But that's not what we are talking about. We are talking about people that are.
You will ask yourself, sorry, Mike. The question you ask yourself, Joy, is this: what do you know about Tanzania or Ethiopia or the rest of Africa? What do you know about them politically? What do you know about their leaders? Because at the end of the day, they will never demarcate their own country online. Like we
Joel, let me say this real quick, it's very important. Okay, this Ethiopian guy today, right, on this Kazurian channel, they were talking about Africa and just Africa in general. Next thing, started saying Nigeria. I'm like, oh no. Why are you talking? Are you not from Africa too? If you are talking about Africa, it's bad. Why do you pick Nigeria as an example? Now, asking what country is he from? He first lied. He said he's from, he said he was from Somalia or something. And then the host knew him. So me, I started talking bad about Somalia. And then the host now told me that he's lying, that he's from Ethiopia. So he was trying to cover his own country, leave his country out of the roasting of Africa, right? But this guy was using Nigeria as an example and started talking shit about Nigeria. Like Nigeria is a terrible place. It's a corrupt place. It's a this and that. I'm like, oh no, it's your country not in Africa. We are talking about African problem. If you're going to pick a country as an example, why don't you pick your own country? Why are you picking Nigeria? And then they will respond to me and say, oh, but that's what Nigerians say. So now I can't really, at this point, I'm like, maybe I can't blame them anymore. It's Nigerians I will blame because these people don't put their own country and start talking about, about it. But they're comfortable to talk about Nigeria because they see Nigerians talking shit about it.
They don't. Some of these countries don't talk because they experience state capture. It's just like you saying someone in Cameroon should speak out.
No, Ethiopia is not a state capture now.
Hold on now.
Even South Africa, one South African guy, just to the point where even both Obedient and Agbadorians were fighting the guy at the same time.
Even South Africa,
I'm serious. He was on this channel too.
See, this is what I do, bro. This is why I know I've been in a platform where people, or I come to work and people are trying to demarcate. It is natural, especially people from Ghana. I don't know what is wrong with that country. Anything Nigeria does, they are better. You sing music. Oh, it is High Life was from us.
So
Fela came to Ghana to learn High Life. They now went back to the Anaphama. I'm like,
their jollof rice is better than our own.
Their jollof rice. So
Ghana always envy Nigeria, man. They always use their
I know. So what happens is this, right? What normally happens is this, right? Whenever you see, I understand what you guys are talking about the marketing, but if the marketing is, if you're telling the truth, that's not the marketing. You're saying something so that things can change. However, what normally happens in this situation is this: if I've been in a situation whereby I saw an African guy, condemning Tinubu, right? I was at work, and they brought up this issue of certificate and all that, and they were started talking. Me as a Nigerian, I started feeling bad. I could not believe it. I came out to start defending Tinubu. I said, what is he talking about? Like, it was not so. that Nigerian instinct comes out whenever it is Nigeria against another country. But when it's within us, we say the truth to each other.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind we fighting within us. I don't mind that. But when we start taking it to outside, like for example, when this guy went to what's his name, on day, he went on day in Forest started his problem with Tinubu. I'm like, okay, that's between them. But when the guy now started going to George Galloway, going to shows with Oyinbo people, going to shows in other African channel to talk about and Tinubu being a drug dealer, I'm like, why are you doing this? What is those people's business? If you want to, you don't understand. I'm like, no, you're no longer attacking Tinubu. You're just demarketing your country. I'm like, that's just
another
rubbish.
problem. Mike, let me ask you a quick question, everybody. Like, if you know that in most of these West Africa or African countries, most of their ladies nowadays, they prefer Nigerian men. If you are like that in Nigeria, so I think most of the guys in other African countries, they continue to dislike Nigerians. It's not, music is there. Now to not make it now, you're also taking our girls. No, this is too much. It's like we must fight.
They are looking for ways to not fear Nigerians now. Now we are giving them the weapons.
If you see what they are doing to Nigeria and Ethiopia, Mike, I don't know, maybe some people, they are passing through the airport, and if something happened with your document, they will just detain you, and from detention, they will send you to jail. A lot of Nigerians are rotting in jail there, and some Nigerians have to pass through that place. Maybe they want to Japa. If they cannot go through, they also arrest them, they detain them. They cry to the Nigerian government to help them. I think Nigerian government is trying to handle them, and sooner or later you see hundreds of them probably taking that from Ethiopia back to Nigeria soon. So sometimes because we have large population and Nigerians like to venture, we like to see. We want to go out.
Honestly, I don't feel sorry for those Nigerians that go out there and commit crime and get caught and get punished.
Not all of them commit crime. Some of them, their cases is just like. In fact,
but please hold on.
Not all of them.
I saw some video. They said Nigerians are in Gaza. What is Nigeria doing in Gaza?
I don't know, Joe. Is it true?
Thomas, what are Nigerians doing in Cotonou?
Gaza is open prison now. What are you talking about? Gaza is open prison. Why would you go to prison?
I know what you're talking about.
There are Nigerians living in Iraq now. So
yes,
anywhere money is.
There was one Nigerian guy that called on this channel now. He was calling from Iraq, I think. He was like, Mama is like, where are you calling from? I'm calling from Iraq.
No. Ukraine. I was traveling through Qatar here and I met some Nigerians. Do you know where they are going? They told me they are going to Sri Lanka. They are going to all this country. I said, Nigeria is even far better. What do you want to go and do in this country? There is job there. What kind of job? I just want
to Remy, the issue there is this, right? The issue there is this, right? I know I'm not going to exonerate the Igbos, in all of this. Yeah, there are many places that you don't know Nigerians live there, but they do. And it's just us. It's just us. We're talking about the white man earlier on today, and how they like to explore. Nigeria is the black version of a white man that loves to explore. We are there. We are there. Definitely, the economic situation did not really help, but I think the biggest issue is we harnessing, what we've been able to accomplish in diaspora, into success in our own place. I don't think there's anything wrong in that. But the thing there is that those places that you talk about, before we didn't know that Qatar, there was a time people were talking about, Arab, all those Arab nations and all that. Nigerians were going there and they were making a kill. When people have not understood what is going on in Qatar, Nigerians have made money off Qatar.
Even Nigerians, really, some Nigerians will surprise you. There was a time I went from Shanghai to Guangzhou. Guangzhou is an economic city in Guangdong in the southern part of China. And I was shocked that there's a lot of our brothers from the east. They have big shops there. Yes. These are millionaires in China. Nigerians are very industrious and they have their own shop. But one problem? When they became more successful, just as our Nigerians, we became too loud. And once we become too loud, Then they started to flaunt it. And then the local people in Guangzhou, they don't like that because Chinese don't like black people. So now Nigerians started living in Eyebrow area. This to them is like, oh my God, where did they get the money? They start then the city of Guangzhou started making new laws. And before you know it, they started taking that shop away from them. And before you, some of them that are smart, they pack their stuff and get out. Some of them, they lose everything. So that is, sometimes we have to manage our success very well. Because if we don't manage it very well, we'll find ourselves in deep trouble. That is the problem majority of our people have.
Remy, based on that one, you cannot apologize for being successful.
No, you don't understand me. They are successful and they became so loud. And when
I think where the problem comes, Remy, is when they start going after the finance women in that place.
Yeah,
and then you look different. And you go for the finance women instead of you to be conscious that this man will be jealous. But Nigeria,
no. Hold on. Women will go towards the eyes. Once you have the most money, most cash, that would just women will come towards you.
That's what I'm saying now.
The eyes now. It's just nature. Now.
I am not even talking about.
But Babati, that's what I'm saying. But then you have to be conscious that hold on. Remy, hold on. You do also in the back of your mind, you also have to realize that the fact that you're not from there, the men there will start to feel jealous that how dare you come from somewhere else and be taking the finest woman, the woman of my dream. You understand? You're supposed to keep that in the back of your mind, but Nigerian guy don't keep that in the back of his own mind. You just a flutter in front of them.
But Mike, you forget the real issue. The real issue is this, right? It gets, I don't know. Like I know in Kenya, even here, they will tell me, do you have brothers? If you tell them about their men, they'll say, oh, no, I don't want to get married to a Kenyan, blah, 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 blah. It happens, right? But I think it is severe in those Asian countries because, you're a black dude and you know what we're talking about.
Exactly.
And the Ebola.
They know that. Black man. But you supposed to say, oh, these men are good, they're going to hate me. These men are going to keep on the low. When I jam, I will not keep it on the low. You do it to their face.
That is part of the reason, but that is not the
I even heard that there are Uganda women that actually come to Lagos to hunt for Nigerian men. Like, is that bad? Like,
it's true. They are moving.
It's true.
They are moving to Nigeria a lot. As you guys are leaving your country to America and the rest of Africa are moving to Nigeria. It's just simple as ABC. That is what is going on.
No. Remy, the reason why they're moving to Nigeria, the reason why they like Nigeria, let's not get it twisted. The reason why they like Nigerian men, it is the same reason why our women hate us. Yes. And it is
that is not a good thing for Nigerian women. That means they are competing with the rest of the world against Nigerian men.
See, because this is the thing. Like, we said it on this show one time. There was this lady that came up and she was just shouting and just, making noise. But this is the issue. The issue there is that the average Nigerian man, right, is what the traditional man ought to be. Period. It's what the traditional man ought to be. And we are doing it, and we're doing it seamlessly.
We are very cultured, and we have that culture to take charge.
And we take care of our family, no matter what happens. Even if you are not too rich.
That family, that is the thing. That family thing. Even here, whenever you're talking to them, they'll be like, oh, like Nigerians are so loud and all, blah, 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 blah. But I love the family. And that is what they are missing here because, we have about 79% single mom. And that is what our ladies up there in Nigeria are trying to emulate. And I told them for free that when the effect comes down.
Wait. Thank God you're in healthcare and you work with some of these single moms. Can you share with us, how they form these strong and independent women in public, but in private, they're all depressed. And I know you work with them, so behind the scenes that it's all fake what they put online. But behind the scenes, when they break down.
I pity them, Mbabati, in the research because I'm in a female field. It is saddening. you will see techs here work 12-hour shifts, 6 days a week. And you ask them, you are working 6 hours. What about your boyfriend? Oh, he's at home. So it is kind of like a culture shock for someone like me. But look, let me tell you, these ladies are no more strong as you think they are. And the people making these people making these statements are not those ones that are actually working. That is my point. The ones that are working. In fact, I've been here, and some of my coworkers will tell me, "Oh, you know what? I need a sugar daddy." On a serious note, they need a sugar daddy. Then I'll be like, "Oh, do sugar daddy really exist here?" Oh, I forgot that it's an English word.
Some of them are confused. They still think they're in Nigeria. Which sugar daddy in America? No man is doing sugar daddy here, man. But those Nigerian women, they bring that mentality here, thinking here.
No. Michael. Sugar daddy plenty for here. Oh. Don't
Mike,
go there. Oh.
Let me give you
Hi, they plenty.
Let me give you expo. Who do you think is
the Nigerian version of sugar daddy, or just a different version?
Yes, even more.
Mike, hold on.
More.
Who do you think is running the game in ATL right now? Nigerian guys. They are the one running the whole game. I'm telling you. And they are doing that sugar daddy stuff in ATL. They run all the
confirmed.
I'm telling you, it's real.
Where in America?
Yeah, ATL.
Yes, now.
Atlanta. It's a Nigerian dominated dating field. The men are just running.
Oh, Atlanta. I thought you said
even the men are complaining about Nigerian guys in ATL.
ATL.
They get the all these girls you see on TV, all these celebrities, whatever. They run everything.
For Houston, Texas now. All the women, they are number one choice of man and Nigerian guys now.
It's Nigerian guys running
the number one choice.
So because Babati, you know the thing, you know the thing, right? You know the thing, right? So they come up with all these because when I came in here, when they were really, really ignorant, they will always ask me, oh, if I say hi to them, they'll be like, oh no, I like you, but I don't want to be a sister wife, right? Now, it's now changing because there's social media, so people now really know what is going on, right? Not all of us are polygamous in nature and all that, but they respect that fact that we have a strong family value. Now, if you want to hold cheating, for instance, right, against the Nigerian man, fair enough, okay, no problem. However, you can tell me that country that their men does not do that, or even their women, because these days the women are taking over, when it comes to cheating. But where does that not happen? It does happen. So the issue there is that people are coming to the conclusion or coming to the realization that what really matters is what you really want. If you want a family, then you work towards getting a family. You look for the person that is family oriented. And if you do not want a family oriented, then you become a street piece. And some of us in the streets will help you, until I don't want to use the word, but I don't want to sound so harsh either. But that's the thing. So for us here, we'll continue to do what we want to do, or what we know how to do best. Even though our women does not appreciate us, they do not. They say we are the worst, and Nigerian men are this and that.
The funny thing is, the black American woman will even tell you to go and cheat yourself. Those ones, their issue with the man is not whether he will cheat on me. Their issue is that can at least stay with me. That's what those ones. Yeah. But the Nigerian woman, they will take it for granted. The fact that you are even staying with them, they are saying
that guys. Wait, this is my point. Even when they bite that culture and they leave their men or whatever, behind the scenes, they regret it a lot. It's a lot of depression, but they won't come out and say that.
No, what happened to them is they adopt this British rubbish mentality. When their grandmothers were sharing their grandfather, your grandfather married 6 wives. Those women they were happy in the house. They shared the man, but you think somehow it's a modern time. The man must only be with you alone. He can't have a side chick or something. What the hell are you?
It's not possible. And you know what else, Mike? I keep saying this, right? Because I keep seeing the rise of single mom in Nigeria. And when I make this point, people tend to say, oh, they use this way, they know how to use words now, misogyny and all that. I say, oh, if telling you the truth is being misogynistic, then I am. But the truth of the matter is this: I have lived in a society of single mom. And what usually happens is just this. And as a man, I'll give you the male perspective. Whenever a woman, I tell ladies, the moment you help or encourage a woman to leave her husband's house, you have created a side piece for your husband. And it is not that I'm not saying it like literally. I'm just saying like, I don't know the right thing to use, but you guys get where I'm coming from. Because what happens is that it's the encouragement of encouragement of women that, oh, you don't need a man and all that. So probably when they're much younger, they go with that trend. By the time they get to like 29, 30, the realization sets in. Then you see all those barriers or all those pegs that they have placed for themselves. What kind of man do you mind? He must be tall, he must have blue eyes, he must this, he must have money and all that. All those things start reducing. Now, when you ask them questions now, when they're 30, they start telling you, I just want somebody to be happy with. No, come on, bitch. No, that's not the issue. The issue is that you have messed up most of your younger years. And by the time you get to the age of realization that, oh, it's like it's becoming to, because those men that were around you, you don't see them no more. You don't see them no more. They have done their thing, and sometimes they do something like in your face. Some of them have even gone ahead to marry girls that are much younger than you. So the competition is there for women, and a woman is ready to fight her fellow woman, not her man.
Joe, among all races of women, right? If you look at white women, if you look at Asian women, Spanish women, those ones, they are beautiful women. Those women, they don't squander their beauty. They use their prime to catch the most quality guy. You understand? It's only black that will be so beautiful, and she will use that younger years. You know that when their prime is between like 18 and 20, maybe 29. Exactly. They will squander it instead of them to use that time to focus on that one catch. You understand now? They won't do that. They will do rubbish. Spend that time doing makeup and partying and doing rubbish, just dating up and down. And then when that prime is getting over, and they will start realizing that, okay, it's time for me to catch the quality guy. That's not the time to do that. But when you see white girls, they know their level. They start aiming for the most top, the quality guy. They pay attention.
Forget what you do. See those Mexican girls, they are very smart. They know. Those like the guys from those Hispanic women, they marry early. They know when to catch you very young. Like they
know their prime. They know that this is their prime.
They marry early. They know when that they are the hottest. But you wait to
they wait till they are already being washed off. They don't start being serious.
I have PhD. You know they go. They go with the Babati. They go with the slang black don't crack. Black don't crack.
They be dating morons.
Black get old. Black get old as well. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Black girls, man, they are dumb, man. You see, fine black girl be dating one low life. I'm like, you don't know business. This is your brand. It's time for you
to Mike. You will see a whole resident or neurology, a whole resident. Who is the boyfriend? One guy doing Uber somewhere with no job.
You're saying Uber? Look, Babati, I have a medical doctor where I used to work before. The boyfriend now tout. When I mean tout. Men no day for here. The good ones are already taken. The ones that are family oriented are already taken because they know what they want. So they pitch tent to someone. The other ones are the ones that are in jail that came out without no record. So now, when you now look at the pool from which these women will select from, it is really, 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 really small.
Even when you give them, even if you give them option, they will say, "Oh, he's making maybe that person, maybe it's a tech or a nurse. They'll say he's making only 80K. I can't date him." My girl, you are 40 years old. You don't have a stop being picky. What age?
No, the issue is this, Babati. The thing there is this, right? We have to also look at the rap culture in the United States. If we're talking about United States, look at the rap culture, because the rap culture, made it very, very cool to date a thug. So the average girl, when they are growing up, what they disseminate amongst them is how a thug is the best. Now, when you go date a thug, most of them don't want to get married because it's like they're a hot cake. They're hot cake. So it's like whatever the normal dude can take, they cannot take it. So they're only just to get you pregnant, and if you do anything, and they're not going to work. You're going to pay for the bill, pay for them. In fact, if you go to the club, you take them to the club. You're going to pay for them to get into the club. You're going to buy drinks for them in the club. Then at the end of the day, you're still going to drive them back in your own car.
Let me give you.
If you do not do that, there are 10 other ladies that can do that same thing for them. So they will leave your ass.
So what is going on now is this. You can see that a lot of our young folks, women or ladies, the irony part of it is that they not even prefer to be second wife to a married man, because they knew he has tasted that happy married life and they want to share with him. So they don't care to be second or third wife anymore, because they go in for the age mate. He is nothing, no job, nothing. Even if he's doing job, what does he have? Because the society now worship material things. And most of our ladies, especially in Nigeria, they want good things of life. They don't want to build with any man anymore. I just want you are made. How much is your income? Blah, 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 like this. So things have changed. I'm thinking that in future, they'll just allow men to marry as many as you can. That is the only
And Remy, let me give you an example. So, because I finished college very early, so I used to mentor kids. So they would send me like kids, like mostly Nigerian kids that came here early, maybe when they were kids. So maybe if they're joining gangs, whatever, I would just talk to them. So about, remember home, so try to bring them back in. And most of the time, their dad are not around. Some of them, for some reason, back then in Dallas at that time, they will have kids here, but they will go back to Nigeria and they will leave the wife and the kids in America, or they will just abandon them. The one that happened was this guy was like 11, 12 years old-ish that time, middle school, whatever. I was going to talk to him. He came to my apartment with his friend. This guy was strapped. He had a gun on his waist already.
Wow.
So when I hugged him, like, what's up, whatever. When I fed that gun, I couldn't say anything anymore. Like, okay, don't worry, just checking out on you. He was already smoking weed. This boy went to jail at 15. He's serving life right now.
Wow.
I was almost like 19 years ago.
Once you're in that community, that neighborhood, and you don't have guidance,
Because
you're on your way to prison.
He killed somebody as a form of initiation.
Yeah, they do it now. They do it. I mean, it almost happened to my cousin.
So, Magbo, one life imprisonment. Egwen, at 17 years old. On time, firstborn, so, and the mom is a nurse working night shift. She's always working night, so they can do whatever they like. So that's it. That's my point. So how did
that work out? Some Nigerian parents, some Nigerians don't think. They just think their children have a better chance in a woman country. And once they get there, and they always assume, this is what they always assume. They assume that
my best friend.
They assume that the child is growing up like they grew up in Nigeria. That's what they're thinking. But they don't know that this is a whole different society. Some Nigerian parents, they don't know that. They'll just be walking and they'll be coming home talking, but they don't know that children are learning different culture here. They are not growing up like you think
that. The worst thing that can happen to a parent is for your kid to turn out bad or terrible with all the care and wherever you are
giving. Let me share something very personal. It's not personal, but one thing I thank my parents for is that they didn't bring me here because we were supposed to come here in our like maybe 7 or 8 years old. Right.
but I didn't come after high school. So I used to get mad. I'm like, I'm supposed to have left this country, guys, because all my friends, they already left Nigeria that time. You know that in my area, people that left Nigeria that early as children, when I came here after high school, what did she want to?
Of course.
Yeah, lucky in English one time.
Me, homosexual, she want
Baba, speak English now. I'm going to follow you now. Which one this one?
I'm saying that they turned out, like one of my friends that were very close back in Nigeria back then. When I got here and I asked his brother, like, where's T? Where's T? He couldn't tell me for almost 8 years. I said, what?
Oh, wow.
This guy was dealing drugs in Philly. When he sent me his picture, the guy looked like 50 cents. You know, when he first came out in 04, 03, that time.
Yeah.
Philadelphia.
And that is very quiet though. One very quiet guy like this before. What you had the drug dealer. They killed him at the stoplight. Nothing in Muslim. He was shot on the streets. And I had to go read this story online about what happened to him in Philadelphia. And they came here early. They all turned out crazy. Like,
you know, Babati, I was lucky too because my dad, I was supposed to come here at a young age too. Because when my dad first left, America, I was like 6. And he was trying to fight for us to come, was something delay, until luckily I already grew up in Nigeria, But then my younger brother, I'm like 12 years older than him. So by the time he came here, he was still young. He was still like a kid. The guy now, he's grown now. I regret that he didn't grow up in Nigeria. Like, because his whole orientation is completely different. His reasoning is different. He just doesn't have that thing where, but man, my cousins that grew up here too, man. Some of them in that New York area.
Why do you think that Mike,
Brooklyn?
In Nigeria back then, when I was going to school, some of the people that were in the hostel, they were mostly Nigerians born in America. They will bring them back to Nigeria because they couldn't keep. They will bring them from the UK, from the US. So
the UK is even better. The US.
UK is better. UK is better,
man. Because the black society are running into in our place. It's more of African and Caribbean. Those ones are confused. But the American one, you're running straight to the black. Unless the only way you're lucky is if your parents were conscious and they make you grow up in a white. Even when the America is there's no both sides. There's this, even if they're raised in a white community, you will suffer the racism and bully. The whole race thing.
Mike, I remember one of my cousins.
I beg, make I know which one they talk. UK.
Okay, hold on. I remember one of my cousins came to Nigeria. She was doing the one-on-one, like she was misbehaving. They left her with my grandmother that does not speak English. Man, shit. That one dealt with 1 year. In fact, when she came back to America, our mom had to call, like, we don't know what you did, but thank you very much. I want this American. That grandma now, that one didn't have any time for all this. She was like, I will call the police. I'm like, in Nigeria, call the police now. Before police in Nigeria. She was the discipline. We might think it's very hard the way we were being raised, but trust me, with what's going on in this country, it is worth it, man.
I'll be honest, man. I always advise people don't let your children spend time in Nigeria. At least if back and forth, because another thing, even if they don't come back,
go home. Summer, very important.
Yeah, let them spend some time in Africa, man. Let them experience Africa, because what happens with some of them they never know Africa. They get confused when they become adults. They are confused.
Oh, you understand? You guys are wrong. There are some African countries, or those, especially those French-speaking countries. Forget it, Joe. Their morals are also terrible.
I don't know. Give me an example.
When I was in the secondary school, a friend of mine, his parents are in Abidjan. They usually go there. And if my friend comes back, the way he was talking, the way he was behaving, he would be different. And after 2 or 3 months, because he's already back to his mother, the mother would beat the hell out of him. He always go to Abidjan to meet the grandmother, and he will come back behaving stupidly, and the character is totally different.
No, anywhere in the world, if you don't raise your child, they can turn back. But what I'm saying is, if your intention is to teach your child, teach and in Nigeria, if you like provide the basics for the child where they don't have to be agberu. You understand? They can turn out right because they'll be exposed to.
All my
At least they'll be exposed to culture and everything. But in America, how can you teach their culture? There's no culture.
I have people.
They don't learn culture, man. They just learn how to speak grammar and they become adult. They just confused.
No,
they have identity crisis.
My brother in the UK, from the day one,
can I ask you a question, guys?
To his kids. They use that Yoruba to curtail them because the first child, the daughter, can speak and understand very well. The second one can understand but cannot speak very well. So at home, they speak purely Yoruba to them. And I asked them, say English, they will use English to teach them at school. But at home, we talk to them in Yoruba. It's deliberate in London. It's deliberate because at the end of the day, the society there is totally different from what we have in Nigeria. You cannot discipline your child. I knew a guy here, he fought with his wife, and they took away the 2 children from them immediately. Here in Finland, they are also terrible here.
Can I ask you a question, Remy? Now, do you think the helicopter style of parenting in Nigeria, do you really think is actually delivering the value, the purpose?
No.
We cannot generalize it, but at least it put you into proper perspective of life.
Minus the beating, that one has been put
minus the beating.
It's not.
The beating is true because I know how my mother beat me when I was good. I can never forget it today. He doesn't beat you with slapping though, with omorogun and everything. Anything he can get his hand on is on the edge.
Honestly, I think overall, the approach here seems to, except for all those people that want to be teaching kids bad things now, I think approach here makes children more independent and more them to be more experienced earlier than our people.
No.
Right.
Experience? I don't know about experience. Though.
Nobody's arguing that the self-esteem part of it. Like, but for people like me, my own parents studied abroad, coming back to Nigeria. So the talking down on your kids part, we didn't get that. Where I was, the papa command build confidence when you talk down on your kids too much.
Exactly.
Exactly. But they knew that part of it was no perfect, but you can tweak it a little bit where you don't talk down on kids. You kind of build your self-esteem. When you beat, it's not like all the time, like, oh, I must always whip you. So,
where I agree with you is our approach in Nigeria in terms of raising kids. We are terrible in many aspects. But what I'm saying about it being in Nigeria is our environment, the culture and things is what I agree with.
Yeah,
I don't agree with our way of raising children in Nigeria. It's terrible. I'm sorry. That bullying, that abuse is just terrible. Believing that beating a child is what will teach a child something. No, that's not what teaching a child is simply just explaining and making them know something. But beating, when you beat them, they will become smart. That's stupid. They have to shut up because you're an adult. That means you have command, control. That is terrible in Africa. The only thing beautiful about Africa is just our cultural norms and things that you learn from the environment. That's the only thing.
The values are also there. Apart from beating, they also taught you that they will lay good example for you. Look at your senior brother. He's going to become a doctor. What about you? You can do this. They also motivate. Okay, so you cannot just condemn everything.
Yeah, people do it in America too. No, I'm saying I didn't say the entire thing. I'm just saying like even we encourage. That's good, but that's not peculiar to Nigeria. Every global is a global phenomenon. Good parents always encourage their children to become something. But the only thing is the advantage growing up in Africa is just that the environment. You get to interact with so many people, so many elders. Like you have more than your parents talking to you.
Community train you, not only one person.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the street. The community will train you.
Yeah, community will help you. You know, if you are doing something or someone in community can correct you, they can show you. You learn from different people. But in America, your children can only learn from you. Nobody else will teach them anything good. If they will learn anything from somebody else, it's going to be something bad.
See,
that's the difference.
I will even give example of all these things. See, sometimes when parents are forcing their children to do this or that, that's what they won't do here, and those children, they will still find their feet. Even the environment makes it easier for them to go into different profession without thinking of becoming a medical doctor, and they are still successful in whatever they want to do. So I believe that one is even possible in Nigeria too, if you don't impose things. I'll give an example. I live in a face me and face you. While I was having, people see me with that copper kit alone. All those children, they were motivated. They were even attracted towards me more than their parents. All those go and do this, go and do this. Before you know, badala. They started unconsciously. They started competing with me, even right at their youthful age, because they are looking at me as their mentor. Even though I don't want to be a mentor to anybody, because if I go astray, I don't want anybody to say, "Nah, me making go astray." But before you know it, those kids today, they struggle to school because they were actually competing with me. Maybe they saw something that they even want to be proud of. So, but looking at, then I know a particular person that was saying, "Oh, you must do this, you must do this." That guy said, "No way." They sent the guy to school. The guy dropped out. He dropped out at when he got to 300 level. That thing that he wanted to do, that's what the parent finally did. Because this guy wanted to japa, and you are saying he must go to a private school. Okay, he didn't argue with you. He went to that private school and dropped out at when he got to 300 level. Just a year to finish. So sometimes I think our approach, our domineering approach, the helicopter style of parenting, that we want to get involved, that we don't even want all those kids to even learn on their own. And whereas when we're growing up, our parents even gave us more freedom than what we give to all these kids today. All of a sudden, you want your children to go to university at the age of 13, at the age of 14. That's terrible. That's terrible. So a lot of things we have to do. Are you wondering why we are so disorganized in some aspects of our life? You understand? When you are pushing the children into what they are not yet cut out for. So to me, I think if it's possible, I think before every person graduates from university, they should be teaching everybody on parenting. Honestly, parenting style in Nigeria, I don't know, very terrible, very terrible.
Well, you have a point. I mean, everything. That's the point. I get what you're saying, but I'm not even talking about the parent itself. It's just because you need an environment to reinforce whatever you're teaching your kids. So even if you teach them everything and decide to not reinforce that in some way, shape, or form, they might go astray. So the kind of friends you keep around you, family friends, is very important too. So here you worry too much. Okay, who are their friends? Are their friends? Did they come from a two-parent? Because I always ask that question. Oh, that means my friend, blah, 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 blah. Oh, I want to meet their parents. So I want to know the kind of friends you have, the kind of family they come from, and I see if we can actually invite them to dinner and talk to them, so I know if my kid is going to come to your house for play date or whatever, whatnot, they are safe in your home. So those kind of things, you have to pay attention to that in America more. So there's just a difference in people have different ideology when it comes to parenting. So yeah. So,
no. Of course, what you are saying is very good. Before the kid will start moving with a bad gang, I got that point. I got your point perfectly. No, of course, that's another thing entirely. When you guys were saying UK is better than the United States, I was trying to get what you were saying. I don't want to miss out in that information. So, in terms of what? Is it the time of pay? But in your journey, because you see, the way those kids, the kids in the UK, are terrible compared to the kids in the United States. All those kids are
don't even argue with us on this one, please.
Mike, can I
don't even. You need to come and live in America a little bit before you can even bring any arguments.
Can I ask Mike a question? Can I ask Mike a question? How do you react when your kids in America, because this kind of identity issue where if they want to take on that so-called black struggle, which you see where I'm going, right? Where the thing
I know now. They put it in their head from school themselves.
Like, oh, black struggle against, and we are Africans. We didn't, where it's a fine line with the environment they grew up in. Because what happened? I had
You saw where me and is it Oriola that got into it here? He's taking on that black struggle.
Yeah, I have a niece. I have a niece that was all this super feminist, whatever, super woke, right? And she's been that way for a while until the FBA thing came up, and she got some. She was into leadership and all that stuff, and she could not move up, and she had issues with the union she was because they said, "Oh, we know you were born in America, you're black, but you're not. You're not the descendant of slavery.
You're not one of us."
Yeah.
The black Americans always know now. They always distinguish.
I thought we were all black. They're like, no, we
are ADOS. You are FBA. You are African.
That thing came up, and
they will always call you African even if you are born here.
I had that talk with her because she uses her Nigerian name. She always kept that part of herself, and now I'm like, you need to celebrate that part of yourself more than embracing that part.
Well, some Nigerian parents, when they have children here, some of them, because they have this hatred for Nigeria, they just only talk back, like they give these children, they make them believe that where they come from is hell. There's nothing good about that place. And some of them even threaten them like, listen, I will take you to Africa and you will suffer, So the kids are growing up picturing this Africa as this terrible place. So they don't see a reason why they want to associate with that place. So that's when they begin to want to take on, when they want to pick an identity, they just think, okay, let me just take on a black American identity. So now they want to fit in with the black Americans, and then the black Americans see their names, say, oh, you have African name, and those one know that, okay, your family are from Africa, you are not one of us. And then those one will just treat in a second class black American. So those people always feel bad for them. And then when they become full adult, they become confused. Some of them want to come back to African culture, but it's like they didn't really learn it as a child. So they get very confused. They know they are not black Americans. They can't really connect with the African culture well. So they become very confused. That's what I was saying earlier. Let your children spend time in Nigeria, man. Because it happened to my younger brother now. He came here, was like 4 years old. The guy is confused as an adult, man.
But Mike, through the help of new music and TV, some of them are starting to.
Yeah, now they can connect it through the Watch Africa now. Those one that came in those
and
days.
The image of
that music you mentioned are big deal. Now big deal. As I speak,
everybody now. Even I remember this Ogumike girls that play basketball. They're like one of the top basketball players in America. They always play for America or whatever. But now they are all Nigerian now. I'm Nigerian. I'm like, really? So everybody
was Nigerian American.
Before it was America, but now it's all cool.
The music you just mentioned, honestly, now people they take the thing they oppress here. Hey, people now know Nigeria from other African countries. They know. Just imagine Shinko, they play music for me. They bought me, say I don't know Nigerian music. That's what our kids, what our boys, our Nigerians, that's what they show them. In University of Calgary here. Not even that now. You will enter inside mall here. Mall. You go to hear Nigerian music. Burna Boy. Can you imagine that? That music now they can connect. They can connect. The people now, I think, although some people understand Nigerian before, because I've seen elderly people before that say, okay, once you say, oh, you're Nigerian, okay, you must be from Nigeria.
There was a time, it was Jamaican music that they used to play on Jamaica. They just put Jamaica all over the world.
I'm telling you.
Jamaica and Black America, they were the two people, like, we know. Their music, you remember in the 90s now, Shabba Ranks. Players. Even though we don't know what they're saying.
In America, if you were black, you were seen as Jamaican automatically. If you're foreign black, you were.
Yeah, if you're foreign black. There was a time where it wasn't cool to be from Africa or anywhere else. The only black that the Black American recognized and respect was Jamaican. So whenever you get around there, they actually.
Someone once told me before that, oh, Jamaicans speak good English more than Nigeria. I said, who told you that? Who told you that story? Because they cannot understand, they don't understand. I said, who told you? I said, if you put 10 Nigerians down, you put 10 Jamaicans down, Nigeria, when it comes to good English, that you are not going to speak rubbish. I tell you, Nigeria will beat, even you Oyibo will beat you hands down. Forget about you using nose to speak. That's when you see Nigeria. So Nigerians now, you can easily identify Nigeria for sure. One woman was asking me one day, he said, where do you guys learn your English? I was like, you know what I said? Like, seriously?
I don't know how it is in Canada. When America, I don't think they worship English like that. Like, say who speak. I think yes, more about accent. People focus on accent than your grammar. They don't want care. In Nigeria, they focus on your grammar. You speak good English. No one cares about. Even the Americans don't speak in good English. The Americans they speak more.
You see what this woman
the
said?
Americans they speak a lot of grammatical errors. They don't care.
This woman is a vice
Am I lying about
president in a company. So he now said, I now asked
go
her,
down south, though. I'm in Boston.
Exactly, in the south. That's what I'm trying to tell. Like in America, they don't care about your grammar. They just what they like is accents. They will say, some people will say they like this accent, that accent. You understand? But they don't care about the grammar, how good you speak English. They don't care about that. They just like accents.
Babati, which state you reside in?
Right now, Massachusetts. I'm in Boston.
Oh, you're far away, man. I thought you were in Atlanta.
No. I used to go, but I used to do some clinical work in Houston, the medical center. They have the largest medical center in the world.
Yeah, largest medical center. Yeah. My cousin used to live in Attleboro, man. Attleboro in Massachusetts, there, man.
In Houston, in Houston. But I used to come to Tennessee, and I used to come to Murfreesboro long time ago.
There was a time you said you were going to come, right? There was a time you said you're coming.
Do you have fastest? Adewale want to come in. Do you have?
I don't know. I'm trying to get one man to give me an answer, but he didn't pick up. So,
Thomas, wake up where you are, Joe.
Mike, do you know? do you know who told me about this movie coming to Netflix? It's like one of these horror movie coming to Netflix. It's called Madame Koi Koi, one of these Nigerian folktale. It's one of your book.
For real?
They made
Koi Koi.
You know Koi Koi, that Nigerian tale now.
Madame Koi Koi now. If you live in a hostel,
they are making that horror movie on Netflix. It's coming very soon. And they had
for real.
She sent me a link.
No, it's Madame Koi Koi horror movie.
Yes, now.
Yes, now. If you live in a hostel,
the Nigerian hostel stories now, like the boarding school.
Yeah, boarding school. Yeah, if you live in boarding school, you know what Madame Koi Koi and Bush Baby. Bush Baby is another thing. I remember those days.
I watched one movie yesterday. Anyway, it didn't suit me. I don't know whether it goes to people. Breaded Life. That movie just it's not too how do I describe it? It's not so that something that's too Harley or too but very decent. But I laughed throughout yesterday.
I saw this Netflix ranking for like 2 months ago. For a whole week, a Nigerian movie was top 5 in the world on Netflix.
Is it Jack?
Black Book. I'm like,
which one? Which one?
What is going on here? Like, Nigeria we don't go. We don't.
Which one was that? Which one was that?
Black Book.
I need to check that one out. I know this movie.
Like
this one was a good movie, man. I was shocked it was a Nigerian movie.
And I saw the viewer. They'll tell you how 20 million people don't watch the thing because they'll tell you for the whole stretch who is watching how many hours. I think really is that one with RMD. The Black Book, maybe I don't know, but that was and Jaguar was also trending.
That one was a good movie, man. There are effects on everything. I mean, if we start making movie in that line, that would be our signature. Different, like say we do use our traditional.
You see, we have to be thankful for Netflix because before, if we were to be timed that they just release it to CD, that they pirate all those people that we just pirate their job, they wouldn't have made any progress. But I think Netflix is the reason people are now learning more about
making movies. Yeah,
exactly, because you don't want to spend 500 million on movie and
more money, they get paid more money. So if you make one movie, they will give you advance. But if people watch that movie a lot, you get more money in terms of
That's exactly what I'm saying. Compared to when you just released before you even set 10 copy, you go don't find copies of your movie on the street of Lagos. So you know that like they almost ruined Lagbaja when Lagbaja would.
They are listen. They are still doing that in Nigeria. The different so that the people who sit download from Netflix can still put it out there. They are still doing that. The difference that to you it doesn't matter. You get paid regardless. So if you like go pirate the thing, put down for Alaba, whatever.
Yes, sir. Because people like us and we.
So are they selling on tapes now? They're still using disc.
In Nigeria, people still use a CD now.
People still use CD.
Yes, now.
Babachi.
Chairman.
Movie producers, the story writers, they are lazy. Most of the time,
they are stuck in the Lekki. You know, listen. What happened is that that Mwabudu thing kind of ruined the industry.
Oh,
when they produce movies, that Lekki area kind of.
But that is the movie. That is the kind of storyline we've been stuck with during the days.
But they are going back to the old. What they were supposed to be in the first place, the traditional movie, not this Lekki.
Exactly, not trying to be Igbo.
No, Lekki at the era of video CD now. But you know, before the era of video CD and SF.
We use all these Ajebo children. They don't know how to
started giving what's the name of this thing? Jogbo Bioro, all those figurine. You know, figurine, all those things started changing all those things now, you know. So which one be Anyangalu, all those stuff, you know, started changing everything.
Somebody posted Olani. Somebody posted a video clip of Twin Abraham. I believe that's her name. Yes, that person posted a video clip of one of her new movies.
Yeah, that movie was also top in the world though.
But that was a horrible editing. They showed a tiger. Appeared and she was.
Yeah, they need to stop doing all these fake. This thing it's embarrassing me. I won't lie.
Oh, good. I won't.
They need to. That's what I don't like about. And they put it on Netflix. You watch that fake shit, man. If you can't make good effects, just don't put it. Don't do it. Keep it local.
And the Black Book. They also have some areas or episodes that they were so terrible in editing. I guess maybe they were.
Even this one too, Gangs of Lagos. I don't like that one, man.
No. It happens in Oyibo movie too, because you have to look at see, movie you produce for 50 million, for example, is different from movie you spend 2 billion on. So the software you are going to use for all these things, they don't come that cheap too.
That gang goes that's the one on Prime, right? On Amazon, right? This is Amazon that made that movie.
Gang of Lagos, they Netflix too now.
That used, the one that used there,
yeah, that's Gang of Lagos.
And that is Amazon now, not Netflix. So.
It's on Netflix.
Really?
You know, you are in America now. If it's not in, it's on Netflix. So the content you have access to in America is different.
There was one on Amazon Prime, like Gang of whatever that was displaying Ayo in the bad light that made news.
It's the same. It's the same Gang of Lagos.
Oh, the same movie. Okay, I saw it on Amazon or something. Yeah.
Every time I watch Nigerian movie, I feel like puking or something like. So I always
it gets annoying.
and the dialogue is like a Yoruba setting. They will talk and almost curse each other. Why is our dialogue is almost
a long dialogue? It's unnecessary. Cut it short.
Too much.
Because it's improvised. Oh man, they don't write that much of a script. Like look at because it depends on who is acting the movie. Like some people are really good with that natural flow. Like during the days of Babasuwe, there was never a script for Babasuwe. Everything is with him. It's always freestyling. Everything he's saying, all the dialogue. So like people like that yellow guy. And I be yellow. There is no.
Those guys were talents, man. Those guys were talents.
Hey, Mike. If you watch the foreign movie, you watch foreign movie like advanced movie, hardly you will see a scene that the dialogue will stay to like 5 seconds. Most of the time, it's always 2 seconds before a scene is changed. Most of soap opera is where you will see much longer.
No. Let me explain to you something. What's going on? because I've had somebody talk about it. Mainstream has talked about it. Our culture is based on heavy dialogue.
Yeah, but you also
they want people annoying about the dialogue sometimes.
When you are
even
watching
in between the dialogue, they will be showing the person walking from the room to the kitchen.
What is the point of showing up to the
it's how you
shoot?
They will show the person entering the car, starting the car, reversing the car, and while the driver will open the gate.
No, wait.
I'm like, why am I watching this now?
Guy,
Mike, I feel like you too. Most
they
of the time.
Wait. Oleku had heavy dialogue, but it was a very good movie. But it was heavy dialogue.
Yeah, they need to cut the dialogue part. It would have been a better movie, you know. Some of the movies are still good, but that dialogue part is what we are saying. It's just annoying.
Watching a movie, everybody's attention. Who will sit down for 1 hour watching a movie and watching them talking to each other? Attention span of movie watchers are very, very short. That is why movie scene is always cut short within 2 to 3 seconds. They'll switch to another scene so that you can get them, continue watching. If not, you will get so bored, same people talking as if they are in a circle. What is it about shooting?
Do you know how many movies I almost want to watch? And in the beginning, the moment they started dialogue, just turning off and just moved on.
It's annoying, man.
Even movies, someone will recommend to me, like, Mike, go and watch this movie. I will turn it on. And the moment
there's
they
a
get that
difference
dialogue, I
between
just get
big
bored.
screen and a small screen. Those soap opera are small screen, and the way you shoot such movie, you can show the entire body appearing on the screen. But in the real movie, you don't show the entire body appearing on the screen.
The King of Boys, that was a very good movie, wasn't it?
The storyline was good, not that the
dialogue was short. It wasn't too
was
long now. It wasn't like that much long. The dialogue was kind of mid now. It wasn't like it was that long for the scenes.
So this movie, those you
notice it's also in our culture too. Like when we come to talk sometimes, some people, instead of let's just land the points, they'll first talk long
That's
talk.
my point now. The Yoruba culture itself is heavy on dialogue. So
No, some people, I'm telling you, like it gets annoying. Like they'll just talk. I'm like, dude, there's a point you want to make. Just get to that shit and let's. I mean, come on, man. Why do I have to hear all this other part, all these different things? Irrelevant stories hard to wait just to make one point.
They have to make length now. They have to create length. Except you want to be doing short skit like Brother Shaggy and Co.
I even prefer those one than the regular movie.
Really?
Because
honestly,
it is short and it's captivating. So I would laugh my laugh with them.
And then move on. Exactly. That's still around for 3 hours.
Because you are the age. You are the age. If you were 10 years or 15 years younger, you probably still like that.
The same way I felt when I was watching a movie in Nigeria. There was a time in Nigeria I hardly watched Nigerian movie.
Yes.
If you mention any Nigerian movie star that I won't know their name, I'll just who is this person?
I won't be.
Not only you, Adewale, it is just of recent. When I'm bored, there was a time I went back to school, and that time, I know they watch movie. It is only after that I was bored with education again. That was when I now went back and started watching movie. Okay, when I was tired about all those, I went to all those skits. Started watching Wuli Agba, all those stuff, all those
ones. You guys remember this movie back in the 90s? Baba Bawande na Toluwanile. That's what I call classic movie. There's no long dialogue. Everything was just straight to the story.
But that one was like it was like suspense and those shock factor and all those kind of.
But the storyline,
the storyline was beautiful. There's no long dialogue. Every part of it,
you couldn't predict what would happen at the end of every movie then because it was original. That Oweje movie, I found the book more intriguing than the movie. The movie did not do justice to the book itself.
There was a book for that.
Yeah, Oweje was
written
by what is the name of this author? I read it together with Ajata Onlekpaikun together.
You must have read all those all those stuff now.
In fact, a lot of those because then it was a Yoruba, literature. They always prescribe. So I said prescribe. They will tell you to go to the library and take the book and read. So we were interchanging with each other. We were doing both English and Yoruba, who were reading out together. That's why today those classes kind of prepare me. I sabi Yoruba not be small to read in you, not just of course I'm a Yoruba too, but Yoruba, you know. But those are the days.
All of them are.
Those are original. Those are original. The producer and the director of that movie, of those movies you mentioned, Ola, those are original. Those are the people that are storyteller, original storyteller, not all these accidental movie producer.
That I'm sorry, me like he annoys me. I'm sorry. They ruin the industry, man. I'm sorry.
Look at
who ruined the industry.
Moabudu and whatever, like Ebony Life or whatever they are putting out there.
Well, to our credit, Babati, she kind of came in when people were losing interest, and she was one of those people that brought the cinema screening back, because at that time when the CD stuff was going on, she eventually brought some of our movie to the bigger screen, and then established and others now followed. I will give her that credit. But most of the movie that she was producing, there's were love affair movie, somebody jilted, you know, some high scale society kind of a movie, not something that is original, that is, you know, people. Some of the dialogue is like, is this person a British or an American? The accent, you can't even place them. That is how fake some. That's how fake some of the movie. I mean, you see about one day, you could tell this is about one day.
Are you talking of Ransinoa and
but no. I'm talking about the new props of.
Can you compare her to Tadio Gido?
See?
You see what I'm saying? There's levels to this. I'm saying
There's level to it.
So Tadio Gido, what's the name of this Baba again? There's another Baba again that
mainframe producer.
Mainframe.
That man is over 70 years old. Goes 80.
Yeah.
He's from your state.
Yeah, I've not seen rubbish. I've not seen any rubbish movie produced by that man.
These are the people that actually study cinematography. They are hardcore movie enthusiasts.
And
so
any movie that man made, but any movie that they make, there's always a breakout star in that movie.
Yeah.
Babati, do you know who started the current craziness in the movie going to Netflix and spending money on a movie? You know who started it?
That's the
in fact, the
well,
guy.
I don't like. I'm sorry. You learn from mainframe. You know, I'm a camera guy. I've always said. As a matter of fact, when the movie came out, and I actually talked to him on Clubhouse because he did the review. And because we have this Clubhouse club that we review Nigerian movies when I have time. So we always, and I told him, listen, because okay, let me give you an instance. In the movie of Tunde Kilani, so you remember when that guy took over from the king when they killed him?
Which of the movie?
Lagata. When he killed the king, and he became the king, and he said, wow. Did you remember that? Do you remember that shot? Now compare it to, because it copies his mentor. His mentor is mainframe. Now compare it to the Bobotoman Jokudi the movie did on Netflix. They're always waking up people from the dead. The popular one that they made. You know the guy now. The movie he made, look at movie, you know, that Kuna Falayon made on mainframe. What's the name of the movie?
I can't remember that.
No, the one that the guy that wake up people in the village and his wife betrayed him. So
that's Saro movie. I mean,
Saro guy. Same scene. You know the movie. Same scene. Remember when Babalawo said, when the king summoned him to the palace? Same shot. Okay, Kini Agbare. Oh no, I can't tell you now. Camera angle to show emotions. What do you use? It's classic camera angle. It's either 85 by 10, 85 1.8. to show the emotions in Koto. So this guy will always use a wide angle camera lens on those kind of critical scenes. Why do you keep doing that? Figuring the same thing.
Yeah, that movie they did a terrible job.
But one funny thing, and this guy went to movie school. That's why. That's what I can't understand.
Going to movie school
because
is
you're
not
professional, that's why
enough. Like, there's the part of the culture. So dialogue is very important when it comes to bad movies. Your face to man convey emotion in any movie. You're supposed to zoom into that face so people can see what you're talking about. But to man the wide angle, nobody sees what that guy is talking about. So why do you always do that?
I got your point. It's just because you're a professional in the field.
To be fair, producing a movie, editing, post-production is where a lot of work is usually.
He's a great producer. Don't get me wrong, but I told him, I said, sir, with all due respect, you need better writers because it tends to write stuff from top. You need better writers.
They're lazy.
You need to stop writing.
They are super lazy. There's no creativity. Even the
so they just want to make quick money now.
There's no originality in our storyline. They copy and paste, change the character.
Adewale, even though we can say we've come a long way, but now coming to Netflix, you can see that we are still developing.
We've been around for a long time now.
We've been around, but we are not encouraged. It is not that we are being encouraged. Okay, look at this mic. There was a time that just 2 million, you produce your movie, irrespective of the camera, you are okay. The like of Funle Afolayan was the first person to start spending millions. And later, is it Anchor Baby or what's the name of that one that they say they now spend 200 millions? But today now,
200 million for Anchor Baby.
I can't remember the movie. Afolayan said is it about 50 million or thereabout to spend on one of the.
So when you had the flight tickets and accommodation and eating with us, there were just 2 characters or 3 characters, main characters here in America, nothing more. And they added some extras, some white people that acted like a police or immigration officials. Other than that, there wasn't any bigger. I don't think they will have issue with logistics. Well,
I don't know how they do it, but one thing I've seen, movie scene that I've seen here before, movie scene that I've seen here in Calgary before. If you see, because I just saw the police. I saw police and I saw that vehicle with something raised up and they were moving. Someone now told me that they are shooting movie. Yeah, that's right. So I've never seen that thing before.
The better you get reviews on like let me give you an example. Once Femi made that movie, Jagun Jagun, and the reviews were all over the place. Could they make any movie? He has to then go higher than that. He can't go lower anymore. That means he's forced for more money because he has to go bigger based on what the review of what he's gotten right now. So what happens is when he starts going bigger, if you are his contemporaries, you must also step up. You can't be making
the same person that made Jagun Jagun. This is the one I'm making Anikulapo too. No. Because I saw
the movie you were talking about that and Anikulapo. The Anikulapo you were talking about, not Saro.
It's Saro is the one in the movie, but it's the same movie.
Saro is one of the characters.
He's a character there.
Do you know what's funny? Movie. Kunle actually borrowed him all his equipment because Kunle has the 4K, everything. He has all those. They have Netflix standard in Nigeria. There's a Netflix.
Oh yeah, they have to abide by those standards.
Kunle has the equipment, so he kind of borrowed him like Aburo, and he worked out for him. So what happens is Femi has to then step up and say, "My next movie." Femi has to go do for part 2 of Jagun Jagun now. He has to maintain. He has to go higher than what he gave us the first time because you now have a baseline now. You can't go below that. So what will happen is eventually people will be forced to either meet that requirement, get more money to make better movies. So it will get better from there if they stick to doing those kind of movies. But all those lucky VI, that is done with. We need to stop doing all that crap, man. I'm done.
The lucky girls, the Kinikon girls.
You see one thing about Babati. All those lucky this thing. When my uncle was running a video club as far back as early 2000, you know that time. You see some people when they want to, they will say, now we want Yoruba movie. One day I asked them, why do you prefer Yoruba movie? He said because the English movie available is either they play love or they do mafia. That's the story. Say about Yoruba, those Yoruba movie, they have a variety. So that's why that the lucky you are talking about too now. My wife even normally make jest of me because now epic movie I they watch. I know they watch it, lucky, play love, all those stuff. No, make it.
Yeah, but
you know,
there are genres of movie that tap into. Even the horror. There's no Nigerian horror genre. We don't have enough horror movie in the Nigerian industry that we can say, okay, this is people that are focusing on this genre. So there are many untapped areas in that movie that we are focused on that we need to go into as opposed to just focusing on one area only. Don't get me wrong, you can do lucky if you want to, but not just overdose of that. That's what I'm saying. But let's try something else.
Babati, you even notice concept like Nigerians are living. Even some Black American went to Nigeria. Say, man, they don't like those lucky people. They are too fake. It's almost like they want to adore. They want to be British. They want to be. You don't want them. They started doing this stupid show. They were trying to emulate American reality show. They say housewives of Lekki or some rubbish like that.
Nonsense.
Oyinbo wives of Lekki or some. What kind of rubbish is this, man? They watch American stuff. They want to emulate them so
but
bad.
there's one thing, all these are Americans that are coming to Nigeria and all those are Igbo that are coming to Nigeria. I like them, Adunia and Makanaki. You know, the way the guy take do area father for that brother life. I just when I look at the guy, I was just say, this one and this guy. So
I'm watching right now on YouTube. I'm watching in Ghana Dogi.
That one early 2000.
Do you know? Let me shock you. Don't laugh. So I got a copy. It's an old movie. If you remember, Nkan Obìnrin. Do you remember Nkan Obìnrin?
Oh yeah.
Nkan Obìnrin. Those are early movies now.
Those early 90s. You know, they still have all these vintage Nigerian movies like Ajeni Yavin. All those
you know the movies I used to hate, is those Christian ones where the pastor you say Ayamatanga in the name of Jesus, and after you disappear, you fall down.
But those movies sweet too.
But they are rubbish, man. They just promote Christianity. That's what.
It took me a long time to even know saying I am at anger. So I jam at that.
I am at anger. They say
Kushegbe was produced in 1995. Abacha stuff there. Man.
Oh my goodness. Who was Olowolaye?
We need remakes. Is what I'm saying. We need remakes, but unfortunately, some of your guys are in the doom that they sold out the rights to some of these movies.
And Babati, if there's a way, I think they need to reproduce all those Igbo Olodumare Obojo there. To be honest, because.
Let me shock you now. You know that book was published by Macmillan. So some of your companies in America they already bid for those books for the rights to those books. So you might see an actual Hollywood production for those kind of because it's under like science fiction now. Like it's like a science.
You know, go feel sweet too if they do ammo because how they want to behave like Oluwaye now.
There's a movie.
How they want to behave like all those things.
No. Let me explain to you. No, let me explain to Ola. So Ola, this is what's going on. So I do for food discussion, I review movies. Like it's my kind of hobby. Like so they will ask you like what do you think about blah 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 blah? And this is what I said. African stories have to be told from the African perspective, from the African lens. So we should be telling you about us. We don't want to see a repeat of Woman King, where you impose
exactly.
your
I was so disgusted about that movie.
Your Western values on us. So we
But you don't see how ridiculous it is. How Europeans to come and a white woman come and tell the story of an entire African tribe.
Right.
The story, it was a white woman telling the story of those women, those Amazon women, and she told the story backward. That's not the real the story of those people.
Yeah, because I was pissed off. Like, we have many things you can tell. When Aminat is there, why do you have to?
It shouldn't be Oyinbo that should be telling the story. All those stories,
we've come a long way. Do you guys remember when we used to have ridiculous title of a movie? Yako Bonvita. All these KKK. I'm looking at some names, so I was like,
I love that movie. 1 and 2.
Yemi, my lover.
Oh my
God.
Irueshi.
Yeah. All those ridiculous titles. I'm like, what?
I know this movie. I know this movie is not popular. I wish they can just reproduce movie.
Some of these people they can't even remember how many movies they've produced. This is fast. Well, at least some of them make their money. It's just that the marketers were the one that was smiling to the bank. Some of them were just.
But they were back then. All those movies that you mentioned, they were first released to the theater first, so they will make their money from the.
Our brother from what is it called? Up in Weka Road, they pirate them. Even before the movie is out.
They made a deal now. That was when they
way before they made a deal.
See, do you know the anointing? Do you know the anointing? Those days that they caught some Chinese that they came to Nigeria with some doublers that they could. In fact, just put just one like this, they could produce like about 10,000 copies in a day. Pirated copies.
Even a machine you can buy, there was no Amazon there, but you could buy it in the black market. You will help you to pirate some of this CD then and making the CD. One DVD will have like 6 movies. Oh god.
Even movie is very easy to pirate this, but why doing it? Because those of us that watch on Netflix, we are enlightened. We cannot.
Digitalizing of movie, Ola, they've done in such a way. Even music now, to download music, that means you have to download a certificate to show that you actually bought it legitimately. So
Baba, I'm aware that we're online. The movie is easier to pirate now than before.
Hey.
Trust me. If I tell you, I'm very sure what I'm
saying. There's a particular website that I usually watch every movie that comes out. Any movie, anyone, just type it in there. Not Nigerian movie, but any movie in the Western world, you watch it. The only thing is, you watch the video for a few hours and few minutes, few seconds actually. Then you proceed.
It's just like the movie we are talking now. It is very easy to record our conversation. What we are saying now, it is very easy to record it on computer.
Yeah,
very easy. Yeah. But for it's very easy.
Babachi has dropped. Okay, still there. Our movie producers, and I can understand that they were there with their hand because they try. I give them credit for that. For the fact that they are able to sustain that industry up to this moment. They were broke at a point. Marketers were the one controlling the entire industry. The producers are in cahoots with the marketers, and they were trying to make a living out of it. But you see, they should also diversify. They need a good writer. That these are the people that are professional writer.
No. Prince Adewale, the thing is this. See, before you put your energy into a business, you just have to be thankful to the like of Afolayan that was one of those people that took that bold step. If we were to be like others, by now maybe people won't still be spending more than 2 million, 3 million on movie to roll out, just because they were not going to make anything. But Netflix and Amazon, you know, before Netflix and Amazon, we used to have some kind of a YouTube channels, like all this that used to buy the movie, right? Now, why will I want to waste my time when I know that if I waste all the year producing movie, maybe now only 100,000 I will make before the people on the street will have made like $1 million. So I won't put so much effort. But now for the fact that we have like online channel like Amazon and Netflix, that's giving them money ahead. And you know, those people, they cater for the global crowd, not the global viewers, not Nigerian viewers. So they were able to make their money. So because these people are now making money now, they now become more competitive. But within the Nigerian markets, no way.
I still believe the likes of Netflix and
Amazon
and all that, they are exploiting the industry because
they were
ordinarily they
that's
should
my
have
worry. That's my worry. Let me just be frank with you guys. You know, I hear things and I see things. These guys want to go big in Nigeria, like what Ola just mentioned. If I didn't bought it up, I wouldn't have bought it up. They want to, you know. But when they ask people to that my you know, when it comes to movie, they will throw the name of who can direct this movie. It's African, whatever. Nigerian names don't come up. So my worry is, let's say they put $10 million or $20 million to direct like a big movie budget in Nigeria. I don't want that to be. I don't want a foreign name directing a Nigerian movie that is big budget. So when I'm complaining about these guys not stepping up, not because I don't like them, it's because I know what is coming down the pipeline in the next 5 to 10 years. They are paying more attention to Nigeria in particular, African stories, and preferably it should be Nigerian directors running these things because we're the biggest in Africa. So if your guys don't step up when the money start coming in to actually make big budget movies, your name will be missing. That is what I'm talking about. So I know what's coming down. Trust me, I know what's coming down.
The camera that they're also using to shoot the movie, some of those cameras, people cannot operate those cameras. So sometimes they are forced to bring in experts to operate those cameras. You know.
Yeah, Kunle he always brings his own camera
crew.
Yeah, you see mostly.
So if they have, let's say, a financial backing that can, because it's lucrative now and it's really rewarding, financially rewarding, especially if you can make it on the big screen, then you make your money in cinema and all that. You know, God help you if you're able to partner with the movie and use your soundtrack and all that. But I still believe that I see no reason why the likes of Netflix and Prime, Amazon cannot have a studio, a permanent studio in Nigeria. Even if they don't, they can link both Nigeria.
Are you listening? It's coming now. Did you see what just did already? You have to. There's one coming to around the Igomu. There's one coming to Eco Atlantic, and there's one coming to Ekpe. The Ekpe is more long term, but the one in Eco Atlantic by Ben Bush is coming up. The one by Igomu is coming up very soon. You start seeing that quality that you're talking about.
Ben Bruce was dragged on Twitter a few days ago. And I said, some of these younger kids do not have any idea who this man was.
Oh, Mosiba Beji, you know what?
This man in the 90s was bringing in artists, A-list artists to Nigeria. Hardly you see any show organized in Nigeria that you won't see the signature of Ben Bruce. He has been there. And when eventually established a Silverbird group, you know, he built a cinema. You remember?
Yeah, I know that one.
Silverbird.
I've been there once now. I've been there once, but
this guy, Ekemefuna. You remember Ekemefuna that was rapping one fake rap? Natives produce a lot of Jagajantis people.
But you know, there's time to experiment also. Somebody will paint and somebody.
Ekemefuna was the CEO then in Silverbird. He was just working on his brother. I mean, that guy did a lot of. I think if he had been given a fair opportunity will have done a lot for the movie industry, but he didn't get involved in the movie production. It was more into mainstream
So
entertainment.
are you pleased with this influx interest with Nigeria, where Netflix and all this because the person that has the cast will be the one that will determine the kind of story that you will tell about yourself. So that's what
I'm not pleased. I'm not pleased. There are people who are being exploited, and they felt that the few ones that are being given the big bucks think that they've arrived and they think they are doing.
No. See, Adewale, that we are being exploited. Let me just be frank with you. You have to look at where these people are coming from.
Who?
And
Netflix?
the environment too. You understand?
Netflix?
So it is normal. If you work in the bank before, bank is the one making money mostly when you look at it. And you cannot blame bank because
have
bank
you
are sending you.
Ola, I'm just sorry for cutting you short. Have you studied the antecedent of these people, this Netflix and co? They are killing everything on their way. If you are anything perceived to be stumbling block, you'll be taken out. Even the likes of the old movie studios, like what do you call them, Warner Bros. And the rest, they were forced to participate in streaming.
Or no, Diwali.
Oh no, I know Adewale. See, that's disruptive innovation.
Diwali, let me call it something. I want you stupid. Do you know
No,
the reason why?
well,
No, hold on. Do you know why?
No. Adewale is innovation that caught up with those people. See, even those people
but
too,
they were like a
they showed them.
disruptor.
Okay, wait.
They were
now.
like a disruptor.
Okay, look at Blockbuster before. What were they doing? You see.
No, they are not the one that killed Blockbuster. Blockbuster, they are not the one that killed
it. They killed it.
No, they are the one.
It was
no,
it was
Diwali, hold on. Diwali, hold on.
I actually did a paper on this thing when I was doing my.
No, Babati, if you don't mind, let me listen to Diwali because I did paper on it too. Yeah,
they were not the one that killed Blockbuster. What
who killed Blockbuster?
Blockbuster failed to join the frenzy. Remember, Netflix has been in existence for a very long time. Even when Blockbuster was rented.
97.
Yes. But as at that time, they were renting movies, they weren't into streaming and all that. Then what is this called? This thing called Red Box or so. Red Box now came, pioneered the distribution of DVD and all that. And the Netflix now felt, okay, you know what, this is the best they could also do. And they now diversify. And they brought more investors in that bought into that. And that was when they started. But Blockbuster was
late. Let me say one thing. Do you know that Netflix was offered to?
I know.
They were supposed to buy Netflix. Did you know that?
I know. That's why I said they were late to everything.
So they did not buy it and they did not innovate. So when Netflix took off, they fell by the wayside. So Netflix technically killed them off.
Yeah, they didn't kill them. It was just that they didn't catch up.
Diwali, I actually did that thing I did the same thing you were talking about. You see, the thing is this. Blockbuster, like you said, they were not forward looking. And their own offering too were becoming too expensive for people. You know, they were opening channels everywhere.
Yeah,
they were opening channels everywhere, and they have a limited period that when you borrow a movie from them, they quickly get on you to return it. Otherwise, they'll be charging you. But now, those people, they invested so much in new movies. Whereas when Netflix wanted to catch up with them, they catch up on unaware, and technology.
Yeah, but they were not started they were not started getting into production, so that they were just mainly distribution.
And now renting.
Oh,
you understand? They instead of them competing in the newer movies, they were doing the old movies, cheaper one, and they could afford. They were made to you. They were using the US postal, all those stuff to send to you to your home instead of you going to the channel.
Sorry, Ola. Then you give them your credit card, right, debit card. Then if you don't bring the movie, they will start debiting you. But
that's Blockbuster.
Yeah, people will now go to the bank, call them, and cut off the credit card, and then request for a new one, and they will be at loss because you already have your movie. You don't have the movie with you. So they were kind of lackluster attitude. Was what led them into them.
Because they incur so much money in acquire the assets they used to rent, right? But you know what Netflix did? Netflix go meet those old movie producers that the movie seem not to be adding value.
They were creating a catalog. They were creating a catalog.
Exactly. They went to all those people and they were sending movie to people at cheaper rates, right? So they were not investing in channel like say you are building a big store. You know, they just have the central warehouse where they used to say. So they were doing their business.
Is it safe to say technology was the one that hedged the Blockbuster out because the life?
No. Before technology, Blockbuster was already dying. Netflix was already killing Blockbuster. So when DVD come join, Wahala come gas.
I still don't believe Netflix was the one that finally put a nail on that cover. I still believe
because you know we did that thing in the. I know it's not the innovation club where I did that. I think it's one of my strategies.
They were even supposed to buy it off completely. They were supposed to. You see,
let me put it this way.
GameStore is going that route too now. If case
okay, where is Radio Shack?
So their family, their brother,
where is Toys R Us? So when we say
Babati, I saw one Toys R Us in one of this malls.
They are done. You will see one or two, but they're not. My point is this: when you're supposed to do something, the same thing that happened to MySpace. It's the same thing that was about to happen to Facebook, but they caught the vibe early. They had to buy that up their competition. This is what we're saying.
But in this case, they were not bought. They just
what I'm saying is that even if you're not going to buy Netflix, if you don't join the moving train of streaming, when people are moving away from the DVD era, I know it took time. It didn't really take off at that time, but when you saw the writing on the wall, when you were losing money, you could have at least tried that. But for you not to innovate at all and just stay the same way was how they died off. So them not using that opportunity to even grow. Okay, we did not buy Netflix when we're supposed to buy Netflix, but see what they are doing. We have this market already established. We should also key into this, at least as a division of what we're already doing. Remember, Netflix was
no, Baba. See, even when they innovate, the problem always be when you want to innovate. Assuming you have a manager now that build a product. Let's say a manager that built Netflix to that point. Under that manager, if you want to innovate, and if that manager ideas is old, and they put you under him to innovate, it's going to kill that your idea. So that is why company resort in what they call spin-off. You will create another product entirely, another value. You move the company away from the original one so that you won't be reporting to the old boss, because old boss will kill that because he is afraid of losing his job too if he cannot compete. You understand? So that's it. Okay. We'll be looking at why didn't for example, didn't Nokia try to compete? No, it's not as if they didn't try, but what's the name of this guy? iPhone killed them. You understand? It wasn't even funny again when Samsung, they were doing Yobbing and Wobbling. You know, when Samsung just started, their phone was not that strong.
Yeah, but what happened to BlackBerry? They didn't compete, but they sold the rights to their system now. When they said that there was no hope, so they sold that.
I think BlackBerry is a Canadian, right?
They sold it. They sold their thing.
I think when you see companies that have Canadian origin too, they can sometimes
BlackBerry from Caribbean. Is it Caribbean or Canadian?
No, I think it's RIM, something emotion. I think it's Canadian.
No, this is my point to you guys. When companies feel like they're too big, even IBM at the point made that mistake and it took them time to recover. When you think you're invisible, people like Facebook, that they've learned that lesson. Once your competition comes and they start to grow, you buy them off or you partner with them. Because when they become your competition, they will kill you off. So people are not learning. Go ahead,
Baba T.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the issue here is innovation.
It's innovation, yeah.
Many companies refuse to innovate. It happened to Kodak. I don't know if you guys remember Kodak.
Kodak camera now. Yes, now.
Exactly. I mean, when
No,
Kodak
the digital camera kill all those things, all those
digital camera. But then, I think there was this company, because the person that actually, I think it was Samsung, the person that actually started the digital camera thing was working under Kodak, and he made that proposal. Now, instead of them to do like a spin-off, right, like building a different product, right, under the same company and run. They just like this thing this scenario you just gave. I think it would be something like you talk to a manager be like, oh man, I think what you're saying is crap, right? And what happened? Kodak, the guy left, and I think sold the idea to I think Samsung or something, and the rest is history. Kodak is nowhere to be found no more. I mean, I love that company. I mean, that was how I started. I learned how to. If you remember those days, those cameras, those days that don't have no batteries, but you put a film and you just roll it, and you can just get your your clip. But it's no more that way. So most companies that refuse to innovate, either as a way, either by the presence of or the coming in of technology, and most of those companies have died down. You see, I mean, it happens in mostly all the businesses that we have. Even, the other day, but you were talking about.
See, Joel, that's why company like Cisco, once they see that you are becoming a threat, they buy you before you even grow bigger.
No, let me add, Ola. No, let me add. Not only will they buy you, they will still keep the
they will keep the brand.
No.
They will buy you over.
They will keep they will keep the creative mind behind that stuff on the board to still run that company, but it will be under them.
Now.
So they won't just buy and say, okay, bye. No. They will still keep you to manage the same thing. But you just be like, look at Instagram, WhatsApp now. It's under Facebook now. So they will still keep you around, but they won't let you go. So because they learned from the MySpace mistake, nobody wants to make that MySpace. That was the biggest.
Because if they allow you to go, you go and create another thing now.
Yes, now you be competition. You be competition now.
One guy we did the NBA together. So they bought his company. I think they bought his company for around $12 million. They kept the guy for like 3 years, so they didn't allow the guy to go.
Trade is like a Twitter too now. But it's just like it has a video.
Adewale, waiting happen to your phone.
Can you hear me?
But are you into movies?
Yeah, I'm a cinephile now. Do you know who a cinephile is? I'm a cinephile. I'm obsessed with theater and anything that has to do with movies. I study, I review, I actually write movie reviews.
You write?
Yeah, I write. Yeah.
That's beautiful.
They send me this. I get to go to premieres. So when they're screening movie before it comes out, I get to Movie Pass to go watch it and write my reviews and.
I review. Okay.
You can go back.
So you studied filming at some point?
No, it's just a passion. You don't have to necessarily study. But I did things in photography, so because from college, so I got into that. So yeah.
Okay.
But for it to be able to write, you must actually write for like a movie blog or stuff like that. Then you get access to all stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I did acting when I was little.
So you'll be acting on this show for a very long time, Joel.
Just go on Joel. Just go on IBM. Do you have an IBM?
IBM?
I mean IMBD. Sorry, IMBD profile.
Okay, IMBD. I don't have IMDb.
IMBD is like actor stuff. So you start writing reviews and stuff like that. Then you build up your resume. Then you start getting people would like ask you, what do you think about this movie? What do you think about that movie? And
do Do they pay you to do that?
No. I mean, if you work with a financial company where they need you to, your opinion matters, then that would start to affect, like, those scores for movies now.
Okay.
So, but that one is you work for an actual company. But if you're like just an independent reviewer, then it takes time to build up that cachet in that space. But
I just think that we have so much things to put in movies because you see, the black man does not read, but we are good at watching movies. I believe that anything we have to put in a book, has to come to a movie. Like even with all these our old movies, I mean that today that we do not have any movie on the Nigerian Biafra War, something comprehensive, still baffles me. A lot of our history is lost. So I was really looking at that area, not to just Biafra. There's a lot of things that have happened in our history, that most of us, oh my God, okay, I'm here. Okay, sorry. That most of us just got the stories from here and there, cut and join, and we just keep it moving. I just think that we have so much story to tell in Nigeria, and apart from stories, we have some movies that are futuristic. Even I mean, futuristic doesn't mean it has to be technology inclined. Futuristic could just be like a reorientation or the way we think and all that. Especially even, let's just talk about the election that just passed by. What is our ideal president? What should an ideal president of Nigeria be? So, I mean, it's something that I'm looking at. It's not something I'm looking at, at this stage of my life. I just want to give to humanity. But I mean, I'm not a charity freak. I just have to get paid for it. Go ahead, my brother.
I love documentary stuff.
Let me give you a hint of something that I've been working on for a long time, but I've been stuck. So I'm not a screenwriter or whatever. So this has to do with feminism, women's rights. That's what the West is obsessed with now. So
yeah,
I've been writing something on with a friend on if you know who Alimoto Pelewura is. So you know who that is, right? Alimoto Pelewura was the before Tinubu's mom. She was the
Tinubu's mother, adopted mother.
They have the Lodge of Lagos. So they're powerful. So she was the first to set up the women's right for trading, those kind of women rights, the Lagos Market Women Association. So it get towards those 1940 Nigeria women's liberation movement, struggle for power, stuff like that. So that's the kind of movie that, it's like women empowerment, but at the same time, it's also labor union politics in Lagos in the 40s and 50s. So that kind of stuff is what I think we should put out there. But the writing of that is very hard to produce that, because you got to do a lot of research into it.
No, it has to be a lot of research, and that is why movies like that, they pay premium for it. I mean, yes, they have to pay premium for it, because I mean that one was big. Even though I do not, I think the feminist movement has been.
Fela's mom. Something
like Fela's mom. Yeah, my problem with those people now is that if you go to write a story of Fela's mom now, they will
make it like the American. No, that's my problem. Like she was a non-feminist, but it was get towards the family unit. But if you allow Americans to write it, they will make it all this crazy. They will turn into something else.
They will turn it that the woman. That's the issue, right? So I mean, if I was going to write about Fela's mom, for instance, I'm going to write, about her in a way that she was able to accomplish this without all this drama of feminism and all that. You can actually make a change. all right, without attaching yourself to these ideologies, because most of these ideologies you see, ideologies.
I
Most of them
love
are.
the way she was. You know, she was portrayed. If you watch the Queen of Lion movie, was it October 1st? She was in that. Somebody portrayed her in that movie. If you remember, there was a scene. There was a scene of her. Yeah, if you go watch that movie, and that girl did the way she was dressed with the glasses and everything. It was like a young Fumi Kuti. She met with the British envoy to Nigeria for the celebration, and she was very brash and the typical strong woman kind of thing. So just go back. There was like a scene where they featured her there. She was there in that movie. Yeah. So
yeah. So movies like that, I would. In fact, even when Nollywood came up, right? At the time, when Living in Bondage came out, right? Everybody was fascinated because it has some horror attached to it. Then we now have Cycle of Doom, and it started coming up. Then we now had the American version, which is Glamour Girls. So we started separating to the white way of doing things. They started glamorizing prostitution as being normal. That is how these people here started. So I also think that the movie industry is also our conscience, as a people. Whatever you put out there are people that are going to look at it and take inspiration from that. And what we see here today in the United States is that even in the media, we cannot even rest. They were talking about what they call it, Gaza. All of a sudden, the CNN anchor started talking about LGBTQ. How was the LGBTQ in there? I was like, what is going on with these people? Everything. They must add those people to it. So I don't really like the way we're going with. Like I was listening when you guys were talking about
alphabet people.
The alphabet people. I understand. You guys were talking about Lakey and all that. In fact, the Lakey ladies
a lot of them in Nigerian industry are into alphabet.
You say what now?
I said majority. So a lot of them in the industry are into
the alphabet thing, right?
Yeah, the most.
No. It's been there. It's been there, right? It's been there. The only thing is that the society did not allow them to flourish. Now, which brings me to the question why the likes of Bob Risky were given that latitude, to progress. I mean, there was a time it was only just makeup and all that. Now she have done her bum. I don't know if she did her breast too, and everything is like people are not looking at her. She's glamorous. One of the ways these people bought most of these ignorant people was that whenever they push an ideology, there's money that comes with it. So that glamour now makes people say, "Oh, I think that is ideal." Or if I be this, if I can be this, I will get the money. Right? So many people now go into it with that false narrative or that false belief that if I go into this, I will be made and all that. But it is not just like that. It is not that simple. It is not that simple. So I would like making movies, even though if you're targeting Netflix, right? If you're targeting Netflix, then you should know that anything that has to do with this ideology, you just have to push it aside. Because if you condemn them, Netflix is not going to pick up your movie. That is first of all. I know that for sure. I remember Dave Chappelle when he came on Netflix, and people were like, "Oh, why should you put?" They were really trying to cancel him over what? Because of his stance.
And do you remember his friend that was LGBT that died for defending him? You remember that girl that
yes.
They were the one that bullied that girl, the same group they bullied that girl to kill herself, and they're still blaming him.
Yes. No. They are vicious. Those people are vicious. The thing there is that it's like the government tolerate them so much that nothing that they do is wrong. They even shoot, you cannot name what they are. But as I am, right, if I shoot, they're going to say, it's a black man. So they even go to my country and say, where is he from? Nigeria? He came into Nigeria, this, da, 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 da. But if the alphabet people do any shooting, like what happened in Nashville, see, today we don't know the identity of the person. They keep hiding it. So I just think that, our movies, and to be frank with you, Babati, and now I remember, the housewife of Kini, the housewife of this, housewife of that. I was surprised. I saw housewife of Lagos. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with these ladies? Who is doing all of this? Who is pushing on this agenda?
It's copy things now. Like I told you, it's being sponsored. All these guys, somebody is funding this. Like even our movies. I was asked I'm like, because we you remember in the movie, that Saro movie, whatever, Adekunle, they had a nude scene in the movie.
Oh.
That scene was demanded by Netflix to be put in. Did you know that?
So, I didn't know.
Oh, really?
That's my point to you guys. Like when they start having, because I'm like, Yoruba movies, we don't do breast where you show breast. It's not a Yoruba way of doing. We don't do nudity. But guess what? For the audience in the West, and you must add some things for the appealing to them about sex scenes. They start having influence on the way you make movies, which I find I have issues with.
Yeah, so that's the thing. If they come in with their money, like he who pays the piper, they takes the toll. If we allow these people to come into Nigerian movie industry and the way they're paying them, they very soon, Babati, I said it on this show, very soon we'll start having LGBT full blown on our movies.
Yeah, it's possible.
And it is coming because, and let me tell you what happened. I went to Nigeria in last year December, and the Uber guy, the Uber guy that was carrying me around, that told me, that was the guy that opened my eyes to what was going on, right? Because what happened was that she dropped off a lady on my street. Then I was like, so I now saw him because that wasn't the person I actually said that. He came to drop support on my street. So I was telling my brother, I want to go out, but I don't know how to, and my GPS and all that. I said, let me take Uber and go where I'm going to. So this guy, and I saw this guy said, hey, can you pick me? He said, yeah, he now retimed everything, and we started going. So that was when he was not leaving, he was like, okay. Now you carry that woman. That woman. Now you said that you the woman comes because the woman was actually coming because we live in this how they build this twin duplex. So the woman came in through our own gate. So when I was leaving, the guy was like, but she actually left the gate and went into the other side. So the guy was like, I can be like saying that you they carry that lady. I said, what are you talking about? So they said, I know vex. So he did that. I was like, what's the problem? Just talk to me. Let's just talk. They said, no, it's just that this woman that he came to drop here now. That the husband, they went for they went for a function. Then dropped the husband at home. So she now told the husband that she is going to see her other friends, right? But meanwhile, as she was coming in the car, she was now busy talking to this other dude, and like she could not wait to be in his arms. That kind of. So the guy was not telling me. I was not telling me how the system has been so rotten in Nigeria. The promiscuity amongst married women, that of the male, at least we know that. In the past. Then
no,
Tinubu no cause this one. This one no concern Tinubu. Then the next thing, he started telling me about the gay bars that we have in Lagos. I was shocked. He started telling me that in Lagos that they have gay bars. They are there. You see them. There are places you go. You just see them hanging around. I was like, for real? He said they will come and talk to you. I said, in Nigeria? He said, yes. I knew that. I knew it was over. I knew it was over. Because if
But I will not be surprised when you start seeing movies geared towards that on Netflix about Nigeria very soon, because they'll find a way to start introducing these things into the screen gradually. And if
to me, I think you have to look at it from the way Nigerian copy the Western world. See Nigerian now, most Nigerian ladies, they can now show their clevering easily. Whereas
I strongly believe that when we get there,
I can't believe it that Nigerian ladies can be dressing bomb shop, show their tummy, show everywhere, and then go out like that.
Remedy, can you believe
I can't believe it happened in Nigeria.
Were you shocked? No, were you
like it like that though?
Remy, were you
like
shocked?
It like that?
No,
I also like what I'm saying, but I am still surprised that Nigerian can accept that.
But Remy, that's it. Don't date now. What you say?
No, it's not as pronounced as this. So some are not even wearing bra at all. What are you talking about?
Remy, yeah? I'll be fair to you. You are right. Let me say this, and because I was in this field very, very well. Y'all know what I mean, right? Those days, even as of 2010, 2011, it wasn't this bad. My brothers, I don't know the last time you've been to Nigeria. I don't know. You know, the last time I went, I was talking, and Thomas was like, which are you talking about? I talked about poverty. None of you believed me until people started talking. Oh, now we're not believing it. My brother, forget it. If you go to Nigeria now, those people that if you see what young girls are wearing, what is cleavage? It doesn't only cleavage that for the manage now. These days they wear nets. They wear nets. Up, top, bottom. I'm echoing. Is anyone hearing me?
I can hear you. I believe some of those in Dante will not be safe. You say maybe it's now more popular, but it don't take. It depends on
when you are going home.
If they leave for Ibadan, it's one thing. See,
I live for Ibadan. I also live for Lagos, but it's not as pronounced nowadays. You cannot see girls just pumping out their cleavage like that in the street. They will lynch them.
You know they like that before. Which Lagos did they talk about? Let me Lagos all of us though.
No. See, Joel, I said it depends on where you live. Right. So that Lagos you said, you understand, maybe the rates not too much. See, because if you be kind of person who they even
the echo. Okay, go ahead, Orla.
So it's not as if it's totally new to Lagos. That's what I'm saying. Even see, let me tell you one thing. Even as far back as those old, you may say there because they are music artists. I don't know. See, as far back as those days of even all these fella and people like Orlando and all those things, they use our own native this thing. But when this Oyibo attire come make it easy for them, you understand? See, when person who they live for Agbado Jai, you go know the thing with the Abu Agbado Jai. But once you move to around the Kega, the higher you go, you can't move towards Lekki, you go to see a lot of the things they see before. Because some of those people you will see there, maybe they just land in Nigeria, maybe their brother, they get one brother in somewhere overseas, and or sister that they're calling them. So what I'm saying is this: it's not as if the thing is new, but it's now more common. That's what you want to say. It's now rampant.
No, it is more. You see, those days when we say that it is very rampant now, right? It is rampant. Those days, right? You hardly see our girls do that, even in our campuses. You hardly see girls wear stuff like that. My brother, I'm saying go to Nigeria now. If you go to Nigeria now with the economic hardship, my brother, I don't know how to explain it. And you look at the ages of these ladies, these girls doing this thing, 18 years old, 19 years old, 20, 21, young girls.
Joel, there are something I know now. If you go to the back page,
I'm not hearing what you're saying. Somebody's
say
echoing.
Triumph, mute your mic, please. Triumph, mute your.
Talk now, but if you go to the vast stage, I go talk something, you go this surprise. I mean, for that Lagos where we live, man.
No. See, my brother. It used to be those days, because I remember I had a. I don't want to say, it's not my uncle, my friend, that came back those days, right? I think that was around 97, 98, and he wanted, to, saw his American oath, and we decided to move around. My brother, those days, you see those Lebanese, those were the highest around VI. If you know that VI, where you have that presidential hotel, what's the Allen Avenue, right? You go down to Allen, you see those ones. They are standing on the road. You know those ones are prostitutes. I am talking about ladies that will leave their houses as normal girlfriend. When you see what they are wearing today, you will be shocked. And what they are wearing today shows that, they are wearing stuff. It's not like they're wearing for only you. They're trying to make you understand that even on my way coming to see you, I might see someone else and, take number. Then they probably, you're now the Mugu 10 or Mugu 11, depending on how they save your name, right? But this thing happens. You see them, we usually see them those days. We know where they are, just like the brothels, Allen Avenue, that kind of place. Then you see girls wear some scanty stuff. Not a girl that you call your girlfriend. Now, even the one you call your girlfriend does not see. I don't have any problem with bump shot, but you see that one that will now bring out, the bottom of your ass outside. Sometimes looking so dirty and scruffy. You just bring it out there. That is what I'm telling you, that now the young girls today, they do it seamlessly.
Yeah, but now the time of people have been like that anyway.
You say? You say?
At the time of people have been like that.
Well.
Adewale don't run.
What happened to Diwali? Trump.
No, I think somebody.
I think Triumph is the one echoing there.
Yeah,
who, me?
It's Triumph.
Yeah,
but,
Triumph, they are echoing. No,
even secondary school girls, that ordinarily they are already into runs, and even their parents will even approve it, like so even by SS2, SS1, they are already out there ready
SS what? SS. Yes, SS. Vivawo.
Yeah.
Lagos is down. Lagos don't spoil. Far.
No. Because not the only Lagos. So let's be fair. Not the only Lagos. Not the only Lagos. My brother and T, you know what happened this one? I went home. You know those things, right? There are areas, I don't want to talk so that Warpage will not come for me tomorrow. But there are areas where we know most of things.
You already mentioned it.
I don't want Warpage to come for me tomorrow. But those days we know, right? Where some of these prostitutes
we know the specialists, Abby.
We know them. But you know what? Baba T, I was surprised. I was in a club. This one I went home, and I saw this lady dancing. She was so nice and all that. So I was like, "Hey, what's up?" We got talking, and she told me she's from Makurdi. I said, Makurdi. She said, yes. So I'm from Makurdi. I said, you're here by yourself? She said, yeah. And this girl is 19 years old. She now said, oh, no, bro. So let me call my friends. So we all came together. My brother, they were almost like 9. I think 9, if I'm not mistaken, 9 of them. And also, so you're from Benue, you see Benue, Kaduna. All those ladies now, they're in Lagos. So before, you didn't used to see those. We didn't used to see those things before. It used to be mostly like southern ladies and all that. Now you have folks from the north. In fact, now you have people from Niger in Nigeria doing the same thing in Lagos. Now the eye don't open finish.
No, it is like business now. You know, business could expand. That's the survivor. Poverty. That's the outcome
Yeah,
of
I
poverty.
understand. I understand that is what is moving them around. I know. I understand it's poverty, and that was one of the reasons why I was really passionate about us getting it right. Because like I said the last time, where after immediately I came back from Nigeria, I said to you guys, I said, look, if these ladies continue this way, now we are not talking about drug abuse, we are not talking about drugs, right?
Now that's a terrible pass.
No, we are not talking about drugs. Look, Baba T, we went for a boat cruise. Let me say it on this show because some of these things we tend to hide them, and it keeps going on us. Oh, we organize a boat cruise, so you know how we have to get the ladies, to make a moment to relish. Then, so these girls came. I didn't know any of them, so it was the guys that organized it with got these ladies, and everybody was seated at the what they call it, at the jetty. So while we were there at the jetty, and so there's somewhere at VI there. Now the ladies were like, "Oh no, I need to get." So they were talking to me. So because I went to buy like all these Ribena, Loco-Z, and all that. And my brother, I did say we see the do ajabo. So that's they were like looking at me like, "Nah, guy, what is all this now?" I was like, "Okay, you guys want beer, drink, hot drink?" They say yes, they want hot drink. I went because we were loaded. We went and brought hot drink. We said, "Oh, make with the catch phone they go." My brother then I said, they want something else. I said, what is it? I thought it was something like weed or any other that. So I called the guy that if I said, "Now, my brother, I don't give this guy something," but they said they wanted something. My guy and I said, "Oh no! I know what they need." I said, "What is it?" My brother, they now went and opened the bag. They now brought out this substance, ecstasy. I felt bad.
In Nigeria.
On God, ecstasy. Baba T, we have gone past the level of weed in Nigeria. Let me just give you that for free.
That is you're almost going towards the heroin level now.
That is where I am going. That was what I was talking about when I came back from Nigeria. I said, for me to see someone in Nigeria taking ecstasy, Molly, all those stuff, I was like, what is going on? I used to think that Nigeria was a transit place, but now we are consumers. And now you have these dudes, right, rightly or wrongly, provide these things for these ladies. They have taken it, and now they are hooked on it, and they keep taking it. But you know what? Immediately they took that medication, there was a difference. They started feeling so cool, right? Their eyes were so down. I mean, they actually became more fun, right? But me, being from, coming from where I am, where I'm coming from, I looked at it and I said, "Oh my God, do we really know what is actually going on in this country? We don't really know. These ladies taking this, they don't even know what they are taking. They don't know where it was cooked. They don't know how it was imported. All they know is that they are taking this medication. And they have people that are willing to buy it for them and, give it to, I mean, it is just so crazy. And now they have created like a dependency on these products, on these drug products. And it will only get worse from here. These ladies I was talking about are like 19 and 20, 21, and I didn't get to, but I could guess their age because, we have their friends that you see them, they're little girls. But those girls do not care.
But
so if you
what
started taking
those kind of ladies by in the next 5 years, that means your dependency will your threshold, you will need more and more and more and more. So
That's what I'm telling you. So as you're growing now, you need more drugs, to actually, because at the time you get you develop some kind of tolerance, to the ones you're taking. So you need something higher. Then it becomes a problem. Now, my own main thing is this: these ladies we're talking about, now people go marry them. So, Babati, it does not look good. The sooner we start getting things right in that country, the better. Because Babati, this is what we talk with them for Lagos. So, if you go all those Port Harcourt.
So sorry, Joel, sorry for diverting. Sorry. I want to ask a stupid question. Did the mermaid, did it exist truly?
Mermaid, I think it's fictional. That's for me.
Because I'm watching one video here now. They say they saw mermaid in Ibadan. Because I don't get it.
Almost, once you don't take money, take drug, you start seeing things now.
I know. Yeah, now. So my brothers, man, it's been a pleasure talking to you guys, man. I have to go, man. I'm at work on this one.
I'm even shutting down as well. Yeah, thank you, Joe.
Okay,
it's been a long time. Yeah,
I mean, it's been a long time. And Babati, I beg, take my number. Text me. I beg, could talk. I beg.
Okay, we will talk. I have. Let me scroll up. Okay, let me get you. Okay, I got it now.
Get the number before I shut down. Yeah.
All right, now. Oga Thomas, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, Triumph, thank you. Joe, thank you. Babati, thank you. We've come to the end of the section. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Thank you, guys. God bless you all. Let's find something to send us home.